Chapter 3184. At the border of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Heng's face was livid. He had been confronting the all-devouring darkness for half a year. He had tried his best, but could only slow down the speed of its devouring and spreading. He could not stop it at all. In half a year, he had lost hundreds of millions of miles of star field. Such a large territory was almost several times larger than the Hung Luo star field he had devoured in the past 3 years. Who was the person opposite him? How'd he do it? He had once driven the territory of the Great Desolate Star to devour the Hung Luo star field, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. It was a painstaking effort that needed to be pushed forward bit by bit. It was not something that could be done overnight. At that time, the Hung Luo star field did not have an owner of the territory of the Great Desolate Star field, so his devouring was almost unhindered. But now, with him here, the erosion of the opposite side was still so fast. What was the reason? If that was all, it would be fine. There was another thing that troubled Wu Heng. In the past 6 months, in the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star territory, he had lost 3 cultivation stars one after another. From the Yellow Spring Star to the Wild Wave Star to the Flying Crab Star, they disappeared from the star one after another, as if they had never appeared. Those were 3 cultivation stars, not 3 meat patties. In the end, what method did Kai Yang use to steal them? In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, there were many cultivation stars. Losing 3 was not a big deal. The key point was that this was just the beginning. Losing 3 cultivation stars in half a year, what about 1 year, 10 years, 100 years? If there were no more cultivation stars in the entire Great Desolate Star territory, what was the point of the existence of the Great Desolate Star territory? He, the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, would only exist in name. To Wu Heng's relief, after the Flying Crab Star, Xianxia did not seem to do anything else. He did not know what he was doing here. As the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, if he really wanted to spy on Xianxia, it would be easy. However, he did not dare to do so, because a slight distraction would cause the erosion of the opposite Great Desolate Star territory to increase rapidly. It could not go on like this. If it went on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Did he really have to do that? Wu Heng's expression kept changing, of anger. Above a dead star, billowing was suspended in midair. The huge, pitch-black body was constantly shrinking and expanding, repeating the same cycle. Kai Yang stood next to it, paying close attention to it. Along the way, Rolling had swallowed a total of 3 cultivation stars, and when it finally swallowed the Flying Crab Star completely, it closed its mouth, no longer making that crunching sound. Then, it stopped at the position where the Flying Crab Star originally was and began to undergo such a change. Xianxia wanted to communicate with the small sealed world, but found that his mind could not enter it, so he could only wait and see. If his senses were correct, then Rolling was currently digesting. After all, 3 cultivation stars were not so easy to swallow. Even if they were swallowed into the small sealed world, they would still need to be digested. Otherwise, the slightly different world principles would be enough to cause the small sealed world space to collapse, and the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars would definitely die without a burial. After this time's change, the entire mysterious small world would likely undergo a complete makeover, so Xianxia waited quietly with great expectations. He wanted to check the situation with the embodiment, but he was too far away now, and he was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, so he could not establish contact with the embodiment at all. However, Wu Heng was definitely not having a good time. Otherwise, Xianxia's recent actions would not have been so smooth. If Wu Heng could spare some time, he would definitely give Xianxia a hard time. Thinking so, Xianxia grinned. Those who provoked him never had a good end. Even Wukong had suffered a big loss, let alone Wu Heng. Days passed little by little. There was no sunrise or moonlight in the star field, so Xianxia did not know how much time had passed. But every time Rolling wriggled, it seemed to cause some changes to its body. Xianxia could clearly feel that Raleigh's consciousness had become much clearer. This could only mean one thing. Raleigh had successfully digested the world principles of the 3 cultivation stars and fused them together, no longer distinguishable from each other. After a while, the consciousness became even clearer. Although it was not to the extent that it could communicate with Xianxia, it could already give some reactions to Xianxia's contact. The most obvious change was the shape of the rolling. Originally, it was just a huge black ball. After swallowing the yellow spring star, a big mouth appeared. Now a tail grew out directly opposite the big mouth. The tail slowly grew longer, and at first glance, the rolling looked like a huge tadpole. It looked quite funny. Finally, one day, after wriggling for a while, the rolling stopped changing. The big mouth opened again and made a crunching sound, conveying the urgency of hunger. After digesting the 3 cultivation stars, it began to devour again. Its body size had also become much larger. When it arrived at Wild Wave Star, it was 100 kilometers in diameter. At this moment, it was probably more than 200 kilometers in diameter. Xianxia did not intend to stop it and let it go. The rolling immediately turned around and rushed in a certain direction. Even though it was dark there, Xianxia knew that there was definitely a cultivation star there. It seemed to be extremely sensitive to cultivation stars. Even though it was separated by a large star field, it could still smell the delicious smell coming from cultivation stars. Xianxia flashed into the small sealed world bead. This was the first time he had entered the small sealed world after the rolling changed. As soon as he came to this world, Xianxia was stunned, because this was no longer the small sealed world he was familiar with. The whole world had become many times larger. Even after stretching out his divine sense for a long time, he still could not find the end of it. The original small sealed world could only be regarded as a small world. Even the world principles were pieced together by Xianxia. If the small sealed world bead was compared to a piece of clothing, then the original small sealed world bead was definitely full of patches. The world principles were complete, but not so harmonious. However, at this moment, the whole world was soft, without the slightest abruptness. The world principles were also extremely perfect, far superior to the original world principles. This could already be regarded as a real small sealed world. Such a world was of a higher grade than an ordinary cultivation star. In this world, the landscape was constantly changing. Forests, wastelands, seas, deserts, basins, everything one could imagine. It was suitable for all kinds of races to live and work in peace. The auras of countless living beings filled the entire world, and buildings of different styles rose from the ground. After the creatures from the 3 cultivation stars were swallowed into this place and found that their lives were no longer in danger, the first thing they did was naturally to rebuild their own sects and clans. There were no conflicts. After all, no one knew where they were now, nor did they know if a great disaster would befall them. Even if creatures of different races occasionally met, they were quite restrained and tried their best not to have conflicts with others. Xianxia looked around carefully for a while and soon found the original small sealed world bead. The original space was located at the very center of this new world, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier that isolated this new world, making it impossible for anyone to enter. This made Xianxia breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that someone would break into his medicine garden and destroy his spirit medicines. The current situation could not be better. Thinking about it, it was all thanks to the Rolling Stone. Since Xianxia was here, he should at least say hello. At the very least, he should let the people of this world know who is the master here. With a thought from Xianxia, the figure of a giant suddenly appeared in the sky. Any living creature in this world could see the existence of that figure as long as they raised their heads. His eyes were majestic, as if he was looking at the void, but also as if he was looking at everyone. Everyone was shocked. When they looked up, they could not help but feel a sense of worship. Countless people even fell to the ground, trembling. It's him, on a new island. Aowe looked at the face in the sky, and his expression changed. The memory of being defeated by this person some time ago was still vivid in his mind. How could he not know that this person's means were many times higher than his own? It was ridiculous that he thought he was a star master and wanted to fight with this person. Many people recognized Xianxia. After all, when he drove the Rolling Stone to devour the stars a few days ago, many people had seen him from afar. Now that they saw him again, their awe was even deeper. I'm the lord of this world, and I have no ill intentions towards all of you. I only hope that all of you can live and work in peace and contentment in this world. If there are talented and intelligent people, I can guide them to a higher level world and experience a more wonderful path of martial arts. Stretching out 2 fingers, Xianxia pointed to his eyes and grinned. Work hard, boys. I will be watching you. Whether you become a dragon or a worm will depend on your own ability. The whole world fell silent as everyone was shocked speechless. It was not until a long time later that the huge figure in the sky disappeared. But those simple words set off stormy waves in everyone's hearts, especially the Origin Kings. A higher level world, a more wonderful path of the martial Tao. This was like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey, making them drool and yearn for it. Most of the Origin Kings within the territory of Great Desolate Star knew about the existence of the star boundary. After all, there had always been a path connecting Great Desolate Star's territory to the star boundary. Several decades ago, the previous Netherworld sect master Yin Lusheng had entered the star boundary with several masters from Great Desolate Star's territory, but no one knew what the final result was. However, it was undeniable that entering Great Desolate Star's territory through that passage was bound to be dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. So even though the passage had always existed, no cultivator within Great Desolate Star's territory dared to pass through it unless they had great confidence in their own strength. But now there was another opportunity in front of them. It seemed that as long as one was recognized by the master of this world, they could be introduced into the star boundary. Chapter 3185. The stars were resplendent and had existed since ancient times, but they were collapsing and disappearing one after another, as if an invisible hand was erasing them from the vast star field. Wuheng couldn't bear it any longer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Xianxia. Up to this day, he had been at a complete disadvantage in the battle against Xianxia. Not only had he lost a large part of the vast star field, but he had also lost as many as 5 cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. If this silent battle continued like this, he would definitely lose everything he had. Deep regret welled up in his heart. If he had stopped when he noticed that a Star Lord had been born in the Hung Luo star field, perhaps there wouldn't be so many troubles now. But at that time, he had bullied Xianxia, who had just become the Star Lord of the territory, and did not put him in his eyes. He even wanted Xianxia to hand over the Hung Luo star field. Their enmity had already been formed. But now, it was useless to regret. No matter what, he had to get rid of Xianxia first. Even if he had to suffer more losses, he could not tolerate him doing whatever he wanted in his own territory. Thinking of this, Wuheng no longer hesitated and divided a part of his mind to investigate Xianxia's situation. In the extremely distant star field, Wuheng quickly found traces of Xianxia. After seeing the situation there, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded and absent-mindedly asked, "What is this?" More than half of the 6 cultivation star had already disappeared. And on this broken cultivation star, a giant black tadpole-like monster was leisurely moving back and forth. As its mouth opened and closed, it swallowed the cultivation star piece by piece, as if it was eating a delicious cake. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of the cultivation star had disappeared. Even though Wuheng was very knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't recognize what this black monster was, but when he saw it, he instinctively felt a little frightened. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the rolling beast's back, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and glanced at the star field, grinning. At the next moment, Wuheng appeared before him. As the master of the star territory, it was naturally not difficult for him to traverse a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. He raised his hand, clenched it, and shouted, "Die." The power of this planet's territory was instantly mobilized, turning into invisible shackles that suddenly tightened Rolling's huge body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Rolling's round body was constantly shrinking. His mouth was wide open, and his teeth were clattering as if he was struggling against something. Xianxia also felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His entire body stiffened, and he couldn't move. He felt as if all his bones were being crushed by Wu Hong. It was indeed not a good thing to be too presumptuous in someone else's territory, but it was probably a little too late for Wu Hong to make a move now. If Wu Hong had been so decisive in the beginning, when Rolling Beast was still not a threat, he might have had a chance to win. But now, did he really think that he was a soft persimmon that he could pinch at will? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a secretive smile. Wu Heng's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the shackles he had imposed on them were being broken bit by bit as the black monster opened and closed its mouth to gnaw at them. No, it wasn't breaking, it was disappearing. Just like the cultivation star in front of him, the power of the star territory that he had mobilized was also being devoured. Voila! A vibration that came from the depths of his soul rang out. Rolling Yasuo's body suddenly returned to normal, and he regained his freedom of movement. You can do this? Wu Hong was absent-minded for a while. He had come here with the determination to deal with Yang Kai, because every second he delayed here, the Hung Luo star field's devouring power would go unchecked. The loss caused by the terrifying devouring speed was not something he could bear. He had originally made up his mind to directly kill Yang Kai and then return to continue the confrontation with the Hung Luo star field. Who would have thought that this plan would not be realized? That black spherical monster was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It could even devour the power of this star territory. And just as he was absent-minded, Rolling Beast suddenly rushed straight toward him. Its seemingly fat and bloated body showed unimaginable agility at this moment. When Wu Hong came back to his senses, a big mouth full of fangs appeared in front of him. Crack! The big mouth closed, and a large piece of the void disappeared. Wu Hong appeared in another position with cold sweat on his forehead. In that situation, just now, if he was not the master of this star territory and could freely travel through this void, he would have been killed. Yang Kai stood on Rolling Beast's back and laughed with one hand on his waist. This is your home. Why are you running? Hurry up and fight for 300 rounds. Let's hurt each other, you bastard. Don't be so arrogant, you little brat. Wu Hong suppressed a ball of fire in his heart, like a volcano that could erupt at any time, but he calmed down and was not disturbed by Yang Kai's words. But what he said was indeed right. This was his territory, his home. Yang Kai was a thief who had sneaked into his home. He, the master, came to deal with him, but not only did he not feel guilty, he even provoked him. This kind of thing could not be tolerated if it happened to anyone. Focusing his mind, Wu Hong stretched out his hand and grasped the void. Thousands of streams of light gathered and condensed into a spear in his hand. This was not an emperor artifact, but a manifestation of the power of the stars that filled this star field. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the world force of this star field. Of course, it was not the world force of the entire Great Desolate Star territory. Although Wu Hong was the master of the Great Desolate Star territory, it was not so simple to mobilize the power of the entire territory. This was something that Yang Kai could not do. Even so, the power contained in this spear was no small matter. At the very least, it condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers. This was something that could only be accomplished by the master of a star field with a simple wave of his hand. The spear was born, the lightning flashed, and the thunder died. The spear turned into a ferocious viper, condensing a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and instantly arrived in front of Rolling Beast. Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze, and his hair stood on end. If this shocking blow was a viper, then he seemed to have turned into a frog at this moment, suddenly encountering a natural enemy. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, facing this attack head-on was still quite tricky. Rolling Beast! Yang Kai lifted his foot and stomped Rolling Beast back. Rolling Beast suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the terrifying blow. A sneer hung on Wu Heng's face as he stared quietly at the pitch-black monster, but soon his smile disappeared. The scene of him killing his enemy with a single blow did not occur. The pitch-black monster's body only rolled violently a few times before a crack appeared on its back. Even the crack was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Wu Heng's eyes widened suddenly, almost suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. His attack, which had condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers, had been so easily dissolved. What the hell was this pitch-black monster? How could it possess such power? What Wu Heng did not know was that just as Rolling Beast swallowed that shocking blow, in Mysterious Small World, a stream of light flashed across the sky, almost penetrating the entire Mysterious Small World. This stream of light gave off a heaven-destroying aura that caused all the living beings in the Mysterious Small World to look up, unable to resist the urge to kneel down and worship it. As this stream of light passed by, it left a deep mark in the sky of the Mysterious Small World, as if it had been cut open. World Force was something that could only be resisted by World Force. Wu Heng's strike, which contained the power of the starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers, was indeed terrifying, but the sealed world bead was also a world of its own. The world principles and world energy contained in it were not much worse than in the star field, perhaps even better. The only difference was its size. Wu Heng wanting to destroy the Mysterious Small World with this attack was naturally wishful thinking. The Mysterious Small World was more than enough to swallow and digest his attack, and judging from the result, not only would it not cause much damage, it would also have a nourishing effect. Xianxia picked his ear with his little finger and mocked loudly. Such a soft attack. Are you trying to tickle me? Shut up. Wu Heng flew into a rage out of humiliation. But how could Xianxia allow him to do as he wished? He shouted even louder. We are both masters of the star territory. This young master really feels ashamed for you. If someone dared to act so presumptuously in my home, I would have beaten them so badly they wouldn't be recognized. Impudent. Xianxia sneered. I am impudent. If you have the guts, come and hit me. Even though he knew that Xianxia was trying to provoke him, Wu Heng could not bear it anymore, feeling his mind fluctuating violently as his eyes turned red. Although Xianxia's words were rampant, he was right about one thing. It was really shameful that he couldn't deal with a thief and robber in his own territory. So he no longer said anything, shook his arms, and a little fluorescent light appeared on each of his hands, gathering the power of the stars and turning it into a thunderous attack that blasted towards the rolling beast. Although he didn't know what the hell this giant black beast was, he instinctively felt that it was not as strong as it looked on the surface. Even if it could swallow his attacks, there should be a limit to it. The wounds on its back that were slowly healing were the best proof. It was not that he couldn't hurt it. It was just that the damage was not enough. Since it was not enough, then he would just add a little more. There would always be a blow that could completely crush it. The power of the stars came crashing down and was once again swallowed by the rolling beast. Suddenly, 2 more wounds opened on its back. The rolling beast suddenly became excited, and without Xianxia's instructions, it actually took the initiative to rush towards Wu Heng, as if it wanted to swallow him as well. How could Wu Heng wait helplessly for his death? Relying on the convenience of the Star Territory Master, his figure twisted and turned, avoiding the rolling beast's attack, while constantly gathering the power of the Star Territory between his hands and turning it into attacks. In an instant, the world inside the small sealed world suddenly changed. Streams of light streaked across the sky, as if it was a meteor shower, and the small sealed world was filled with lightning and thunder, as if doomsday was coming and the world was about to collapse. The hundreds of millions of creatures, regardless of their cultivation, were all trembling, prostrating themselves on the ground, begging the Master God for mercy. They didn't even know how they had offended the World Master who had appeared before. They only thought that it was the World Master's anger that caused the world to change. Above the sea, waves rose and fell, the ground in the wilderness cracked, and countless newly built buildings collapsed. In an instant, the peaceful world became full of danger and murderous intent. It made people feel more and more what it meant to have divine grace, as deep as the sea, and divine might as deep as a prison. Chapter 3186. Xianxia couldn't perceive any of this, or even if he did, there was no way he could stop it. Wu Hong was the master of the star territory, and in this great desolate star territory, he could exert godlike power. Xianxia had no chance of winning against him here, so the one who could fight now was not him, but Rolling Star. Rolling Star also lived up to his expectations. No matter how much power Wu Hong condensed from the star territory, it was all swallowed into his stomach. Two figures, one big and one small, shuttled back and forth in the star territory, chasing each other, making for an extremely lively scene. No, this can't go on, Wu Hong thought anxiously. Every moment he delayed here, a large part of the great desolate star territory would be swallowed up by the star field, and the shrinking of the star field would directly affect the power he could mobilize. If this continued, he would definitely lose. I can't believe I'll lose. Although this was only a possibility, Wu Hong still felt it was inconceivable. Before coming to find Xianxia, he never thought such a situation would occur. But his current situation was simply a dilemma. Xianxia also felt that something was wrong. He took some time to investigate Rolling Star's situation and finally discovered the changes in the small sealed world. Just like Rolling Star needed to rest and digest after swallowing 3 cultivation stars before, Wu Heng's attacks condensed from the power of stars were not so easy to swallow. Compared to directly swallowing a cultivation star, the pressure on Rolling Star was much greater. If this continued for a long time, the small sealed world would definitely not be able to withstand it. When that time came, Rolling Star would have to rest for a while and find an opportunity to digest the power of those stars. The two enemies had different concerns, but at this moment, they made the same choice, which was to rush towards the edge of the great desolate star territory. Wu Hong was in a hurry to go back to contain the Hung Luo star fields, devouring and drive away the robber Xianxia. Xianxia was in a hurry to take Rolling Stone to find a safe place to recuperate. The speed of both parties was extremely fast. Needless to say, Wu Hong was the master of the planet's territory. The distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers could be crossed with a single thought. Although Rolling's body was fat, every time he leaped, he could cross a terrifying distance. Coupled with Wu Heng's intentional or unintentional guidance, he had the ability to teleport. In less than an hour, the endless darkness was imprinted in his eyes. Soon, both parties arrived at the junction of the territory of the 2 big stars. Xianxia's spirit was shaken, and he immediately established a connection with the embodiment. Moreover, he could vaguely feel the power of the Hung Luo star field. Although he was still in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this place was considered the intersection of the 2 star territories, so the suppression was not so obvious. He couldn't help but laugh. There's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there's no door to hell. Wu Hong, I really have to thank you. When he finished speaking, he had already driven Rolling Stone past Wu Hong and rushed back to the Hung Luo star field. After sending away this strong enemy, Wu Hong was not happy but shocked. His heart sank, and he felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. The next moment, an extremely terrifying pushing force suddenly came from the endless darkness, which made him feel that it was difficult to resist. In the darkness, Xianxia's smiling face appeared clearly in his eyes. You are really the master of the star territory, Wu Hong exclaimed, and a strong sense of regret welled up in his heart. If he had known this, he would never have sent Xianxia back. Previously, he considered that Xianxia was not the master of the star territory, so he couldn't let him make trouble behind his back. Therefore, he wanted to send him away. In this way, he could concentrate on dealing with the pressure from the Hung Luo star field without any worries. But now, it seemed that this was a very bad move. Xianxia was really the master of the Hung Luo star field. However, Wu Hong couldn't figure it out, since he was the master of the Hung Luo star field, who was in charge of the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Could it be that there were 2 masters of the Hung Luo star field? But this was impossible. There is only one origin in the territory of the star. How could it be refined by 2 people? A very bold conjecture came to his mind. Wu Heng's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth. Doppelganger. Only in this way could he explain all his doubts. He must have a doppelganger that he could command at will. That was why he could continue to maintain the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The doppelganger technique was not a secret, nor was it difficult to practice. Many experts have practiced it before, but the ordinary doppelganger couldn't play a very powerful role. At most, it could only be used to spy on some dangers, so it seemed to be of little value. Moreover, practicing the secret technique required extremely precious materials and a lot of time. Under normal circumstances, no one would spend too much time on the doppelganger technique, and this secret technique was not used in a life-and-death battle. But now, it seemed that Xianxia's doppelganger was unbelievably powerful. Otherwise, he couldn't have activated the power of the entire Hung Luo star field. The darkness was like waves, spreading layer by layer. Large areas of the star field disappeared. Wu Hung retreated again and again. It was a complete defeat. Previously, when the doppelganger activated the origin in the territory of the star to devour, it was difficult for him to resist, and he could only try his best to stop it. Now that Xianxia had returned to the territory of the star, the doppelganger technique was naturally more powerful. In addition, the Great Desolate Star had lost a large area of the star field these days, and the Hung Luo star field's territory was expanding. Under these circumstances, Wu Hung was even less of a match for it. He couldn't stop it, absolutely couldn't stop it. Wu Heng's face was ashen. He had never thought that his sudden decision to devour an ownerless star territory would bring about such a disaster. He had just become the owner of the star territory. How could he exert such a powerful force? As the owner of the star territory, he should have the upper hand in this battle. But the fact was the opposite. Wu Heng's figure flashed, and he retreated 1,000,000 miles. In the darkness, Xianxia's condensed face stared at him quietly and said mockingly, "Run." Let's see where you can run after this young master devours the territory of the Great Desolate Star. He was extremely happy. No wonder Wu Hung had the idea of devouring the Hung Luo star field. After becoming the owner of the star territory, devouring the territory of another star gave him a great feeling of joy. He could clearly feel the change of the world's power while devouring. He had made up his mind to devour the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star and combine the two star territories into one. By then, he would be the owner of the two star territories. Facing his mockery, Wu Heng's face was as calm as water. He seemed to have accepted his fate, but his eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He suddenly took out a jade tablet from a space ring. The jade tablet was dotted with stars, as if there were countless stars on it. It was a brand that emitted an extremely mysterious aura. From 1,000,000 miles away, Xianxia saw this scene and couldn't help frowning. Although he wasn't close, he could feel that this jade tablet wasn't an artifact. What was he going to do with it at this time? Having said that, he didn't know what this jade tablet was, but it didn't look like an ordinary object. Wu Heng's expression was solemn as he formed a few mysterious seals with his hands, pointed his finger at the jade tablet, and then raised it high and shouted, "Star Envoy, please." Dots of fluorescent light suddenly emerged from the jade tablet, like hundreds of millions of fireflies flying out, converging into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight to the sky. Above Wu Heng's head, at the top of the pillar of light, a white light bloomed and gathered into a circle that covered an area of several kilometers. This circle was filled with complex patterns that rotated irregularly, dazzling anyone who saw it. Kaiyang, on the other hand, was startled because those patterns looked somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, Xianxia was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the spirit array he needed to arrange a space array that could cross territory? What the hell was this jade tablet? How could it construct such a pattern in an instant? The power of space fluctuated. Xianxia suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Combined with what Wu Hong shouted before and what he saw in front of him, Xianxia keenly felt that there seemed to be someone coming out of the pattern. Sure enough, in the dazzling light, a big foot suddenly stepped out of the large circular array, like a banished immortal descending from the sky, slowly revealing his figure. Xianxia stared with wide eyes and was surprised to find that it was a handsome man with a feathered crown on his head and a feathered fan. This man was as handsome as Jade, so handsome that it made Xianxia feel disgusted. There was a long sword hanging from his waist, which made him look like a Confucian hero. When he descended from the circular pattern, his eyes were closed. Wu Heng, on the other hand, stood there with a solemn expression and looked up. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, which flashed like lightning, as if he could see through all things. Wu Heng hurriedly lowered his head, as if looking at this man any longer would be disrespectful. On the other hand, Kai Yang felt the hairs on his body stand on end as a great pressure descended upon his heart. Xianxia didn't know much about Wu Heng's true strength and estimated that he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, but he had seen many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters before, so he didn't feel any pressure facing him. However, this man with a feathered crown who descended from the sky made his breath catch, and this was under the premise that this man wasn't deliberately targeting him. There was only one kind of person who could make him feel this way. This man isn't from the Emperor Realm. He's one of the great emperors. Which great emperors are they? The names of the great emperors kept flashing through Xianxia's mind, but he found that none of them matched this man. What made him feel even stranger was that Wu Heng was able to summon him. What did he mean by inviting an emissary just now? Star Soul Palace also had the title of emissary. Xiao Yang was a Golden Star emissary, but it wasn't a position in Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yang's position in Star Soul Palace was an elder. The so-called emissary was a title established in the entire Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries were mainly responsible for communicating and reconciling the conflicts between the various sects in the Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries also held other positions in Star Soul Palace. The two were independent, but did not conflict with each other. This star emissary obviously wasn't from Star Soul Palace. The Bright Moon Great Emperors were only SOSO. No, he seemed to be a little worse than the Bright Moon Great Emperors, but Xianxia's experience was limited, so he didn't know what the difference was. Master! Wu Heng cupped his fists and saluted. The man with the feathered crown looked down at him and said lightly, Wu Heng, yes. Chapter 31, 87. How dare you? The man with the feathered crown bellowed. His voice made Wu Heng tremble as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale. Master, please forgive me. Wu Heng lowered his head even more. Something urgent has happened. I have no choice but to ask Master to come here. The man with the feathered crown said, You are the master of this star territory. What can't you handle? Wu Heng raised his hand. Master, please look over there. The man with the feathered crown looked in the direction of Wu Heng's finger and saw the boundless darkness hundreds of thousands of miles away. He also saw Xianxia's face in the darkness. He couldn't help but lower his eyes. In a flash, he knew the truth of the matter. When they looked at each other, Xianxia was shocked. He almost couldn't maintain his projection. He was frightened. This man was indeed one of the great emperors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such pressure at first glance. Even the darkness was slightly hindered and slowed down. Wu Heng said sorrowfully, Master, this man and I have some grudges. He wants to swallow the territory of the great desolate star. He doesn't care about billions of creatures. I'm not his match. Master, please help me. The man with the feathered crown didn't respond. His eyes looking at Xianxia became sharper, as if they could penetrate the barrier between the two-star territory and see into Xianxia's heart. Instantly, Xianxia had a feeling of being stabbed at his back. He subconsciously urged the power of the star territory to push the darkness forward and block the prying eyes. How dare you? Seeing this, the man with the feathered crown shouted. He seemed to blame Xianxia for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth and for hiding his secret. While he was talking, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and gently slashed forward. It was a silent and very simple slash, but it rolled up the power of the entire territory of the great desolate star and erected an invisible barrier in front of the boundless darkness. Xianxia felt as if he had slammed his head into a wall and suddenly felt a little dizzy. No matter what he did, he couldn't push the darkness any further. He couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of person was this? How could he accomplish such a feat with just a wave of his hand? He instinctively felt that this wasn't the power of the man with the feathered crown. Even if he was really one of the great emperors, he would be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, not to mention using the power of the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The master of the Grand Desolation Star domain was Wu Heng, but what Wu Heng couldn't do, he could easily do. Now, it seemed that not only was he not rejected by the laws of heaven and earth of the star domain in the lower planes, but he was also able to manipulate the power of the star domain better than Wu Heng. He was more like a star domain master than Wu Heng. Now he was in big trouble. Such a guy appeared out of nowhere and didn't seem to have a good impression of him. Instead, he seemed to be hostile. How would he solve this matter? Xianxia didn't even know what the relationship between him and Wu Heng was. But from the fact that Wu Heng summoned him here, there might be some relationship between them. After the man with the feathered crown stopped the devouring of the Hung Luo star field with one slash, Wu Heng's face suddenly showed an imperceptible joy. He thought that was a wise choice to summon the master here at the risk of being blamed. Only he could stop his territory from being devoured. But it was not enough. Wu Heng carefully observed his expression and said, "Master, this boy is arrogant, ignorant, and rude." He devoured the boundless star field of the territory of the Great Desolate Star and destroyed many cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, causing countless lives to be lost. Please punish him severely, master. The man with the feathered crown glanced at him coldly. His eyes were emotionless. Wu Heng's face suddenly stiffened. He couldn't say a word of the words he had prepared. He had hoped to use the master's authority to make Xianxia return the star field he had devoured. But now he understood that the authority of a tiger was not so easy to use. Even if he summoned this master, he would be forced to stop Xianxia from continuing to devour, but he would never stand up for him for no reason. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that even he would be punished. After all, as the master of a territory of the Great Desolate Star, he didn't defend his territory well. As a result, he lost a large part of his territory when fighting with others. He could only blame himself for being incompetent. Go back. The man with the feathered crown looked at the darkness in the distance and shouted. Although his voice was calm, his tone was unquestionable. Xianxia's mind was in a trance, as if he had been affected by something. He actually had the thought of turning around and running away. The darkness that couldn't move forward was tumbling because of the fluctuation of his mind. A cool feeling spread in his knowledge sea, shaking his spirit. The tumbling darkness stabilized again. It turned out that the rainbow soul-warming lotus had taken effect at the critical moment. He was shocked. He didn't know why, but he felt that this man was more powerful than all the great emperors he had seen. Such a strong man shouldn't be unknown, but why couldn't he match up with any of the great emperors? Suddenly, he remembered a sentence he had heard before. There are more than 10 great emperors in the world. Suddenly, everything became clear. After calming down, Xianxia said in a clear voice, "Dare I ask Master's name?" No matter what this man's background was, he was not someone he could compete with now. Even if he relied on the strength of the Star Territory's master, it would not be enough. It might be a good ending for this matter to be left unsettled. Anyway, he had already annexed a lot of star field in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Although he couldn't swallow the entire Great Desolate Star territory, the anger in his heart had already been vented. Xianxia was also mentally prepared to stop while he was ahead. He asked this question out of curiosity. He wanted to know the name of such a strong man. Perhaps in the future, he would have a chance to deal with him. It would be good to form a good relationship with him. You're asking me? The man with the feathered crown stared at Xianxia indifferently, but his eyes were empty. Nothing in the world could withstand his gaze. Yes, Xianxia frowned. Master, please enlighten me. You don't deserve to know. The man with the feathered crown responded indifferently. He raised his hand impolitely and said, "Go back. If you dare to do this again, I will kill you without mercy." Suddenly, an irresistible force came from the front. That force was invisible, But Yonkai seemed to see a huge wave coming toward him. If he didn't retreat, he would be smashed into pieces. If Wu Heng had such power, he would have lost in the confrontation. How could he be so free in the territory of the great desolate star? At this time, the wisest thing to do was to take the opportunity to retreat. Although that force was fierce, as long as Yonkai returned to his Hung Luo star field, he would be safe. However, the man with the feathered crown's arrogant attitude and disdainful tone made Yonkai angry. Yonkai thought that his tone was polite and his attitude was good. He had already planned to settle things peacefully, but who would have thought that his modesty would become the reason for the other party's arrogance? Suddenly, a heroic and unyielding spirit welled up in Yonkai's heart. He communicated with the Hung Luo star field and urged the power of the territory of the great desolate star to condense the boundless darkness into an impregnable defense. Hong, a loud noise was heard, and layers of ripples appeared in the darkness, spreading wildly in all directions. The man with the feathered crown raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look. Although he just waved his hand casually, his identity was still there. This wave of his hand had condensed the power of the entire territory of the great desolate star. He thought it would be enough to repel Yonkai, but instead, it aroused his courage to resist. Wu Heng was surprised at first, but then he was happy. He was surprised that Yonkai had the courage to challenge this master. Did he really not know the origin of this master? Wu Heng was happy that Yonkai had recklessly offended him, so he was afraid that he would suffer a lot. The darkness shook and rolled, and the huge projection condensed by Yonkai was also wavering, as if it would collapse at any time, but in the end, it slowly stabilized, and with a dignified expression, he said, "How am I not worthy?" Hearing this, Wu Heng almost laughed out loud. This brat really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to challenge this master. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have fanned the flames. As long as he waited for the situation to develop, this master would naturally deal with him. He could already imagine himself sitting on the territory of the great desolate star and becoming the master of the great desolate star territory. This aura, the man with the feathered crown suddenly frowned, his eyes searching the boundless darkness. "What kind of secret art do you practice?" Yonkai's heart skipped a beat as he secretly cursed. Although he was using the power of the entire great desolate star's territory to stimulate the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art and didn't cultivate it himself, this secret art was, after all, created by Wukong and was a first-class evil secret art. If it fell into the eyes of someone with ill intentions, it wouldn't end well. Regardless of whether or not he had used this secret art to do evil, just using the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art was a great sin. This man with the feathered crown was able to detect a trace of the heaven-devouring great emperor's secret art in the darkness. His eyes were really sharp. Yonkai naturally wouldn't follow his words and instead changed the subject, shouting, "How am I not worthy?" The darkness seemed to become more violent due to the ups and downs of his mood, seemingly wanting to break through the shackles and continue to devour him. Interesting. The man with the feathered crown nodded slightly and suddenly shook his sword, thrusting it straight forward. His whole body turned into a stream of light, merging with the sword and traversing hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, stabbing into the darkness with his sword. Yonkai's whole body shook, and the huge projection could no longer be maintained, collapsing with a loud bang. He was now using his mind to communicate with the Hung Luo star field, turning into boundless darkness to devour the star field. Although the man with the feathered crown stabbed into the darkness, it was also the same as stabbing into his body. His mind shook and his consciousness returned to where his main body was, only to feel a splitting headache, as if his head was about to explode. His eyes were filled with stars, and he couldn't focus his vision. In his knowledge sea, the sword Qi rampaged, rolling up monstrous waves in his knowledge sea. The rainbow soul-warming lotus rotated, and a rainbow-colored light enveloped his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged divine sense. Yonkai felt a little better as a cool feeling came over him. He looked up, and a chill rushed straight to his head. The man with the feathered crown was standing not far in front of him, but he didn't even look at him. Instead, he was looking at the rolling stone beside him with burning eyes. Chapter 31:88. From a moment the feathered crown man appeared until now, his demeanor was extremely cold, and his eyes were empty and indifferent, as if he didn't put anyone or anything in this world in his eyes. Only now did the appearance of Rolling Stone arouse his interest. Xianxia clearly saw a desire for possession in this man's eyes. Rolling Stone was the manifestation of the mysterious small world's world will, and could also be regarded as the artifact spirit of the sealed world bead. But after swallowing 5 or 6 cultivation stars, its body had become extremely large, and it had even grown a large mouth and a long tail, making it look like a fat tadpole. Its birth was a coincidence that Xianxia had never expected before. These days, when he was like a fish in water on great desolate stars territory, he had considered a problem. Whether the existence of Rolling Stone or the changes in the mysterious small world conflicted with the existence of Hung Luo Starfield for him. He was the master of Hung Luo Starfield and the master of the mysterious small world, so he was the master of 2 worlds. However, it was impossible to bite off more than one could chew, and the path of cultivation paid particular attention to this. Naturally, the more worlds one owned, the better. If he wanted to comprehend world force, he could do so with the help of the Hung Luo star field. And to some extent, the mysterious small world was not comparable to an entire star territory. Therefore, the existence of these 2 worlds seemed to be a bit repetitive to him, and one of them would sooner or later become useless. But at this moment, seeing the eyes of the feathered crown man, Xianxia immediately understood that he was wrong. The Hung Luo star field and the mysterious small world did not conflict, and the mysterious small world was not inferior to an entire star territory. In fact, in some territories he did not know, the value of mysterious small world was far greater than that of star territory. Otherwise, why would this feathered crown man show such an expression? Xianxia stepped in front of the feathered crown man, causing him to lower his eyes, seemingly a little angry. But soon, the anger in his eyes disappeared, and he asked, "Is this mysterious small world yours?" Xianxia naturally knew that he was not asking about the Hung Luo star field, but the mysterious small world. With his vision, it was not surprising that he could see through the essence of Rolling Stone at a glance. But it would be strange if he could not. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? If it isn't, then I'll take it. If it is, then I'll take it too. Then what are you asking? Xianxia frowned. The man with the feathered crown shook his head and said, "Of course I have to ask. Even though I'm stronger than you, I won't take it by force." "What? What do you want to exchange with me?" "Not bad." The man with the feathered crown nodded. "This small world is of great use to me. Name your price." "Don't worry that I won't be able to afford it." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. It's also very useful to me." Although he didn't quite understand why the other party was so enthusiastic about rolling. How could Xianxia exchange it for any benefits? Not to mention that it might be of great use in the future. Even if it was useless, Xianxia would not exchange it with this feathered crown man. It would only be a waste to leave it in your hands. How is that a waste? Xianxia's face sank. There should be a limit to looking down on others. He didn't deny that the other party was stronger than him, but there was also a huge gap between their cultivation years. If it weren't for some scruples, Xianxia would have said, "Don't bully a poor youth." But thinking about it, he was no longer young and had long since left the category of youth, so he gave up. "Boy, you should have some self-awareness," the feathered crown man impatiently said. He looked at Xianxia as if it was an honor for him to have taken a fancy to Xianxia's things. "If you want to exchange with this king, I won't let you suffer a loss. This king can make the decision to give the neighboring star's territory to you. You can refine and devour it to your heart's content and even hand over the star's source to you." With just a few words, the fate of the great desolate star's territory was decided. Xianxia wondered what Wu Hong would think if he heard this. Xianxia shook his head. "No." The man with the feathered crest said, "Within 10 years, I will help you break through to the Third Order Emperor realm. Yang Kai stared at him. What's wrong, sir? Are you trying to take it by force? Even if this man was really a great emperor, Yang Kai had seen great emperors before and had even fought alongside great emperors. So how could he be intimidated by this man's might? If he provoked him, he would transform into a 200-meter-long dragon and let this man know what it means to have a dragon's pressure as vast as the sea. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The man with the feathered crest's face sank, obviously angry. He felt that he was being sincere, as even he would have to pay a huge price for a star's territory and a Third Order Emperor realm breakthrough within 10 years. All he wanted was a small world, but he didn't expect the other party to refuse so readily. Yang Kai grinned. I won't accept a toast or a forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the vast star field crazily pressed down on the man with the feathered crest. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Although he hadn't been in contact with this man for long, Yang Kai could tell that this guy wasn't a patient person, since he had made up his mind not to exchange the small sealed world with him. Sooner or later, he would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Instead of passively waiting to be beaten, it was better to take the initiative and perhaps have the strength to fight back. In an instant, the space around the man with the feathered crest turned into a solid cage. Space force fluctuated and entangled as void cracks swam around the man like fish. Although Yang Kai was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master now, in this Hung Luo star field, he was the master of heaven and earth. Even if the other party was really a great emperor's, bearing the power of the entire territory would not be easy. Looking closely, Yang Kai's heart jumped, and he was dumbfounded, almost suspecting that he was seeing things. He saw that although the man with the feathered crest was full of flaws, his surroundings were not affected at all. The power of the star territory that Yang Kai had mobilized couldn't press down on him at all, only lingering around him. The man with the feathered crest was wearing a treasure robe that was blooming with starlight, blocking all the power outside. His expression was also slightly startled at this time, probably not expecting Yang Kai to be so bold as to attack him. He was so angry that he laughed. You court death. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action, the man with the feathered crest would have just taken it by force at most. After all, the master of the star territory couldn't be killed just because he said so. After all, his duties did not allow him to do so. Otherwise, others would be able to use his weakness against him, and he would have endless troubles in the future. Since Yang Kai took the initiative to provoke him, he might as well kill him, and no one would say anything. Slowly raising his hand, Yang Kai instantly became vigilant, as if he was facing a great enemy. The man with the feathered crest drew the sword at his waist and fiercely slashed forward, shouting, "Break!" An invisible but extremely mysterious power burst out, not harming Yang Kai at all, but causing him to tremble and cry out in alarm. How is this possible? This was always the line that his opponents used, and at this moment he finally understood how his opponents felt when they said this. Unbelievable, beyond imagination, completely incomprehensible. The man with the feathered crest sword had actually severed the connection between him and the Hung Luo star field. It had to be known that Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort to refine the star source of the Hung Luo star field, becoming the master of this star territory. This kind of refining had formed a connection that went deep into his soul, and unless someone could kill Yang Kai, it would not be severed. But under the power of the man with the feathered crest sword, this impossible had become possible. The surging power of the star territory was suddenly dispersed. Yang Kai tried to communicate with the star, but he could not get any response from it. There seemed to be a pair of shackles that had locked up the star source of the entire star territory, causing his advantage as the master of the star territory to disappear. You actually dare to attack me. The man with the feathered crest slashed out with his sword, but did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a mocking expression. This king is the Star Court's emissary, in charge of thousands of star territory. You actually dare to attack me? Star Court. Yang Kai's expression changed. This was really a mysterious name that he had not heard for a long time. He knew about the existence of the Star Court. It was said that after the War of Emperors, the surviving great emperors created it in order to prevent something like Wukong from happening again. Its purpose was to seal and suppress the passage to the star territory of the lower star territory and to protect and monitor the creatures in the lower star territory. The Star Court would not take the initiative to intervene in the matters of the star territory. They would let them live and die on their own. But if another Wukong appeared, the Star Court would definitely take action in time. The Star Court was extremely mysterious, and not many people in the entire star boundary knew of its existence. Xianxia wanted to return to the Hung Luo star field back then, so he asked around. Someone told him that he could go to any star territory through the Star Court. But that person did not tell Xianxia where the Star Court was. Xianxia was able to return to the Hung Luo star field because of Wukong. If Wukong had not used the power of the Dragon Palace to forcefully break open the Void Passage, he was afraid that he would really have to go to the Star Court to look for a way out. There were many powerhouses in the Star Court, and there was always a great emperor overseeing it all year round. It was said that the one overseeing the Star Court these years was the Iron Blood Great Emperor. No wonder this feathered man could cut off his connection with the Hung Luo star field with a single sword strike, causing his biggest reliance to lose its effect. Since the other party was an emissary from the Star Court and was in charge of the star territory, it was natural for him to have this ability. The treasured clothes on his body and the sword at his waist were probably specially made for the star territory of the lower star territory. They could protect him from or reduce the rejection of the laws of heaven and earth when he went deep into the star territory. Xianxia had a feeling that this person was not stronger than the other great emperors, but because of his identity and the environment he was in, he gave him this illusion. Oh, you don't know about the existence of the Star Court. The feathered man observed Xianxia carefully before nodding. So that's how it is. You've only become the Star Territory's lord not long ago. No wonder you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, any Star Territory's lord who became the Star Territory's lord would have to register with the Star Court and have their own dossier. Wu Hung was like this, and so were the other Star Territory's lords. Every Star Territory's lord was a powerhouse from a star boundary, and it was impossible to become a Star Territory's lord without a 3-layer Emperor Realm Lord. They had to go through the Star Court in advance and obtain the qualifications to refine the Star Territory. Once they succeeded, they would naturally report it to the Star Court, create a dossier, and leave their name. This was a kind of restriction, but also a kind of responsibility. Chapter 3189. In other words, the Masters of Star Territory were also subject to the jurisdiction and restrictions of the Star Court, so they couldn't do whatever they wanted in their own territory. Otherwise, if a Star Territory Master wanted to, he could completely destroy the entire territory. And this man with the feathered crown was, to some extent, the direct superior of Xianxia and the other Star Territory Masters. Otherwise, Wu Hung, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, would not have had to be so subservient to this man. Xianxia knew nothing about this matter, so he had directly bypassed the Star Court to refine the Hung Luo star field. So naturally, he couldn't be in awe of this man. The man with the feathered crown raised his sword above his head, his figure suddenly becoming as majestic as a mountain. It wasn't that his figure had grown bigger, but rather that his aura had soared into the sky and surged through the stars. Boy, since your cultivation has not been easy, quickly hand over your small world, and this king may spare your life. Xianxia resolutely shouted, wishful thinking. Boy, you court death. A cold light flashed in the feathered crown man's eyes as he slashed down with his sword, its blade glowing with unfathomable power. In an instant, the only thing left in the world was this sword. It wasn't a particularly powerful move, just a casual wave of his hand, but it seemed to be able to seal off all of Xianxia's escape routes, making him feel like he couldn't avoid it. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk with a flash of light, the sword froze in place. Xianxia put his palms together and raised them high, clamping the sword above his head. A few strands of black hair were cut off and turned to dust by the invisible sword qi. The feathered crown man was slightly surprised, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to be able to block his sword. Even Wu Heng would have to stretch out his neck to take this blow, but this boy didn't seem to be as strong as Wu Heng, so how could he come out unscathed? But he didn't care too much about it, and simply pressed the sword down with more force. Yang Kai instantly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head, and this weight was constantly increasing, as if it wouldn't stop until he was flattened. When he raised his eyes to look over, he saw the man with the feathered crown looking at him with a ridiculing expression, and he seemed to be appreciating the struggle of an ant. Yang Kai's left eye instantly turned into a dignified vertical eye. From the vertical eye, a long saber pierced through the air and slashed towards the feathered crown man's head. A Soul Emperor artifact. The feathered man's eyes lit up, not being affected by the demon eye of annihilation at all, instantly understanding the essence of the soul-splitting blade. Emperor artifacts were not rare in Yang Kai's eyes, but Soul Emperor artifacts were rarer. Of course, although the soul-splitting saber was extraordinary, it was not to the extent that Yang Kai coveted it. What he really cared about was the sealed world bead, which would be of great benefit to his cultivation. He was just curious as to why this young man had so many good items in his possession. An ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't have such wealth. With a stir of his divine sense, he laid down a layer of defense in front of his knowledge sea. Hong. A trembling sound rang out from the depths of his soul, and the hurriedly laid down defense did not have the slightest effect. A pure attack transformed into the shape of a long saber and cut a long gully in his knowledge sea, as if it wanted to split it in two. In an instant, his knowledge sea rose and fell violently. The feathered crown man let out a muffled groan as a tingling sensation came from his head. A simple soul-splitting saber might not be able to cause him any harm. At his level of cultivation, it was very difficult for him to be hurt by external objects, but the soul-splitting saber combined with the heaven-shattering slash was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It had been many years since the last time he used the soul-splitting saber. Over the years, Yang Kai had been using his divine sense to nourish the soul-splitting saber, accumulating a terrifying amount of power. At this moment, he used the heaven-shattering slash secret technique imparted to him by Tianyin, and sure enough, it was effective. Little brat. The feathered crown man's face instantly turned ferocious as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He never thought that he would actually suffer a loss in front of this brat. He thought that this brat was just an ant he could easily crush, but who would have thought that he would be bitten by this ant? Hong. A huge fist suddenly appeared in front of the feathered crown man's eyes, and an earth-shattering force rushed towards him. The feathered crown man's body suddenly shot out like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai withdrew his fist and stood up straight. At some unknown time, his body had transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with dragon horns on his head and a dragon tail on his back. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, giving him an insufferably majestic appearance. "You old dog, are you done calling me little brat?" Before his voice fell, a cold light flashed as the feathered crown man became one with his sword and rushed forward from tens of thousands of kilometers away, slashing his sword towards Yang Kai's dragon head. Yang Kai's dragon claw reached out and grabbed the long sword. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out, and sparks flew everywhere as the dragon scales cracked. Yang Kai gripped his sword tightly, not caring about the damage the sharp sword qi was causing him, allowing the unparalleled sword qi to rush into his body and wreak havoc. At the same time, Yang Kai's other dragon claw formed a series of seals with one hand, and a mysterious principal energy immediately surged. "This is..." The feathered crown man's eyes drooped. At this moment, he actually felt as if time had stopped flowing, causing his 5 senses to produce an illusion. Time principle. Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttling dream. Yang Kai pressed his palm towards him with a solemn expression. Flowing time, Great Emperor's shuttling seal. The Feathered Crown Man's expression changed slightly for the first time, and he actually recognized the name of this divine technique. Obviously, he recognized this divine technique of the flowing time, Great Emperor's Great Emperors. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, but it quickly turned into determination, and he retreated. But it was already too late. Xianxia's palm pressed down, and the flowing time Great Emperor's withering glory completely enveloped him. Xianxia frowned and looked up, only to see a few dozen kilometers away the Feathered Crown Man's body flickering with light, resisting the corrosion of the principles of time. It only took a moment for him to disappear. Separated by a few dozen kilometers, the Feathered Crown Man carefully sized up Xianxia for the first time. He had a half-dragon body and had even cultivated the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling seal. Just where did this boy come from? Although the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling seal he displayed was only a fraction of the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling seal. Compared to the Great Emperor's, it involved the extremely mysterious time principle. If he hadn't retreated quickly just now, he would have suffered some minor injuries. That injury wasn't unbearable, but once it was corroded by the principles of time, he would have to pay a price to get rid of it. As the son of a rich family, he wasn't willing to pay the price he could afford. Boy, what's your name? The Feathered Crown Man stared at Xianxia with a hint of caution. If it was just the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling seal, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor had fallen many years ago. Even if he had obtained the mantle of the flowing time Great Emperor by chance, he was just a lucky man, not enough to make the Feathered Crown Man fear him. However, that 200-meter body gave him an extraordinary feeling. Obviously, it was only a half-dragon body, but it made him feel like he was facing a real dragon. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who could cultivate a half-dragon body to such an extent. You're asking me? Xianxia grinned at him, his left hand gripping the long sword so tightly that blood dripped down. When the Feathered Crown Man retreated just now, although he wanted to take the long sword with him, how could he let him succeed with Xianxia's brute strength? As such, he simply left the sword behind. When the Feathered Crown Man heard this, he suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly said, "Forget it. This king doesn't want to. You don't deserve to know this young master's name." Xianxia laughed loudly, a look of arrogance on his face, as if he had finally gotten his revenge. The Feathered Crown Man's face darkened. How could he not know that Xianxia was deliberately returning his words? His expression suddenly sank as he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Sword, come!" Although his long sword had been left behind by Xianxia, it was his artifact and was connected to his mind, so Xianxia couldn't really take it away. With just a thought, he could take back the long sword, which was why he had retreated without hesitation just now. Hearing this order, the long sword in Xianxia's hand immediately began to vibrate, desperately trying to break free from Xianxia's control. The sword chi wildly swam about and drilled into Xianxia's arm, destroying his flesh and meridians. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk bloody holes appeared on Xianxia's arm one after another, from which sword chi flowed freely. However, Xianxia gritted his teeth and refused to let go, his face contorting with pain like a demon. The Feathered Crown Man watched this scene and sneered. An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourself. There's an ox flying in the sky. Xianxia looked up at him, a pair of eyes shining brightly under his thick black eyebrows. The Feathered Crown Man was startled, thinking that Xianxia had used some kind of trick again, but when he looked up, he saw nothing. Xianxia smiled and said, "You're bragging to death." The Feathered Crown Man was stunned for a moment before recovering, the corners of his eyes twitching as he changed his hand seal again and shouted, "Sword, come!" In an instant, Xianxia's 5 fingers released sword chi, releasing a dazzling sword chi. It was as if what he was holding was not a sword, but stars that were about to explode. The sharp sword chi was so sharp that even his dragon transformation could not resist it, cutting off pieces of his flesh, revealing his white bones. "Father won't give it to you." Kai Yang roared. His voice was like a deafening dragon's roar. Looking around, his eyes lit up, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Raleigh. Ruthlessly, he threw the sword directly into Raleigh's mouth. Rolling stones swallowed the sword and then closed its mouth, its huge body suddenly beginning to expand and contract violently. The feathered crown man was furious, never having expected that in such a battle, his artifact would be snatched away. A thick sense of shame filled his heart, and he could not wait to grind Yang Kai's bones into dust to vent his anger. Satisfying. Kai Yang's left hand drooped down, his arm a complete mess. He didn't even have the strength to lift it up. The flesh on his palm had been completely obliterated, leaving behind only white bones. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of pain on his face, only wild joy. Exchanging his arm for his opponent's long sword, this trade was not a loss. You die here. The feathered crown man no longer paid any attention to his long sword. Now that it had been swallowed by rolling stone, even if he had the means to reach the heavens, he would not be able to retrieve it immediately. It was tantamount to being banished to another space, causing the connection between him and his sword to become extremely weak. Chapter 3190. However, how could his cultivation stop at just a single sword? Even if his artifact was taken away, he still had 100 ways to kill this boy in front of him. Yang Kai stretched out his little finger and picked at his ear, casually saying, "My ears are growing calluses from hearing these words. If you have the ability, why don't you fucking kill me right now?" "As you wish." The feathered man's furious expression suddenly calmed down, and he took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Yang Kai like a ghost, clenching his fist and raising his thumb towards Yang Kai's huge head. This move of his was not fast. On the contrary, it was extremely slow, almost like a tortoise crawling. In a battle between masters, every breath was the key to victory. But this youth seemed to be doing the opposite, his posture relaxed and carefree, as if he was about to crush a bug to death. Yang Kai felt as if he was facing a great enemy. Seeing his opponent's thumb pressing towards his forehead, he felt as if he had been struck by a body lock curse, his entire body becoming stiff and unable to move. As his fist approached inch by inch, Yang Kai could clearly see space collapsing around him. If this move were to land on his forehead, his head would likely explode. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and let out a series of dragon roars, shaking the surrounding stars. A violent force burst out from his mouth, causing the feathered man's robes and hair to flutter wildly. Inside his knowledge sea, it was as if a giant dragon was flying, causing the sea to tumble, diverting his attention. Dragon breath. The feathered man's eyebrows jumped, feeling even more incredulous. Although the dragon race was rare and had not appeared for a long time, he had once dealt with a dragon race in his early years, so he had some understanding of the dragon race. Dragon race were proficient in using dragon breath, but this was not a secret technique, but a divine technique of the dragon race. The power of dragon breath was not inferior to top secret techniques in the slightest, and because it was a divine technique, it was extremely convenient to use. This was the advantage of being born a divine spirit, something that other creatures could never hope to achieve. As soon as Yang Kai opened his mouth, the feathered man immediately felt the power of the dragon breath. Moreover, this dragon breath was extremely pure, as if it was the breath of a real dragon race. The dragon race he met a few years ago had just reached adulthood and only had a level 9 dragon bloodline. The dragon breath he spat out was not as powerful as this kid in front of him. What was going on? Even if he had cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon body, he shouldn't have been able to spit out such a dragon breath. There were countless secret techniques related to the dragon race in the Star Boundary, but there was absolutely no secret technique that could achieve this level. His thumb stopped 3 inches away from Yang Kai's forehead, and he couldn't press it any further. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned. "So you're not completely unsuppressed." He finally realized that even if this guy was an emissary of the Star Court and was in charge of the territory of thousands of stars, he couldn't do whatever he wanted after coming to the territory of the lower planes. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he had snatched his sword. In short, this feathered man couldn't display his full strength at this moment. Xianxia's confidence greatly increased. Although the connection between him and Hong Luo Star Field had been severed by the sword, and he couldn't take advantage of the various advantages of being the master of this territory, he still had one advantage over his enemy. He wasn't suppressed in the slightest in this star territory, and even the laws of heaven and earth no longer rejected his existence. He could use his strength as he wished, provided that he didn't care about the damage he would cause. Facing a suppressed enemy in his peak state, even if this person was a great emperor's, there was nothing to be afraid of. Then why are you acting so arrogant in front of me? Suddenly, an object appeared in Xianxia's right hand. It was a small bell, and as soon as it appeared, it grew bigger and bigger, reaching a height of several dozen feet. Xianxia grabbed the bell by its ear, as if he was holding a brick, and fiercely smashed it towards the feathered man's forehead. The feathered man was startled as he felt an indescribable suppressive force enveloping him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't escape. At this time, it was too late for him to withdraw and retreat. Just as Xianxia said, without the sword, he was restrained in this star territory, so he couldn't display his full strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a bad state. Steeling his heart, he urged all his strength and pressed his stiff thumb towards Xianxia's forehead. He had hoped that Xianxia would retreat in the face of difficulties and avoid a mutual destruction, but unexpectedly, Xianxia had no intention of stopping. The big bell whistled and smashed into his head, producing a deafening sound. The feathered man only felt a burst of dizziness and was sent flying again. The treasured robe on his body flashed wildly, and if it weren't for the protection of this treasure robe, the consequences would have been dire. Xianxia's dragon head also jerked backwards, and his entire neck seemed to have been broken. It was strangely bent at a 90-degree angle, and his towering mountain-like body stiffened in place, not moving for a long time. Schwa. The feathered man returned, a look of lingering fear on his face, and his face was slightly pale. Although the treasured robe on his body had helped to offset most of the damage, the pure strength of his body was unable to withstand it. His internal organs were still tumbling, and the taste of blood was still in his throat. Looking at the 200-foot dragon in front of him, a complex expression appeared on his face. If someone had told him before that there was someone in this star territory who could injure him, he would never have believed it. But now someone had really done it. His eyes turned to the big bell in Xianxia's right hand and saw vivid images of flowers, birds, fish, beasts, mountains, and rivers flowing endlessly, exuding an extremely ancient and desolate aura, as if it had crossed time and space from the barbaric era. The mountains and rivers bell. The feathered man's eyes narrowed before he became ecstatic. This was actually the mountains and rivers bell. This was an extremely famous treasure from the ancient era. The Yuan Ding great emperors had relied on the mountains and rivers bell to become great emperors, so its value could be imagined. However, with the end of the War of Emperors and the death of the Yuan Ding great emperors, the mountains and rivers bell had disappeared. He had heard that someone had obtained the mountains and rivers bell in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago, but he didn't know the specific information. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he realize that this little brat in front of him was the lucky one who had obtained the mountains and rivers bell. No wonder even he couldn't resist the power of that smash. This was the mountains and rivers bell, not an ordinary emperor artifact. Even the great emperors would benefit greatly from it. In other words, it was not Xianxia who had injured him, but the power of the mountains and rivers bell. The sound of the bell could suppress the mountains and rivers, and the Emperor Aura could change the world. Who didn't know of its illustrious name? He had made the right choice this time. Not only could he obtain a small world, but he could also obtain the mountains and rivers bell. With his treasure, He would no longer need to worry about not being able to become one of the 10 great emperors in the future. If the small sealed world gave him the feeling of greed, then he was determined to obtain the mountains and rivers bell. This thing was much more precious than a small world, even though that small world looked extraordinary. Even with his temperament, his lips were dry at this moment. He licked his lips and reached out to grab the mountains and rivers bell. As soon as he touched it, a wonderful feeling surged throughout his body, giving him a sense of sublimation. He became more aware of the mountains and rivers bell's extraordinariness, making him even more determined to obtain it. He stretched out his hand and pulled, but the mountains and rivers bell didn't move. Xianxia, the sound of bones dislocating rang out. The feathered man was slightly surprised. When he looked up, he saw that Xianxia's head, which should have been broken, had turned back. There was a bloody hole in his forehead, and golden blood was flowing out, dyeing his cheeks golden yellow. You? The feathered man was shocked. Xianxia had taken his divine technique head-on, but he was still fine? I'm not dead yet, bastard. Xianxia suddenly exerted force, and the feathered man was caught off guard, allowing him to take back the mountains and rivers bell. Then, Xianxia turned the bell around and pressed it down on his head, shouting, "Suppress." In an instant, the flowers, fish, birds, beasts, mountains, and rivers on the bell seemed to have come alive, and a more terrifying suppressive force than before enveloped the void. The feathered man seemed to be unable to react and was directly covered by the mountains and rivers bell. Xianxia was not happy, but shocked. He looked to the side and saw that the feathered man had appeared at some point and was looking at him with a frown. What he had just suppressed was just an afterimage. Suppress, suppress, suppress. Xianxia simply threw out the mountains and rivers bell and made a hand gesture to control it. The mouth of the bell was dark like the mouth of a fierce beast, and it was about to swallow the feathered man. The feathered man's figure drifted, moving back and forth in the void without any pattern, but he could always avoid the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell at the critical moment. His expression was no longer careless and contemptuous, as if he had re-examined Xianxia's strength and put on a serious attitude. Xianxia had made him suffer losses several times, and he had the ability to take him seriously. The voice continued to drift over. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Boy, you should understand this principle. Not to mention your miniature world, just this mountains and rivers bell is enough to bring you a fatal disaster. Why don't you hand it over to this king? This king can guarantee your safety. Fuck you. Xianxia responded happily. The man with the feathered crest continued. Do you insist on courting death? Xianxia laughed. Although you have nothing worthy of my attention, I think your life is not bad. Why don't you obediently hand it over to this young master? This young master will give you a quick death. You have a sharp tongue, but you're just showing off. The feathered man shook his head slowly, as if he expected better from Xianxia, but his figure suddenly stopped, and he stared coldly at Xianxia. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine, and without hesitation, the mountains and rivers bell released layers of light, sealing off the surrounding space and suppressing the world. Xianxia's vision blurred, but he had already lost sight of the feathered man. A gigantic green palm slammed down from the sky, and a feeling of annihilation washed over them. Not to mention Xianxia's 200-foot-long dragon body. Even if a star was here, it would probably be crushed by this palm. Is this his full strength? Xianxia was shocked. Even if he was suppressed, the great emperors were still great emperors. This person's cultivation was not inferior to any of the great emperors that Xianxia had ever seen. All the carelessness before was just that he was not serious. Can I block such a powerful attack? This doubt only appeared in his heart for a moment, but it melted like snow in the spring. I must block it. If I can't block it, I will die. The sound of a dragon's roar came out of his mouth, and the dragon's roar was mixed with a complicated and obscure language, as if it came from ancient times, stirring up the stars in the sky. I have to go to the hospital today. My stomach hasn't been cured, and I've been tortured for more than half a year. I have to do a Helicobacter test in the morning, so I can't eat or drink. I don't know when I'll be back, so I won't be back today. Chapter 3191. The void shattered, and a few nearby dead stars exploded with a loud bang, turning into boundless rubble that scattered in all directions. Once the master of the territory was angry, the entire territory of the star would be affected. A dragon's roar resounded above the nine heavens. In a trance, golden light shone brightly, and a huge golden dragon leisurely appeared. The dragon's eyes were majestic, overlooking the world as if all living beings were ants. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward the huge green palm. Dragon language. The feathered man's expression changed, and he was extremely surprised and shocked. He had heard that obscure and profound language once before, and it was definitely dragon language without a doubt. And this huge golden dragon was obviously the secret technique of the dragon race. "What's going on? What's your relationship with the dragon race?" He shouted loudly, and the momentum of the huge green palm paused. Even if Xianxia was the master of a star territory, he was still qualified to kill him for offending him. At worst, he would just be punished when he returned to the Star Court. But if this kid in front of him was related to the dragon race, then he would have to be careful. The dragon race was extremely arrogant, and arrogance meant that they would be protective of their own, and that they would hold grudges. Provoking a dragon race was provoking the entire Dragon Island. Even he didn't have the confidence to face the anger of the entire Dragon Island. And as far as he knew, whether it was the dragon language or the secret technique of the dragon race, only the purest members of the dragon race were qualified to learn it. Those with half-dragon bloodline couldn't possibly understand the mysteries of the awkward dragon language. Could it be that this kid didn't cultivate some secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon, but was actually a dragon race? As soon as Xianxia used the secret technique of the dragon language, he immediately became afraid, and the power of the divine technique involuntarily decreased a little. Xianxia was overjoyed when he saw this and understood everything in a flash. He secretly sighed to himself that the dragon race's name was really a good layer of protective clothing. Even in this lower star field, the dragon race was still able to make people feel fear. Sure enough, the dragon race's name was quite famous. Why would he explain anything to him? In a battle of life and death, any carelessness could be fatal, not to mention that his strength was inferior to his opponent's. Amidst the dragon's roar, the golden dragon collided with the giant cyan palm, and energy surged. Whether it was the giant cyan palm or the golden dragon, both suddenly fell into a strange stalemate. Cyan and golden halos intersected, and invisible shockwaves spread out. Xianxia thought to himself, that was a close call. Fortunately, this guy held back a little just now. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be his opponent. "Brat, answer my question." The feathered crown man shouted sternly. Xianxia's eyes widened in anger. He madly urged the dragon blood in his body and shouted, "Dragon race is nothing. Grandpa, I am a man who wants to be the head of the dragon." As soon as these words were spoken, the man with the feathered crown was stunned. Dragon head, that was a supreme title. Although there were several great elders on Dragon Island now, and they jointly governed Dragon Island and the entire dragon race, even the great elder Zhu Yin didn't have the qualifications to call himself the head of the dragon race. The head of the dragon race was the leader of the dragon race, and it was the leader of the dragon race. What a ridiculous statement. The man with the feathered crown suddenly had a very funny thought in his mind. He secretly mocked himself. Am I not being too careful? Even if this brat learned some dragon race secret technique by chance, it doesn't mean that he is really related to the dragon race. How could the dragon race be like this? But these words didn't sound like a simple boast. It sounded like a natural goal, a goal that could be achieved sooner or later. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound of dislocated bones entered the ears of the man with the feathered crown, and his eyes shrunk when he looked over. He saw that Xianxia, who was originally 20 meters tall, suddenly grew a lot taller, reaching 25 meters in an instant. Not only did his height become taller, the various characteristics of the dragon race on the surface of his body also became more obvious. The dragon horns on his head grew a little longer, and the dragon scales all over his body became rounder. His facial features changed and squirmed, and he completely transformed into a huge dragon head. His pair of golden dragon eyes were filled with indifference, as if he didn't put anything in the world in his eyes. Under such great pressure, Xianxia's dragon transformation arts actually made another breakthrough, and it was a leap forward. The dragon blood in his body flowed faster and faster, and Xianxia felt that his vision and mentality had undergone a subtle change, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. The dragon race boasted that they were the leader of all creatures and the leader of the holy spirits. Although it was a boast, no creature refuted it, because no one in this world had the qualifications to refute it. Any member of the dragon race was born to be arrogant, and they looked down on everything. Facing that pair of majestic dragon eyes, the man with the feathered crown couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and ripples appeared in his mind. After Xianxia's breakthrough in his dragon transformation art, the power of his dragon race secret technique seemed to have soared as well. Originally, it was in a stalemate with the giant cyan palm, but now it seemed to be gaining the upper hand. The man with the feathered crown gritted his teeth and at the same time increased his strength, finally managing to offset Xianxia's resistance with great difficulty. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Xianxia roared as his figure remained motionless, but the dragon tail behind him swept out in the direction of the man with the feathered crown. In a trance, the man with the feathered crown only felt a terrifying force coming towards him, and just as he was about to dodge, the dragon tail swept over him. Completely caught off guard, the dragon tail seemed to ignore the barrier of space, and even someone as powerful as him didn't have time to react. It was as if he had been hit by a meteor, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as the sound of bones breaking rang out from his body. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this, so he wasn't sent flying in an unsightly manner. However, such a blow had undoubtedly thoroughly angered him, and in an instant, his killing intent surged as he gnashed his teeth and roared, "Do you really think this king doesn't dare to kill you?" He had been humiliated time and time again, so even if it was a real dragon race, he would still kill him. Not to mention he still didn't know what this boy's relationship with the dragon race was. This was the territory of the lower plains, so even if he killed Xianxia, the dragon race wouldn't be able to discover anything. So he did have some misgivings, but that didn't mean he would endure. His strength suddenly erupted, and the giant cyan palm that had been in a deadlock with the golden dragon suddenly pressed down. A dragon's roar rang out again, but this time, the golden dragon couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed, the giant palm pressing down on Xianxia's head, sealing off the surrounding space and cutting off his escape route. At this critical moment of life and death, the madness on Xianxia's face dissipated, replaced by a calm expression. Their eyes met, and the feathered man's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme uneasiness welled up in his heart, as if something terrible would happen if he really slammed his palm down, and a sense of crisis grew in his heart. But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, so how could he not release it? He gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Die. A slender jade hand suddenly appeared out of thin air, gently blocking the feather man's palm that was slamming down on Xianxia. "Let's stop here." A faint voice rang out. It was clear and pleasant to the ear, like the sound of spring water. It was sweet to hear. Although the voice was soft, it gave people a sense of conviction. A graceful figure slowly appeared and stood beside the man with the feathered crown. Xianxia's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the person who had suddenly appeared. She was wearing a golden robe with a golden phoenix crown on her head and a pair of phoenix wings spread out. Her waterfall-like black hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a red plum blossom mark between her eyebrows. Her willowy eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were bright and charming. Her delicate and flawless skin was as soft as snow, and her figure was very attractive. The golden robe was vulgar, but when she wore it, it gave her a kind of endless grace and luxury. Xianxia opened his mouth, but didn't dare to recognize her. so he stood there in a daze. The giant cyan palm descended on his head, but suddenly collapsed, and the remaining power dissipated, turning into a misty cyan light that dissipated between heaven and earth. The feathered man turned his head to look at her, and frowned when he saw her face. Even though he had seen her many times, he was still stunned by her beauty. In the martial Tao, the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. Among the 10 great emperors, only the Flower Shadow Great Emperors was a woman, and the others were all men. It wasn't that women's aptitude was inferior to men's, but in the martial Tao, women were more susceptible to interference than men, especially when it came to love. Many outstanding women were trapped by love, and their cultivation stagnated. This led to the fact that the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. And this woman in front of him was very likely to be one of the 10 great emperors, so she had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. Even if the feathered man thought highly of himself and didn't put Xianxia in his eyes, and even had the courage to secretly slay a dragon, he couldn't not treat her seriously. "Why are you here?" the feathered man asked. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. "Why can't I be here?" The feathered man thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true. After all, this is territory under your jurisdiction." Obviously, the woman had given him some conditions that were difficult to accept, which made Xianxia feel very good. This battle was originally a struggle between the masters of the 2-star territories, but in the end, it involved 2 emissaries. "Am I also someone with a backer?" Xianxia looked at the familiar yet strange face and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Thinking about it, she had come to this star territory before, so, as an emissary, it was natural for her to govern this star territory. Silently withdrawing his dragon transformation secret technique, Xianxia's figure returned to its original size. A sense of exhaustion washed over him, and the pain in his left hand was unbearable. Today's battle had not been long, but it had been extremely dangerous. As the master of this star territory, Xianxia didn't have the home field advantage at all. He had relied entirely on his own strength. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough in his dragon transformation secret art, so he hadn't come out empty-handed. Circulating his strength to resolve the injury on his left hand, Xianxia waited for the result. A moment later, the woman stretched out her hand to Xianxia and said, "Give it to me." Xianxia naturally knew what she was referring to and immediately used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world bead. Rolling Star immediately opened its mouth, and a sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning, slashing straight towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression didn't change as he sneered. The star's splitting sword suddenly changed direction a meter away from him and flew around him before falling into the feathered crown man's hand. The feathered crown man's face went pale as he sheathed his sword and cupped his fist to the woman. "I'll take my leave first." Turning around, he stepped into the darkness behind him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, he didn't know Xianxia's name, and Xianxia didn't know his name either, but they had inadvertently formed a grudge. After the feathered crown man left, the woman turned around and looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia also grinned and rushed over to her, looking her up and down as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. The woman's smile faded, and her pretty face filled with anger as she shouted, "Bold bastard, you dare cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique? Speak, how do you want to die? This queen can give you a quick death." Xianxia was startled, and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him had become extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help wondering if she was the same person he knew. "Don't make trouble." Opening his arms, Xianxia pulled her into his arms. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times as her bright eyes filled with surprise, as if she had never expected such a situation to occur. Caught off guard, she was hugged by him. However, Xianxia didn't have the slightest desire. This wasn't the intimacy between a man and a woman, but but an old friend who had just reunited after a long separation. Lifting her delicate hand, she placed it in front of Yang Kai's chest and pushed him away. Her hand was as delicate as a scallion, but it transmitted an irresistible force. Separated by a foot, Yang Kai smiled freely and complained, "Yang Inflammation, you made me look for you so hard." Yang Inflammation tilted her head and said, "Yang Inflammation? Who is that?" "I don't know." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "I almost didn't know either." In the past, she was extremely introverted, always wearing a black robe and covering her head, as if she was afraid of letting others see her true face. Seeing her again after several decades, who would have thought that she would have such a graceful and noble side? That noble and otherworldly temperament almost made him not dare to recognize her. He couldn't help but think of the scene when she was frightened and threw herself into his arms. He couldn't help but take another look at her chest. "What are you thinking about?" Yang Inflammation seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as she reached out and knocked on his head. With a thump, Yang Kai touched his head and said, "Why did you hit me? Be careful, or I'll fall out with you." Yang Inflammation stared at him and said, "You can try turning around." Yang Kai said with a mischievous smile, "Well, I was just saying, don't take it seriously. And, by the way, you are also an emissary of the Star Court. So, you returned to the Star Court after leaving that year?" "Yes." "No wonder." Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Yang Inflammation handed Lin Yun over to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. She was an emissary of the Star Court, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor was one of the great emperors guarding the Star Court. The two of them could be considered to be working together, so it was convenient for them to communicate. However, it seemed that the Iron Blood Great Emperor was not doing his job and probably did not stay in the Star Court. Otherwise, Lin Yun would not have not seen Yang Inflammation for so many years. She suddenly clenched her fists and said, "Since you are in the Star Boundary, why didn't you come and find me?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously, "Are you my son? Why should I look for you?" Yang Kai staggered and looked at her with a mournful face. Heartless and ruthless, a woman's heart is indeed the most poisonous. Yang Inflammation stroked her hair behind her ear and raised her eyes. "But I don't know what kind of feelings there are between us." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Well, let's not talk about the past. The past is the past. Let's talk about the present." Just now, that grandson said that the emissary was in charge of the Star Territory. Doesn't that mean that as the Star Territory's master, I am also under your jurisdiction? It was good to have a backer, but it was not good to be under their jurisdiction. However, this was a relative correspondence, just like light and darkness. Yang Inflammation patted her chest and said, "Yes, from now on, this queen will be your immediate superior. Boy, I see that you're also a promising talent. In the future, be filial to this queen, and this queen will guide you." Yang Kai's eyes widened. He reached out and grabbed her neck, shaking her vigorously. "What did you do to my Yang Inflammation? Hurry up and give me back my Yang Inflammation." The Yang Inflammation of the past was so good. Why did she seem like a different person now? In an instant, her hair was messed up. Yang Inflammation glared at him and said, "Take your dog's paw away." Yang Kai immediately withdrew his hand and touched his chin. He looked as if nothing had happened and said, "Forget it, forget it. This is good. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes in the future, I will tell them your name." Although he would be under the jurisdiction and restrictions, at least it would not be like just now, where some random emissary would bully him. His expression changed, and he said, "Can I have that star-slashing sword?" Yang Inflammation touched her neck and tidied her hair. She said disdainfully, "Wishful thinking. That is the emissary's sword. You, the Star Territory's master, who is inferior to others, is delusional to have it. You should take a piss and look at yourself." "Ha ha ha." Yang Kai's mouth twitched fiercely. It was too late for regrets. He should have strangled her to death just now. At least he could keep the beauty in his heart. He held his forehead and said dejectedly, "Then what benefits can I get by accepting the Star Court's jurisdiction?" Yang Inflammation spread her hands and said, "Nothing. I refuse." Yang Kai said resolutely, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you can't refuse. The Star Territory's master, who is not under the jurisdiction of the Star Court, is generally deprived of the qualification. Xianxia clenched his fist and said, "You are bullying your customers. Why can't I get any benefits? Why should I listen to you?" Yang Inflammation squinted at him and said, "Do you think you are in a brothel, bullying your customers? You can be unrestrained if you want." "How?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Become great emperors." Yang Kai cursed a few times in a low voice. "What did you say?" Yang Inflammation stared at him. "Nothing." Yang Kai sniffed and said righteously, "Well, for the sake of this Star Territory, the Star Court will govern it. As the saying goes, sacrifice yourself for the sake of the greater good. Hey, my consciousness is really high." Chapter 3193. The reason he accepted his fate so quickly was mostly because his immediate superior was Yang Inflammation. If it had been the man with the feathered crown, Yang Kai would not have been so happy. Yang Inflammation looked at him strangely. "What do you want to do to this Star Territory? Why are you so against the jurisdiction of the Star Court?" "What can I do?" Yang Inflammation smiled. "Actually, you don't have to be like this. Although it is said to be jurisdiction, no one cares about this. You are still the master of this Star Territory. You could do whatever you want. Of course, the only thing you can't do is destroy the territory of this star." At the end, her voice suddenly became low. Her beautiful eyes looked into the endless darkness, revealing a dignified expression. Yang Kai quickly changed the topic. "I understand. Speaking of which, you appeared in such a timely manner. Have you been paying attention to this Star Territory?" "Not really. It's just a coincidence. Although she was in charge of the Hung Luo star field, how could she pay attention to this place all the time? What's more, even if she was in the Star Court, it would take a lot of effort to pay attention to this place. How could she have so much free time?" However, when the man with the feathered crown received the summons and came to the territory of the Great Desolate Star, she sensed something and inadvertently looked at the situation of the Hung Luo star field. Then, she discovered the existence of Yang Kai. In the end, she had no choice but to come here and block the disaster for Yang Kai. However, she always felt that Yang Kai seemed to have another trump card. Even if she didn't do anything, Yang Kai wouldn't have died under that move. He even had the strength to resist. In just a few decades, he had grown to this extent. When she left that year, she deliberately didn't take him with her because she wanted him to train more. The strength that he worked hard for was truly his own. What others gave him would always be external. She had long known that Yang Kai was not a fish in a pond, but she didn't expect that Yang Kai could ride the wind and become a dragon in such a short time. She had underestimated him. Whether it's a coincidence or not, thank you in advance. Yang Kai casually touched his stomach. The seal there had almost been released. If Yang Inflammation hadn't arrived, he would have used his dragon form to demonize. At that time, he would have given the man with the feathered crown a big surprise. "You still haven't told me what conditions you reached with that guy." He took the star-slashing sword. "Isn't this going too easy on him?" "That guy's name." She had watched the battle between Yang Kai and the feathered crown man from beginning to end, so she naturally knew about the exchange of words between the two. "One day, he will take the initiative to tell me his name, when he is on the verge of death," Kai Yang said firmly. "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Yang Inflammation didn't try to persuade him. It wasn't a bad thing that Yang Kai had such hatred. At least, he could be brave and work hard. Hatred and women had always been the two biggest motivators for men to become stronger. She waved her hand and pointed at the endless darkness. "The swallowed territory belongs to you from now on." Yang Kai looked at her expectantly. After waiting for a while, she didn't say anything else. He was speechless. "That's it," Yang Inflammation said with anger. "Then what do you want?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth. "You're not Yang Inflammation. Tell me, who are you?" In the past, he had been so calculated for a few crystals. How could he be so generous now? Yang Kai had hoped to swallow the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. Now, it seemed that it was useless. Moreover, the swallowed territory belonged to him. It couldn't be divided. Even if Yongkai didn't give it back, the man with the feathered hat couldn't do anything to him. This benefit was not a benefit at all. You think you've lost? Yang Inflammation smiled coldly. Yongkai's heart was bleeding. You don't think this is a loss? Wake up, kid. If he reports this when he returns to the Star Court, I can guarantee that you won't live for more than 3 days. Iron Blood will capture you and cut you into pieces. That's not necessary. Yongkai felt a little guilty. Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Why would he attack me personally? If you were just an ordinary master of the Star Territory, Iron Blood wouldn't care about you. But are you an ordinary master of the Star Territory? What kind of technique are you cultivating? Yongkai said, the one you taught me, the Star Refining Art. I'm not blind. Yang Inflammation poked her eyes and pointed at the darkness in front of her. Do you think I can't see this familiar feeling? Kid, you're good. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've actually inherited the mantle of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. You've even cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. What heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique? I've never heard of it. You're still trying to trick me. All right, it's the heaven-devouring battle law. Having been seen through by her, Yongkai simply admitted it. Yang Inflammation's expression changed. It's really the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Yongkai looked at her in shock. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you trying to trick me, woman? Yang Yin, on the other hand, was so angry that she was trembling from head to toe, her jade white hands clenched into fists as her aura pulsed with murderous intent, causing Yongkai's hair to stand on end. Although he hadn't fought with Yang Inflammation, he had a feeling that Yang Inflammation was stronger than the man with the feathered crown. Even if he really turned into a demon in his dragon form, he might not be her opponent. The killing intent came and went quickly. Yang Inflammation's eyes drooped, and her long eyelashes cast a shadow, making it difficult to see her expression. She said painfully, How did you get involved with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? She was different from the man with the feathered crown. The man with the feathered crown only felt that there was something wrong. He felt that the technique was very mysterious, and it shouldn't be something that someone like Yongkai could grasp and touch. However, Yang Inflammation had participated in the War of the Great Emperors. She had seen the power of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor with her own eyes. She knew the horror of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Yuan Ding, Yin Wu, Zhang Hai, Qing Lian, all the great emperors were famous. They were all rare geniuses, but in the end, they all died in the hands of Wukong. She didn't dare to be too sure that it was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. She would rather miss it than let it go. She tricked Yongkai, but she didn't expect to get an answer that made her feel despair. Wukong was an eternal sinner. The root of this was the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique. Anyone who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique could not be tolerated in the world. She said that if the Iron Blood Great Emperor knew about this, Iron Blood would definitely tear her into pieces. She wasn't exaggerating. Iron Blood was a forthright person. He liked to fight, and he couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. The Songhai Great Emperors who died in the hands of Wukong in the War of the Great Emperors were his best friends. If Iron Blood knew that there was someone in this world who had inherited the mantle of Wukong, how could he let it go? At that time, even if Yang Inflammation and Lin Yin pleaded for leniency, it would be useless. The agreement she reached with the man with the feathered crown was that Yongkai would return the star-slashing sword, and the swallowed star field would belong to Yongkai. This was a condition that was easy to accept. Yang Inflammation didn't treat the man with the feathered crown too harshly. It was only because of this that the man with the feathered crown would regard today's matter as a disgrace. He would probably never mention it in front of others. Naturally, no one would notice the changes in the Hung Luo star field. The territory of the Great Desolate Star was under the jurisdiction of the man with the feathered crown, and the Hung Luo star field was under the jurisdiction of Yang Inflammation. As long as the two emissaries didn't report this matter, it could be left unsettled. That was why she said that Yang Kai didn't suffer a loss. Just by concealing this matter, it was enough to make the man with the feathered crown bear a great risk. Yang Yan's voice was filled with grief, as if she had expected better from Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had done something wrong. Suddenly feeling a bit guilty, he pursed his lips and said, "It's not a big deal, is it?" He also knew that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method couldn't be exposed, so he had been very careful all these years. However, he always felt that there was no evil in this world. The evil was people. The characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method were a little strange, but no matter how strange a battle method was, it was still a battle method. However, he didn't expect that Yang Inflammation would have such a big reaction. His heart felt warm. Although Yang Inflammation had changed a lot, in the end, she still cared about him. Only when she cared would she be sad. If she didn't care, she could just capture Yang Kai and report back to the Star Court. She could also clear her name. What do you know? Yang Inflammation sighed. It was no wonder that her cultivation was so amazing in just a few decades. After cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, how could her cultivation not be fast? That was the battle method that could increase one's cultivation and strength the most. She looked up and suddenly came to Yang Kai's side. She grabbed his arm with one hand, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked. He felt a trace of unease from those bright eyes. Yang Inflammation said, "Your aptitude is good and your heart is strong. Even if you start all over again, it won't be a big deal. Don't worry, this time I will take you back to the Star Court and personally guide you in your cultivation. I guarantee that you will recover your strength within 100 years. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yang Inflammation said resolutely, "I will destroy your cultivation." Yang Kai was furious and raised his fist at her. "You dare?" How many times had he risked his life to attain this level of cultivation? How could he let it go just like that? You have to agree even if you don't want to. Yang Inflammation insisted, her face full of self-blame. "This is also my fault. I kept you here out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to go down a wrong path. You're the one who went down the wrong path. Your whole family went down the wrong path. Let go, or I will beat you. Don't think that I won't beat you just because you are a woman. Hit me, hit me." Yang Inflammation took the initiative to move her head closer. Yang Kai swung his fist, causing a strong wind to blow, but Yang Inflammation didn't dodge. The fist stopped 3 inches in front of her, and Yang Inflammation smiled proudly. "Crazy woman." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Inflammation said seriously, "Don't be afraid. It will be over soon. Just bear with it. Calm down." Yang Kai grabbed her other hand and held it tightly. "Calm down. You're the one who needs to calm down." "Okay, I've calmed down. I was really confused by your anger." Yang Kai was speechless. Listen to what I have to say first. If you still want to waste my cultivation when the time comes, I won't resist." "Really?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Then tell me." Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and said, "You said the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique." "That's right. I do know the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique, but I haven't practiced it." Chapter 3194. At that moment, Yang Kai told her the whole story, from how he entered the star boundary, ended up in the Blue Feather sect, met Wu Mengshan, and helped him escape by teaching him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Then, he went to the Shattered Star Sea to kill Wu Mengshan, perfecting his embodiment's secret art. Yang Yin listened quietly, frowning from time to time. After listening, she turned to look at the embodiment summoned by Yang Kai with a thoughtful look on her face. The embodiment had been hiding nearby, and Yang Kai's original plan was to wait until he unlocked the demonization seal on his dantian before summoning it to join forces with him to fight against the man with the feathered crown. But at the last moment, Yang Yin suddenly appeared and stopped him, causing the embodiment's surprise attack to lose its effect. "So, it's your embodiment that has cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques." "Yes." Yang Kai looked at her with some vigilance. "You don't want to waste its cultivation, do you?" Having said that, The embodiment was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not have any meridians or dantian meridians. Even if Yang Yin really wanted to destroy it, it would be difficult for her to do so unless she completely destroyed it. Using the stone mongoose's body to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, Yang Yin walked around the embodiment a few times with a look of amazement, as if she had found a novel toy. How did you think of it? It was just a coincidence. Yang Kai laughed. Back then, Wu Mengchuan taught me the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Although I didn't know the purpose, I always felt that it was not a good thing. However, that secret art was really mysterious, and I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I let the embodiment try it out. Who knew that an unintentionally planted willow would turn out to be a shade? Yang Inflammation nodded. It's not necessarily a coincidence, but it's an opportunity. The stone mongoose is born with a body of earth and a body of stone. It doesn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of other creatures. Its innate divine technique is also very easy to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. It may be the best choice to let it practice the tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. She knew the stone mongoose well, and she also knew some of the drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. She had a feeling that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was tailor-made for the stone mongoose, and not something that could be practiced with flesh and blood. Wukong might not have been born so cold-blooded and heartless, but after practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, his temperament had been twisted, making him view all living beings as ants. For the sake of his own power, he did not hesitate to destroy countless planets and territory. However, the stone mongoose did not have to worry about this at all. Its innate divine technique allowed it to expel all the impurities it absorbed into its body, and it would not be affected in the slightest. No wonder so many people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were always stuck at a bottleneck. It turns out that they needed to devour another person who practiced this evil technique as a catalyst to break through the bottleneck. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly understood many things. Yang Kai was shocked. How many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique? It happened many years ago. When she said many years, it was definitely not a few hundred years, nor was it a few thousand years. It was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Wukong relied on the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique to stabilize his position as the strongest person in the world. So naturally, this secret art was coveted by many. For some reason, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was leaked out and obtained by some ambitious people. There were even some people in the Emperor realm who did not hesitate to abandon their cultivation and start all over again in order to practice this secret art. However, those who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were all stuck in the third-order Dao source realm without exception, with no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm for the rest of their lives. It was not that their cultivation was wrong, nor was it that the secret art they obtained was wrong, but that the characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were such. Wu Mengchuan was also a descendant of Wukong, but even he was stuck in the third-order Dao source realm for many years, not to mention others. If they wanted to break through, it was simple. They just had to devour another person who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and take everything for themselves. This was like raising insects and killing each other. Only the one who survived would have hope of ascension. Wu Mengchuan taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to use it as a condition for Yang Kai to rescue him from the bone prison. And second, he wanted to cultivate someone to devour in the future. Unfortunately, he met Yang Kai, a cultivator who came from the lower star territory and was completely uninterested in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. So he resisted the temptation. If it were a native cultivator from the star boundary, they would probably immediately practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, which would naturally end in tragedy. After Wukong, even though many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, No one was able to break through to the Emperor realm, causing many people to have the illusion that the secret art was wrong. Wukong did not pass down the real heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique at all. The real cultivation method had long been buried in the Shattered Star Sea with him. As time passed, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was gradually lost, and no one practiced it anymore. Suddenly, Yang Yin remembered something. Since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was so strange, who did Wukong devour in the past to make a breakthrough in his secret art? There must be another existence who also practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. Perhaps there was an unknown grudge between them, but it was too long ago to be traced back. She looked up at the rolling stone again and hesitantly asked, "Is this the sealed world beads? Artifact spirit?" Naturally, she was no stranger to the sealed world bead. She had brought it from the star boundary to this part of the star territory. Later, it was obtained by Yang Kai and left to him. She never expected that when they met again, the sealed world bead would become like this. Not only did it give birth to an artifact spirit, but it also had a devouring ability. Exactly, Yang Kai laughed with a proud expression. The sealed world bead had been in his possession for many years and had helped him avert danger many times. In addition, its internal space was very beneficial to his cultivation of the space divine technique, so Yang Kai naturally attached great importance to it. Now that it had given birth to an artifact spirit, it was like giving birth to a son. Startled, Yang Kai scratched his head and asked, "Do you want to take it back?" "If I really want to take it back, what will you do?" Yang Yin looked at him. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Then take it back." This was hers to begin with. Yang Yin was stunned, not expecting Yang Kai to agree so readily. "But you have to promise me one thing, don't destroy its spirituality. Although I used it as a carrier to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and gave it an artifact spirit, it didn't do anything wrong. If you promise me this, I'll return the sealed world bead to you." After wandering around the territory of the Great Desolate Star and devouring as much as he could, expanding the small sealed world space, Yang Kai's comprehension of space principles had deepened. He had a feeling that he could also refine a part of the world and condense it into a sealed world bead. So, if Yang Yin really wanted to take back the sealed world bead, there was nothing he couldn't give up. At worst, he could refine one himself and transfer the immortal tree and firmament tree from the small sealed world to it. Everything else didn't matter. Yang Yin laughed. "I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. This thing had its own world inside. If one wasn't proficient in space principles, even if they held it in their hands, it wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left this treasure to Yang Kai back then." With a solemn expression, she said, "Use it with caution. I know. Also, don't devour any more territory of this star. If things get out of hand, it won't look good for either of us." Yang Yin pointed to the boundless darkness and said, "Okay. In addition, when you return to the star boundary in the future, don't expose the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to the world. Otherwise, a great disaster will surely befall you." Yang Yin warned solemnly. She was willing to believe in Yang Kai and his embodiment, but it didn't mean that others were willing to believe in him. Needless to say, if the Iron Blood Great Emperor knew that there was someone in this world who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he would probably be the first to take action. The wrath of the Great Emperors was something Yang Kai couldn't bear right now. "I'll remember." Yang Kai nodded and secretly sighed. He had finally passed the hurdle of Yang Yin. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Let me ask you something. What's the cultivation of that guy just now?" Yang Yin didn't answer and asked instead, "What do you think?" "Great Emperors," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. This wasn't an illusion. That man with the feathered crown gave him the feeling that he was facing great emperors, but he seemed to be suppressed and underestimated Yang Kai, so he suffered a loss. If Yang Kai had faced that man in the star boundary, he probably wouldn't have been able to fight back. He was able to move unhindered on Dragon Island and fight against the great emperors of the dragon race, mainly because of his bloodline suppression. Without the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline, he wouldn't have been a match for any of the elders of the dragon race. Yang Yinyan smiled and shook his head. How was that possible? Yang Kai was shocked. Isn't he one of the great emperors? Could he be a third-layer emperor? No. How could a third-layer emperor have that kind of strength? He's not a third-layer emperor either. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Don't tell me there's another realm between the third-layer emperor realm and the great emperors. There's no such thing. It's just that he's one of the great emperors, but he's also not one of the great emperors. Yang Kai was confused by her. What do you mean? How should I put it? Yang Yinyan pondered for a moment. If it were an ordinary first-order emperor realm master asking this question, Yang Yin wouldn't answer. Sometimes, knowing too much before one's strength was enough to hinder one's cultivation. However, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary first-order emperor realm master. With the strength he just displayed, he was qualified to know this. If the entire world is a bottle, then the sand, stone, mud, and water in the bottle is our cultivator. The capacity of the world as a carrier is limited. The corresponding scene appeared in Yang Kai's mind, and he nodded slightly, motioning for her to continue. All living beings are the water in the bottle. Every drop is insignificant, but it can fill the entire world. The larger the volume of sand, the greater the strength. The great emperors are just the stones in the bottle. 10 stones? Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Yang Yinyan smiled. That's exactly what I mean. Although the world bottle is big, it can only hold 10 stones. It can't hold any more than that. So, since ancient times, there have been 10 great emperors. No matter how flowing time great emperor has passed, this number has always been the same. However, this doesn't mean that there are only 10 stones in the world bottle. There are other powerful existences who have transcended the emperor realm but haven't been recognized by the world. These people are great emperors, but they're also not great emperors. In terms of cultivation level, they have reached the level of great emperors. But because of the constraints of the world bottle, they can't become true great emperors. Like him? Yang Yinyan nodded. Like you? Yang Yinyan smiled but didn't say anything. Chapter 3195. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened, and his long-held confusion was finally solved. No wonder there had only ever been 10 great emperors since the flowing time great emperor. It turned out that there was still a limit to the capacity of the heavens and earth. Just like how Tongxian realm could only produce a cultivator who had reached the Saint Origin realm, and the Star Territory could only produce an Origin King realm cultivator. That was the limit of the heavens and earth, not something that could be achieved by humans. The limit of the star boundary was to accommodate 10 great emperors. Even though many people were not worse than the great emperors in terms of cultivation, without the recognition of the heavens and earth, they could not become true great emperors. The feathered-crested man was like this, Yang Yin was like this, and even many people like them were like this. Then there were the divine spirits. Yang Kai had always found it strange. The strength of those divine spirits was clearly higher than that of the emperor realm, but he felt that they were not as good as the great emperors. Now, this confusion was finally explained. The 10 great emperors were existences recognized by the heavens and earth, and were part of the world principles themselves. Even if their realms were the same, if they really fought, ordinary divine spirits could not compare. Are there many people like you? It's a lot, but it's also not a lot. Yang Yinyan smiled, but most of them don't show themselves in front of others, so you don't have to worry too much. Although there were not many existences like her. Many people had reached this point in the flowing time great emperor, but because they could not obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth, they were unable to move forward. And when one's cultivation reached this point, their lifespans were very long, so naturally, there were many of them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and frowned. If what you said is true, then this bottle of heaven and earth has a limit to its capacity, and it is impossible for an 11th great emperor to appear. Then what should I do in the future? Yang Yinyan was stunned. You're thinking too far ahead. Yang Kai said solemnly, there will be a day. His matter-of-fact words stunned Yang Yinyan. He smiled and said, You can wait for the day when one of the great emperors dies of old age and then fight for the vacant position of great emperors. Yang Kai shook his head and said, that would take years. The lifespan of the great emperors was extremely long. If there were no accidents, tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years would not be the end of their lifespan. Although they did not dare to say that they would live as long as the heavens and the earth, they would not be too far off. Maybe there's another way. Yang Yinyan saw that he was serious and couldn't help but want to tease him. What is it? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yang Yin stretched out his hand and clenched it. Crush a stone in the bottle, and the position will naturally be empty. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before agreeing. That's a good idea. Looks like we'll have to find some great emperors to kill him in the future. Yang Yin looked at him with a strange expression. Are you serious? Yang Kai laughed. I'm kidding. Don't be nervous. The great emperors are recognized by the heavens and the earth. How can they be so easy to kill? Am I that ignorant? If it was really so easy, the 10 great emperors would not be replaced so slowly. But it was undeniable that this was indeed a good idea. When it came to that point, who would care too much about the great Tao? Could the great emperors not be killed? In the War of Emperors, not including Wukong, for great emperors fell. To some extent, the 4 great emperors who were promoted later had to thank Wukong. If it weren't for Wukong killing the 4 great emperors, they probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to become great emperors. Seeing Yang Kai's expression flicker, Yang Yinyan didn't know that he really had such thoughts, but now wasn't the time to pour cold water on him. He could only hope that Yang Kai would slowly understand the difficulties in the future. Brushing his hair back, Yang Yinyan said, well, I've said what I need to say, so I should go back. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai grabbed her arm. Yang Yinyan glanced at him with disgust. If you have something to say, then say it. Let go of your dog paw. Yang Kai said, let's go to High Heaven Sect and have a look. Elder Yi misses you very much. Yi Shi Yun and Yang Yinyan had a deep relationship. Otherwise, she would not have come out of seclusion to help High Heaven Sect. She didn't have much respect for Yang Kai, the sect master, but she deeply respected Yang Yin. I won't go. You are now the master of Star Territory. There's no need to worry about not having a chance to meet again in the future. Speaking of which, I just remembered that I want to move High Heaven Sect to the star boundary. Is there a problem with that? Move the entire star boundary? Yang Yinyan was slightly surprised. Is that not possible? Yang Yinyan frowned. Isn't that a bit too many people? Not too many, just a few tens of thousands. Just a few. Yang Yin looked at him angrily. Only when a cultivator reaches the peak of their cultivation can they be qualified to open a void corridor and enter the star boundary through the Starlight Avenue. Every 100 years, no more than 5 cultivator can enter the star boundary from a given star territory. But now you want to bring tens of thousands of people to the star boundary. Don't you think that's too much? Isn't that unfair to the cultivator from other star territories? It's not too much, it's very fair. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. Who told them not to have a good boss? As a star envoy, it is my duty to maintain the balance of power between the star territory. I can't agree with you acting so slyly. Why don't you care about our old friendship? High Heaven Sect was founded by you and me together. As the saying goes, if a man gains enough, even his chickens and dogs can rise to heaven. Now that I am the master of Star Territory and you are the Star Envoy, I demand the welfare of Hung Luo Starfield. Yang Kai said angrily. In his plan, not only did he want to relocate High Heaven Sect, but also the entire Hung Luo Starfield's human resources. Haha, that's your business. Just as Yang Kai was about to continue arguing, he suddenly raised his brow and followed her gaze to the side. Since just now, she had been staring at Rolling Stone, which was a bit too strange. Grinning, Yang Kai asked, it shouldn't be a problem for me to enter the star boundary alone, right? Of course, it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Yinyan slowly withdrew his gaze and whispered, boy, restrain yourself. If Iron Blood really notices you, you'll be finished. Understood, understood. Yang Kai also responded in a low voice with a sneaky look on his face. Good, then that's it. I'll go back first. I still have to create a dossier for you, otherwise, you won't be able to claim the title of Master of Star Territory. Only with the recognition of the Star Court can you sit firmly on this Star Territory position. Yang Yin looked down at the arm he had been holding and sneered. Boy, you'd better get this straight. I'm your boss from now on, so don't be so rude. Yang Kai quickly let go and tidied up the wrinkles on her arm before cupping his fists and saying, Farewell, Master. Yang Yin showed a smug expression as a flash of light appeared in his hand. Looking at it, it was the same as the one worn by the feathered, crested man. The star-splitting sword was really the standard weapon of a star envoy. As the sword light flashed, Yang Yin became one with the sword in shattered space, turning into a dot of light and disappearing from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai quickly shouted, Right, I built the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Come and play when you have time. The light disappeared, and he didn't know if she heard it or not. Looking in the direction she left, Yang Kai's face was filled with disappointment. After a while, he slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, I forgot to ask her where the Star Court is. However, this was a small matter. As she said, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to see her again in the future. Thinking back to his life, he started from nothing, and now he was the master of Star Territory. He had also established a foundation in the star boundary, and it had only taken him 100 years. What would happen in another 100 years? However, no matter what, the position of the great emperors was something he had to fight for. If he really had to fight for it, he wouldn't hesitate to break a stone in a bottle. It was just, who should he choose as his target? Yang Kai suddenly fell into deep distress. This scene was like an ant plotting how to kill an elephant. If Yang Yin saw this, he would probably laugh at him again. Rubbing his head, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and communicated with the Star Territory's source, his mind sinking into it. In the boundless darkness, Yang Kai's towering figure appeared and shouted to the other side of the darkness, Bastard Wu Hong, I will spare your dog life today. If you dare to touch my Hung Luo star field again, don't blame this young master for being impolite. In the star field of the great desolate Star Territory, Wu Hong stared at the tumbling darkness with an ashen face. His eyes were full of resentment and fear. His face turned green and red. Suddenly, his chi and blood rushed to his heart, and he coughed up blood. This time, he had really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, he wanted to devour the Hung Luo star field to help his cultivation. Who would have thought that in the end, things would go against his wishes? Not only did he not gain any advantage, but his star field, which spanned hundreds of millions of li, was also swallowed by the other party, and he lost several cultivation stars. The star field was swallowed up, and the cultivation stars disappeared for no reason, causing the source strength of the great desolate Star Territory to be deficient. It seemed to be punishing him. The source strength that he had refined a long time ago was now showing signs of slipping out of his control. How could he bear it after being provoked by Yang Kai? He couldn't wait to rush to the other side and fight to the death with Yang Kai. But when he thought of the emissary master's instructions before leaving, Wu Hong felt somewhat dejected. Even the emissary master couldn't do anything to him. So what could he do? But if he didn't get his revenge, how could he swallow this anger? He was now a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, and above him were the great emperors. He was also an ambitious person, so how could he be willing to sink to the bottom? However, revenge was never too late for a gentleman to wait 10 years. This matter had to be dealt with slowly. In the face of Yang Kai's clamor, Wu Hong didn't dare to respond, nor could he respond. After a long time, the tumbling darkness stabilized again, as if it had become the boundary between the two stars' territory, leaving a scar in Wu Heng's heart. At this moment, Yang Kai was already riding Rolling Thunder back toward Shadowed Star. The matters in Shadowed Star's territory had almost been resolved, and it had taken more than a decade of effort. Before coming here, Yang Kai had never thought it would take so much effort, but it was all worth it. With Shadowed Star's territory stabilized, not only did he become the master of Shadowed Star's territory, he even had Yang Inflammation as his immediate superior. No matter what happened, there was still someone to cover for him. making Yang Kai extremely happy. In a flash, Yang Kai arrived at Shadowed Star. Yang Kai stayed behind Rolling Thunder to digest his food, while he returned to High Heaven Sect in a flash. Inside High Heaven Sect, in a pavilion on the main peak, Su Yin, Xian Chong, Shanqing Luo, and Shui were gathered together, chatting happily. Yang Kai leisurely appeared, lightly coughed, and said warmly, "Madams, I'm back. Sorry for making you wait." Chapter 3196. The laughter instantly faded as several pairs of beautiful eyes swept towards Yang Kai. Xiaoning Chong stood up excitedly. "Junior brother!" HM. Shanqing Luo snorted softly, grabbed Xiaoning Chang's arm, and pressed her sit down. Xiaoning Chong immediately looked at Yang Kai apologetically and stuck out her tongue, showing an expression of helplessness. Su Yin and Shuiyu also withdrew their gazes and gathered together to whisper something, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a faint smile. Except for Xiaoning Chong, the other three women didn't seem to have seen him. Yang Kai's eyes widened. "What's going on?" Lu Yin was sitting next to Su Yin. Yang Kai looked at her, and his lips silently squirmed a few times. Lu Yin raised her small hand and touched her neck slightly, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes, as if she had died with a grievance. Yang Kai laughed and immediately understood that these women were probably blaming him for being gone for so many years without any news. They were teaming up to punish him. Yang Kai naturally wasn't afraid. Women, he just needed to coax them. If he couldn't coax them, then he would see them in bed. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw a small figure come out from under the stone table and run to stand in front of him. She put her hands on her hips and looked up at him. Kaiyang also looked down in surprise. He saw that this small figure was actually a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. She was born with a tiger's head and a tiger's head, cute and innocent. Her hair was tied up in 2 small braids. Her body was dressed in a small robe, and on her neck was a golden lock. On her wrist were several silver bracelets, all of which glittered with a spiritual aura. For eyes met, Yang Kai was surprised. Whose child was this? The little girl pointed at Yang Kai and said in a childish voice, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Yang Kai suddenly laughed and squatted down. "Who do you think I am?" The little girl tilted her head and looked at him seriously. She shook her head and said, "You don't look like a good person. Eat my fist first." Her tender little hand clenched into a fist and actually punched towards Yang Kai's face, but it was easily blocked by Yang Kai's gentle finger. The little girl was taken aback, and no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to move Yang Kai at all. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't stop crying out. Yang Kai loosened his hand and the little girl's body. Yang Kai reached out his hands and pinched her cheeks and pulled, and her face immediately changed shape. This action obviously made the little girl was very angry. Yang Kai's back, of him. Kaiyang raised his head and asked, "Whose child is this? Why is she here?" Shanqing Luo turned around and crossed her legs. The flesh on her inner thighs was faintly discernible, which made people daydream. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Since she's here, whose child can she be?" "Naturally, she's our child." Yang Kai was surprised. "Our child?" He quickly turned the little girl in his arms and looked at her carefully. He stared at her and said, "Hey, she really looks like me." He didn't pay attention when he suddenly saw her. Now that Shanqing Luo reminded him, he immediately saw that the little girl's eyebrows seemed to be similar to his. "Our family has a child?" Yang Kai held the little girl's body with both hands and raised her high, laughing. He laughed and laughed until he couldn't laugh anymore. The corner of his eyes twitched. He looked at the little girl and said, "How old are you this year?" The little girl ignored him and just waved her fists. "Hurry up and let me down, or don't blame me for being impolite." She spoke with a childish voice, but she looked like an old man. She used all 4 limbs to punch and kick, but how could she touch a hair on Yang Kai's body? Yang Kai turned to look at the others. How old is she this year? Was she more than 4 or 5 years old? Was she more than 10 years old? Since she was his child, It didn't make sense for her to be so young. Shanqing Luo said faintly. She just turned 5 years old. 5 years old. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead pulsing. He hadn't been back for 10 years, so where did this 5-year-old child come from? Yin and Yang intertwined, the great Tao of heaven and earth. A child couldn't jump out a crack in a rock. Suddenly, he saw Shanqing Luo's smug expression. Even Shui Yu's shoulders trembled, and she looked like she was trying to hold back her laughter. Su Yan's back was facing him, so he couldn't see her expression. Xianning Chong looked like he couldn't bear it. Suddenly understanding something, Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Who gave birth to her?" Shanqing Luo changed her sitting posture and looked at him with a smile. "If I said I gave birth to her, would you believe me?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't believe you." He couldn't get any answers from them. These women had obviously discussed and came to laugh at him. He didn't even know where they had found a little girl. Little Senior's sister wanted to remind him, but she didn't dare to provoke public anger, so she couldn't say anything. Needless to say, this matter must have been started by the dragon, Lady Shanqing Luo. Only she would dare act so presumptuously. "If you don't tell me, I won't know." Yang Kai sneered, clasped his 4 fingers together, and tapped his thumb a few times. "Wait for this young master to calculate." "I know. Huh. You my little sister?" He was the master of Shadowed Star, and although he had given up his identity as Shadowed Star's master in order to refine the entire territory of Shadowed Star, it was still easy for him to eavesdrop on some information. In an instant, tens of thousands of pieces of information from High Heaven Sect flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he came to a shocking conclusion. This little girl was actually his own little sister. "I actually have a little sister?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he came back and saw his parents, his mother seemed to have mentioned this matter, but he hadn't expected that by the time he returned, it had already blossomed and bore fruit. "My father is really old but strong." Yang Kai couldn't help admiring him. Knowing the identity of this little girl, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity, as if there was a faint but indelible connection between him and this child in front of him. This connection was called blood. No wonder he felt that her eyes were somewhat similar to his own. Since they were brother and sister, it wasn't surprising. Gently putting the little girl down, Yang Kai didn't expect the little girl to kick him and angrily shout, "I'm your great aunt. You're not big, but your temper isn't small." Yang Kai laughed, but he didn't move, causing the little girl to kick empty air. The little girl was so angry that she was about to kick him again when Yang Kai raised a finger and gently flicked her forehead. With a bang, the little girl retreated a few steps, covering her forehead with both hands as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai actually dared to hit her. Since she was born, everyone in High Heaven Sect had been obedient to her. Ordinary children naturally didn't receive this kind of treatment, but she was different. She was the daughter of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju, and Yang Kai's little sister. Even the sect masters of Shadowed Star's top sects had to call her second young lady. Her sisters-in-law doted on her even more, giving her anything she wanted, almost plucking the stars and the moon for her. In High Heaven Sect, the little girl could be said to be in existence akin to an emperor. Let alone being hit, she had never lost a single hair. So today, she was suddenly attacked, causing her to be stunned. "I'm her big brother." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "You can't mess with this seniority." The little girl blinked her eyes as her mouth twitched, looking like she was about to cry. "Don't cry." Yang Kai raised his middle finger and pretended to flick it. The little girl's mouth was completely pulled down, but she really did not cry, instead turning her head to look at her sisters-in-law, seemingly asking for help. Su Yin didn't move. Shui pretended not to see anything. Shanqing Luo watched with interest, and only Xianning Chong still had a look of reluctance on her face. Although the Yang family's second young lady was pampered and had some minor problems, her nature was not bad. Xianning Chong had spent a lot of time with her, so he knew her best. Once, when they were playing in the back mountains, it was raining heavily, but she was busying herself under a tree in the heavy rain. Xianning Chong curiously looked over and found an ant nest under the tree. She was using leaves to build a shelter for the ant nest. At that time, She was only 3 years old. Ever since then, Xianxia had become even more fond of her. Being pampered and spoiled was not a big deal, but what was rare was the kindness that came from her nature. At least you know how to judge the situation. Yang Kai smiled slightly, raised his hand, and rubbed her head a few times. This is the first thing your big brother taught you: endure. Those who go too far will break easily. Do you understand? The little girl nodded foolishly, obviously not understanding. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since you're still not convinced, how about this if I call out your name? You call me Big Brother, how about it?" The little girl said angrily, "You say it." She was a little proud. This was the first time she met this person in front of her. How did he know her name? But she did not think about how Yang Kai would know that she was his sister when they met for the first time. Yang Kai pinched his fingers again and said with a smile, "Yang Shui, you, how did you know?" Yang Shui's eyes widened as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Her pair of clear eyes filled with a look of worship. "Just tell me, am I right?" Yang Kai asked. Yang Shui put down her hands and said dejectedly, "Yes." Yang Kai said, "Then what are you going to do?" Yang Shui pouted, turned her head to the side, and said unwillingly, "Big Brother." Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is the second thing. A man can't live without his word, and you can't break your promise." "Oh." Yang Shui looked thoughtful. "Well, that's it for today. Go back and tell Mom and Dad that I'll visit them in a few days." While speaking, he winked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan stood up from beside Su Yan and walked to Yang Shui's side and stretched out her little hand. Yang Shui took the initiative to put her hand on Lu Yan's hand, and the two little people immediately flew down the mountain. In a daze, Yang Shui looked back a few times. They looked like sisters. Yang Kai watched them leave and smiled, his heart warm. Yang Shui was only 5 years old, and Lu Yan was 7 or 8 years old. When the two stood together, they naturally looked like sisters. Turning around, Yang Kai lowered his eyes and grinned. "Who just said that she gave birth to little Shui? I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." Su Yan got up and was about to leave. "I remember, I also have something to do," Shui said with a flustered expression. Xianxia's cheeks flushed red, and she said softly, "My Dan." Only Shanqing Luo did not move, and looked at Yang Kai provocatively. Chapter 3197. "You want to leave now? It's too late." "Freeze." Yang Kai sneered, and with a single word, he sealed the space around him. The women immediately froze in place, as if they had been struck by a spell, leaving only their eyes rolling around. Yang Kai calmly walked over to Shanqing Luo with his hands behind his back and pinched her smooth chin. "You were the one who said those words just now, weren't you?" "Bah." Shanqing Luo spat. "So what if I was?" Yang Kai nodded. "Very good. It seems you really want to have a child. Your husband will fulfill your wish today." "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Shanqing Luo snorted. "You'll know in a moment whether I have the ability or not." As he spoke, he walked over to Shuiyu and stretched out his finger to gently draw a line across her face, all the way to her neck. Shuiyu's face immediately turned red, and her delicate body trembled. "Do you still remember the promise from that year?" Shuiyu looked away, not meeting his eyes, and gritted her teeth. "What promise from that year?" Yang Kai smiled. "You said it, as long as I can restore Ningchang to her original state." "Don't say it, don't say it." Shuiyu was anxious. That day, she was also worried about Xian Ningchang, so she spoke without thinking. Later, when she came back to her senses, she felt that it was inappropriate. Although she had already experienced many things, she had never said anything too absurd. Every time she thought about the promise, she would tremble in fear, let alone face it in person. Fortunately, for the past 10 years, there had been no news of Yang Kai, who knew that after 10 years, he would bring up this matter as soon as he returned. "What promise?" Xianing Chang asked curiously. It sounded like this matter was related to her as well. Yang Kai said, "Shuiyu said that as long as I can restore you, she will agree to let me be with you." He stretched out his hands and made a few grasping motions in the air, his face filled with sincerity. "Ah." Xianxia was shocked, her face turning red as she whispered, "How? How can you do this?" Shanqing Luo glanced sideways at Shui Yu and clicked her tongue in amazement. "I didn't expect little sister Yu to be so bold. But it's a good idea." Shanqing Luo wore an eager expression on her face, seemingly even more than Yang Kai's interest. "You also think it's a good idea?" Yang Kai turned to look at Shanqing Luo's eyes. Naturally, Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed, as if she could already imagine such a scene. Yang Kai snapped his fingers, and Shanqing Luo immediately regained her freedom. Standing up and walking over to Shui Yu, she leaned over and whispered in her ear, "Although I think it was a good idea, I'm not happy about being sold out in secret. Little sister Yu, how do you think I should punish you?" Shui Yu closed her eyes and bitterly cried out, "Qing Luo, how can you help a tyrant? I don't agree." A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Shanqing Luo turned to look at Su Yin and said, "Husband, big sister said she doesn't agree." Yang Kai laughed. "It's not up to you today. Luo, bring Shui Yu here." Saying so, he hugged Xianxia in one hand and Su Yin in the other and rushed towards the palace. Shanqing Luo reached out and grabbed Shui Yu's shoulder before flying up and following closely behind. In a flash, 3 delicate figures were lying on the bed in the palace. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo stood side by side, grinning wickedly like weasels that had stolen a chicken. Xianxia closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she had accepted her fate. Shui Yu's head was tilted to the side as she bit her red lips, feeling uneasy. Only Su Yin stared coldly at Yang Kai, her entire body exuding a cold aura. "Let me go quickly, otherwise don't blame me for ruining your mood. Luo, take care of her." Yang Kai pointed. "You'll definitely be satisfied." Shanqing Luo smiled lightly as she walked over to Su Yin and stared into her eyes, her beautiful eyes instantly turning into a pool of spring water, releasing a seductive charm. She had the bloodline origin of the heavenly moon demon spider and was proficient in charm techniques. If Su Yin was at her peak, she would naturally be able to ignore her, but now that her cultivation was sealed by Yang Kai, even moving a finger was extremely difficult. So how could she resist? Being stared at by Shanqing Luo, Su Yin immediately felt like she was sinking into a whirlpool, her cold body gradually heating up as a wave of numbness washed over her. After a short while, the ice began to melt. Inside the room, soft moans soon sounded, filling the air with boundless spring scenery. A few days later, Yang Kai took Su Yin and the others to visit his 2 parents. Naturally, they were reprimanded by Dong Suju, but fortunately, with little Shui accompanying them, the 2 old men felt somewhat comforted. Since the last time, Yang Shui seemed to have developed some awe towards her big brother, always looking at him timidly. It wasn't until Yang Kai called out to her and led her around Star Field that she saw the magnificent and beautiful Star Field that Yang Kai's position in Yang Shui's heart rose rapidly, suddenly surpassing Xianxia and the others and ranking only behind her parents. After spending a few days with her parents, under the orders of Yang Kai, the relocation of the entire High Heaven sect began. On Shadowed Star, all the great sects heard the news and gathered together to inquire about the situation. After receiving a positive answer from Yi Shiyun, all of them were overjoyed and expressed their willingness to hitch a ride. Yi Shiyun obeyed Yang Kai's instructions, neither refusing nor agreeing completely, only allowing them to select outstanding disciples to join her, a High Heaven sect. High Heaven sect already had enough people, so if they would bring everyone from other sects, there would likely be hundreds of thousands of them. Although High Heaven Palace's heritage was quite good now, it couldn't support so many people. Yang Kai could only make a choice, not only on Shadowed Star, but throughout the entire star territory as well. All the major cultivation stars had received the news that Yang Kai, the master of star territory, would be leaving his territory and heading to a higher level world. Before leaving, he would be bringing a group of outstanding cultivators with him to become his own subordinates. These cultivators would be selected through a series of selections, with each cultivation star only having 1,000 spots. There was no restriction on the level of cultivation, only aptitude. In star territory, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would only reach the Origin King realm, so going to the star boundary was not a big deal. What Xianxia wanted were talents, the kind of elites who could one day become the cornerstone of High Heaven Palace. It didn't matter if their cultivation was low. Once they went to High Heaven Palace, as long as they had enough aptitude, there was no need to worry about them not being cultivated. The entire star territory shook. If the invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory had brought disaster to Hung Luo Star Field, then this was a great opportunity, one that could allow one to reach the heavens in a single bound. Any cultivator with even a little ambition was not willing to miss this opportunity. As such, in a short time, all the cultivation stars in star territory became extremely lively. Taking advantage of this time, Xianxia brought Su Yin to a world of ice and snow. When he first entered the star boundary, he obtained huge benefits by relying on his star master status. Now that he was bringing Su Yin and the others back to the star boundary, he naturally wanted them to also become star masters before leaving. Xianxia was the master of Tongxian realm, so there was no need for him to go through such trouble, but Su Yin, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu had not refined star sources yet. Although Xianxia had some remaining star sources in his hands, they were all obtained from the Shattered Star Sea. The corresponding stars had long been destroyed, so there was no room for them to grow. Naturally, it was better to refine the star sources in a cultivation star. As the master of star territory, he knew the situation of the entire star territory like the back of his hand, so it was naturally easy for him to choose targets for the 3 women to refine. Shanqing Luo was accompanied by Lu Sanyang, and Shuiyu was accompanied by Lu Yan. With their cultivation and star refining art, they should not be in any danger. As for Su Yin, he needed to personally oversee her. Although Su Yin was already a Dao Source Realm cultivator, the stars that Xianxia chose for her were somewhat unusual. The whole world was snow white, and looking at it from the void, it looked like a huge ice ball. It was extremely beautiful and spectacular. Ice Soul Star, this cultivation star, was a very famous existence in the entire star territory. Xianxia had heard of it before he left star territory, but he had never had the chance to see it in person. It was famous not only because these stars were extremely cold, so neither humans nor monster beasts could set foot on it. Therefore, although it was a cultivation star, it had never been touched by the human race or the monster race. It was an extremely pure land. However, its special world principles gave birth to a group of very strange creatures, ice spirits. The ice spirit clan was extremely rare and could not be seen in the outside world. They could only be found on Ice Soul Star. They were born to be unafraid of the cold, and the cold aura was the cradle of their growth. The colder the environment, the more they liked it. It was said that in the beginning, the Ice Spirit clan was also kind and hospitable. If a wanderer accidentally came to Ice Soul Star, they would be warmly entertained by them. However, as the flowing time Great Emperor passed by, they gradually became xenophobic. This was because the guests they entertained would turn their backs on them when they turned around. The men of the Ice Spirit clan were all extraordinarily handsome, and the women were all as beautiful as flowers. Coupled with their special physiques and strange existences, it was easy for them to attract many covetous eyes. They were born from the ice and snow, and to those who cultivated ice attribute cultivation methods, their existence was simply the best shortcut to obtaining power. Chapter 3198. Ice Soul Star's reputation was well-deserved. When Xianxia and Su Yin arrived here, they saw a world of ice and snow that was wrapped in an enchanting silver sheen. The plants, the earth, and even the mountains seemed to have been carved out of ice, all of them crystal clear and beautiful. Ice attribute spirit flowers and grasses were everywhere in the wilderness, and ice attribute spirit grasses that were rare in the outside world were actually common here. However, although these things were valuable in star territory, they were not of much use to Xianxia and Su Yin, so they were only surprised for a while and had no intention of collecting them. This place was extremely cold, and not many people could stay here for long, but Xianxia's physique was strong and his cultivation was superb, so he naturally did not fear this minor cold. Looking at Su Yin, on the other hand, not only did she not feel uncomfortable, she even felt a sense of joy, as if she had returned to her homeland. Coming to this world of ice and snow, she clearly felt the strength in her body flow faster. The cold environment not only did not suppress her strength, but also enhanced it. She cultivated an ice attribute secret art and had obtained the Ice Phoenix Source Inheritance. So this environment was simply like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. If she had been cultivating in this environment in the early years, her cultivation would have risen to a level no one could match. Xianxia summoned his embodiment and asked it to lead the way while he led Su Yin all the way down into the Earth's crust to search for Ice Soul Star's source. The Stone Mongoose clan's Earth Attribute secret art was a gift from their innate talent, so clearing a path through the Earth was naturally a piece of cake. After a quarter of an hour, the path ahead opened up and they arrived at an underground cave. The surrounding environment was getting colder and colder, causing Xianxia to marvel. Although he was not affected by this place, he estimated that if one did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, even a third-order origin king would not be able to last long here. Ice Soul Star was like a dead land in star territory, and only those who had surpassed the limits of the origin king realm could come here to explore. However, the most powerful existence in star territory was only a third-order origin king. Inside the cave, icy blue flames flowed, exuding an extremely cold aura. Just looking at it seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. This was clearly a type of strange flame. Moreover, it was the type of flame that was extremely cold. One couldn't help but sigh. The uncanny workmanship of nature was truly unfathomable. At the center of the cave, there was a rather conspicuous ball of light. It was wriggling and changing constantly, as if it had a mind of its own. Essence. Su Yin turned to look at Xianxia and asked. Xianxia looked at it for a while and grinned. It's fake. Fake. Su Yin was startled. It's fake, Xianxia said with certainty. He had come into contact with quite a number of stars' origins, and now that he was the master of the star territory, he could naturally see through the origin at a glance. It was clearly the condensation of icy flames, not the origin of Ice Soul Star, but a trap. With a snap, Xianxia snapped his fingers, and a bright light shone in the cave. A number of lifelike ice sculptures suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan's eyes. These ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged, strolling around the various corners of the cave. Because the light here was too dim and there was no aura, Su Yan's attention had been completely focused on the essence, and she had not noticed them before. These, Su Yan frowned. They're probably the ones who want to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. Su Yin looked around carefully and found that there were more than a dozen ice sculptures, in fact hundreds of them. If what Xianxia said was true, then hundreds of people had died here because they wanted to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. And how bad could the cultivation of those who were qualified to enter here and attempt to refine Ice Soul Star's essence be? They were definitely third-order origin kings. They died extremely peacefully, without the slightest struggle or pain on their faces, as if they had ended their lives in a deep sleep. In other words, when they died, they did not even realize that death was coming. There had never been a cultivation star whose essence was so dangerous. Ice Soul Star was probably unique in the entire star territory, yet so many third-order origin kings had died here without even realizing it. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, Su Yin immediately discovered that these clothes had a clear sense of age. The people who died here obviously did not come from the same era. These third-order origin kings might have lived thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Su Yan's heart went cold. Although she was now a second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, if she had really come here alone to refine the so-called essence, the consequences would not have been good. The essence is not here. Yang Kai shook his head. Then where is it? Su Yan asked. Yang Kai's eyes turned and stared in a certain direction, smiling as he said, "Over here." At that moment, he clearly felt that there was a wolf spying on them, although it was very subtle. How could it escape his perception? Following the vine to the melon, Yang Kai instantly locked onto a certain position. Under normal circumstances, even if the essence of stars was a representation of the world will, it was just a lifeless object that would not actively move. But Ice Soul Star's essence was obviously not like this. It seemed to have gained sentience. Interesting, really interesting. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the Tongxian realm's essence he had seen before. Back then, Tongxian realm's world energy was exhausted, and the world was on the verge of collapse. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death, the Tongxian realm's essence took the form of a rabbit and, whether intentionally or unintentionally, encountered Xianxia and was eventually refined by her. The Ice Soul Star's essence was somewhat similar to the one in Tongxian realm. In Tongxian realm, when the world was on the verge of collapse, the essence sensed danger and took the initiative to seek opportunities. But Ice Soul Star was obviously not like this. Could essence really give birth to sentience? Yang Kai suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity, feeling that Su Yan's harvest this time was not small. Following the passage opened by the embodiment before, Yang Kai hugged Su Yan all the way up and soon returned to the surface. Unlike the previous calm, at this moment, the entire Ice Soul Star was engulfed in wind and snow. The cold wind was bone-chilling, and the ice and snow were like sharp blades that cut through everything. In the sky, thick clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The world seemed to be angry. Yang Kai grinned, raised his hand to the sky, and waved, shouting, "Scatter!" The thunder stopped, the lightning stopped, and the ice and snow stopped. The sky was clear and cloudless. Although he was not Ice Soul Star's master, his status as the master of star territory was higher than that of a simple star master. His every move was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao, so it was naturally easy for him to control the weather of star. Bull seemed to realize something and did not try to resist Yang Kai. Instead, an ice bridge suddenly appeared above the ice and snow, connecting the heavens and earth, leading all the way to an unknown distance under Yang Kai and Su Yan's feet. The ice bridge was pure and flawless, and when it suddenly appeared, even Su Yan was stunned. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Master seems to be very hospitable. Let's go." If he had not just displayed a unique method, he would never have been able to enjoy such hospitality. Holding Su Yan's hand, Yang Kai stepped onto the ice bridge and flew toward the end of the ice bridge at an extremely fast speed. Atop a towering ice mountain, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Guests have come to visit. Prepare to receive them." The ice mountain trembled, and one figure after another emerged from the ice caves. At first glance, these people looked no different from ordinary humans, but if one looked closely, one would discover that they were not human. Each one of them was like an ice sculpture, pure and flawless. The men were handsome, while the women were otherworldly. All of them wore white robes and had pointy ears similar to those of beasts. Not only did this not ruin their overall beauty, it only added to their noble temperament. They were the fairies of ice and snow, the pure Ice Spirit Clan. There were tens of thousands of ice spirits on the ice mountain. If others were to know of this scene, they would probably go crazy. In the territory of the star, any ice spirit could be sold for a sky-high price, let alone tens of thousands. Their very existence was a huge and incomparable wealth. The numerous ice spirits were shocked and looked at each other in dismay, as if they could not believe what they had just heard. The owner of the cold voice, just now, was a supreme existence in the Ice Spirit Clan. She was the foundation of the Ice Spirit Clan's birth, the Ice God. Ice spirits were xenophobic and did not have any friends. At this moment, the Ice God actually told them that guests had come to visit, so they were naturally very surprised. Since what did the Ice Spirit Clan need to welcome guests? However, since it was the Ice God who had spoken, even if they were puzzled, they hurriedly prepared. They were pure, not only physically but also spiritually. Naturally, they did not dare to disobey the ice god's words. An ice bridge suddenly extended from a distant place and connected to the mountainside of the ice mountain. From the ice bridge, a man and a woman came side by side. Their figures did not move, and they quickly reached the end of the ice bridge. Landing on the ground, Kai Yang's face immediately lit up with amazement as he looked around. It was also the first time he had seen the so-called ice spirits. Using his divine sense, he found that these ice spirits' bodies seemed to be made of ice crystals. Their bodies exuded a cold aura and seemed to be extremely sturdy. Their cultivation realms seemed to be nothing to them. The classification of Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm was not enough to describe their abilities. However, Yang Kai could feel that many of them were not inferior to Origin Kings. What a powerful force! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. It was really incredible that there was such a group of forces in the territory of the star. In the past, the Netherworld sect had invaded the territory of the star. If they had come to attack Ice Soul Star, Yang Kai was afraid they would have been wiped out before he even had to take action. Fortunately, the Ice Spirit clan had not appeared for a long time and only operated on Ice Soul Star. Otherwise, they would have been able to rule the entire territory of the star. A handsome male ice spirit walked out and asked curiously, "Are you the guest of the ice god?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If no one else is here, then we are." Ice god? Yang Kai did not know whether this was a self-proclaimed title or just a respectful title given to it by the Ice Spirit clan, but it was quite appropriate. After all, it was the source of this star. On this cultivation star, it was indeed a god. Chapter 3199. There was a power outage in the morning. The male ice spirit looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while, before slowly shaking his head. "You're not." He then pointed to Su Yin. "She is." "We came together." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "You saw it too. It was your ice god who brought us here." The male ice spirit stubbornly shook his head. "You are dirty and she is pure, so she is a guest." Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Boy, the last guy who dared to talk to me like that has grass growing on his grave. He was now the master of the star territory, and everything in the territory was under his jurisdiction. Yet now someone was pointing at him and saying he was dirty. The male ice spirit frowned at him, a look of disgust on his face. He really didn't understand why the ice god would bring such a person here. His existence had already tarnished the purity of this place. Su Yin patted Yang Kai's hand before looking at the male ice spirit and saying, "Please take me to see your ice god." She knew that the key to whether she could refine Ice Soul Star source this time was the ice god, so she didn't want to waste any time. The male ice spirit nodded, but didn't lead the way, instead reaching out to take out an ice bag from his waist and handing it to Su Yin. "Drink some." The ice bag was shaped like a water bottle and contained something unknown. When it was shaken, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Su Yin took it and asked, "Can I see the ice god only after drinking?" "You're a guest after drinking." Obviously, wanting to see the ice god wasn't as simple as just walking over. There seemed to be some tests. "Good." Su Yin opened the ice pack as she spoke, and a sweet smell immediately wafted into the air. Yang Kai was slightly startled. He had thought that the ice bag contained some kind of wine, but now it seemed that it was something else, probably a specialty of the Ice Spirit clan. Although he didn't know what it was, one thing was certain: the contents of this ice bag were definitely not something ordinary people could bear. Su Yin raised her head and gulped it down, showing a rare, heroic expression. The ice spirits who had gathered around were still waiting for a good show, but as time passed, their expressions gradually changed, especially the male ice spirit who had handed the ice bag to Su Yin. His eyes slowly widened, and with a look of shock, he said with a distressed voice, "Enough, enough." Su Yin put down the ice pack and raised her sleeve to wipe the corner of her mouth. "Does this count as passing?" The male ice spirit took back the ice bag, shook it gently, and moved aside with a pained expression. "Please." Su Yin glanced over at Yang Kai and gave him a meaningful look. telling him not to be impatient. Then, she began walking up the ice path. After walking for less than 1,000 feet, a female ice spirit jumped out and blocked their way. She was holding a plate carved out of ice, and on the plate were some snow-white silkworm, cocoon-like things. She tilted her head and looked at her with a smile. "Do you want to try?" Suyin pinched 2 fingers together and took one out, placing it in her mouth. The ice-cold taste exploded in her mouth, along with a sour taste that she couldn't quite describe. In a flash, the plate was eaten clean. The female ice spirit looked at her ice plate absent-mindedly, but Suyin just brushed past her. Halfway up the mountain, Xianxia stood in place and waited. Although he was the master of the star territory, since he had brought Suyin here to refine the ice soul source, he had to rely on her own ability. Only in this way could the ice soul source acknowledge him and help her grow in the future. Otherwise, with his current ability, he could completely subdue the ice soul source directly. But that would be meaningless. Since it was a test, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. Although there was no meat, such a table of delicious delicacies was enough to make one's mouth water. A group of ice spirits gathered around, watching him eat and drink in a daze. There were even a few female ice spirits who put on a posture of wanting to kill him here, constantly pouring wine for him. Xianxia did not refuse any of them, drinking as much wine as he could, showing this group of ice spirits, who had not seen much of the world, what it meant to be forthright. As time passed, more and more ice spirits gathered around, and the wine and fruit plates on the table were changed again and again. Xianxia was a little tipsy, and his tongue was a little slurred, but he still did not collapse. After 3 full days, Suyin's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at her for a moment before circulating his emperor qi and immediately sobering up. "How is it?" Asterisk Zheng. Asterisk with a flash of cold light. Suyin pulled out her sword. "It's done." "Profound Frost Divine Sword?" Xianxia raised his brow. This profound Frost Divine Sword was brought out by Suyin from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. It was a sword left behind by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bingyan. Over the years, she had been using Profound Frost Divine Sword as a sword. However, as she broke through to the Dao Source realm, this sword could not keep up with her pace. Xianxia had been thinking about asking Hou to make a sword for her when he returned to the High Heaven Palace. But now, it seemed that there was no need. Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone a great change. The entire sword had become as thin as a cicada's wing. Even if Suyin did not circulate any power, it still exuded an extremely cold aura, faintly showing signs of being a Dao Source grade artifact. On the hilt of the sword there were 2 small words. "I soul." Xianxia asked curiously, "Did you refine it into an artifact spirit?" Suyin shook her head. "It chose itself." Inside the Ice Palace, Suyin and the Ice Soul had fought for a day. It was not a life or death battle, but rather a battle of control over ice attribute power. After obtaining the Ice Soul's approval, Suyin took the initiative to enter Profound Frost Divine Sword and become its artifact spirit. This artifact spirit was extraordinary because it was the star source of the entire Ice Soul Star. No one had ever used the star source of a star as an artifact spirit, so even Xianxia could not say whether Suyin's decision was good or bad, but one thing was certain. Suyin had become Ice Soul Star's Star Master, so she and Ice Soul Star were inseparable. "What's wrong with them?" Suyin asked curiously. When she came over just now, she saw a group of ice spirits with sorrowful expressions, as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of their flesh. Xianxia burped. "I ate and drank a little of their stuff. They're so stingy." Suyin swept her gaze across the ice table and immediately understood the cause and effect, smiling. "You ate at least 10,000 years of their accumulation." "Did I?" "Haha. It seems that they are quite enthusiastic." Xianxia patted his stomach. Although he was only in human form now, his dragon form was 250 feet long. Not to mention 10,000 years of accumulation, Even 100,000 years of accumulation could be eaten and drunk. Ice goddess. The surrounding ice spirits focused their gazes on the profound frost divine sword and the ice soul sword with complicated expressions. With a flash of brilliance, a pure and flawless woman of peerless beauty leisurely appeared from the ice soul sword, making Xianxia's eyes widen. Although he knew that the ice soul star source had gained sentience, he did not expect it to turn into a human form. Her state was somewhat similar to Lu Yan's, but the two had different attributes. Lu Yan was like fire, and the ice soul was like ice. If they encountered each other, there might be a conflict. Ice goddess. Many ice spirits knelt on the ground and cried out. Ice soul's beautiful eyes looked around, and her cold voice resounded through the world. I'm leaving. The expressions of the ice spirits became more and more sorrowful and reluctant. Ice soul turned to Xianxia and said, before leaving, please leave behind some protection for this star and protect them. Of course. Xianxia nodded. Even if Ice Soul did not mention it, he would have done so. This cultivation star had already been connected to Su Yin, so naturally, he could not be careless. Immediately communicating with the star source in the territory of the star, he drew the power of tens of thousands of stars and covered up all traces of the Ice Soul star. The process was quite smooth, and with his ability as the star field master, it wasn't difficult for him to find a passage to the star boundary. He even left behind the passage so that if anyone in Hung Luo star field had enough strength in the future, they could use it to enter the star boundary. This was tantamount to reconnecting Hung Luo star field and the star boundary. In the future, the masters in Hung Luo star field wouldn't have to worry about wasting their time if their cultivation was high enough. Everywhere he looked, there were towering ancient trees that even a dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. They looked vaguely familiar, and the surrounding environment gave off an ancient and wild aura. Xianxia couldn't help but raise his brow. What a coincidence! Have I arrived at that place? He set off from star territory to the star boundary, but he couldn't pinpoint his destination accurately. The starlight corridor he opened up with great effort only connected to an approximate location. 100 kilometers away, a monster commander was hurriedly rushing to a certain place. Xianxia's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the monster commander. The two-horned monster commander came to a halt, a look of shock appearing on his face as he stared at Xianxia vigilantly. Is this the ancient wildlands? Xianxia looked at him and asked. The monster commander couldn't figure out Xianxia's origins and purpose for a while. Knowing that he wasn't his opponent, he cooperated. Yes. He felt strange. Since this guy came here, how could he not know about the ancient wildlands? Humans are really stupid. Very good. Xianxia grinned. Which Saint Venerable's subordinate are you? The monster commander was stunned. You know the Saint Master? Cut the crap. Are you asking me, or should I ask you? Xianxia raised his hand and looked at the monster commander's horns. The monster commander's face turned pale. He didn't see how Xianxia attacked. In other words, if this human wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with 10 fingers. Standing in front of the gates of hell, the monster commander felt a chill down his spine. This one is the subordinate of the Western Saint Venerable, the Flying Eagle Monster King. The Flying Eagle. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. The monster commander was even more confused. You know our king? Because in that moment, this human's expression became much more amiable, and since he called the Flying Eagle by his name, they must know each other. The Flying Eagle is my subordinate. Do you think I don't know him? Ah, the monster commander was stunned. He instinctively felt that this guy in front of him was bragging. The Flying Eagle King was one of the 8 monster kings under the Western Saint Venerable, the Old Dog Master. Even if a human was lucky enough to know him, how could he dare to boast like this? But in the next moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something and stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. He finally understood why this human in front of him looked so familiar. More than 10 years ago, there were a few people who entered the ancient wilderness and got involved in the Blood Door. After a great battle, the North Saint Hua even fell. Since then, the 4 Saint Venerables in the ancient wilderness became the 3 Saint Venerables. It was said that one day, a descendant of Xianxia entered the Blood Door, and there was another human male who had a good relationship with that descendant. Even the 3 Saint Venerables had to be polite to him. When he left the ancient wilderness, he took the 3 kings with him, and the Flying Eagle was one of them. During the battle back then, this monster commander had also watched from afar, and although he hadn't been able to see it clearly, he had vaguely remembered Xianxia's features. Now that Xianxia had reminded him, his dusty memories were instantly unlocked. What was that human called again? Oh right, the double-horned monster commander excitedly cupped his fists and said, "So it's Lord Yang. You recognize me?" Xianxia asked with interest. There were countless monster commanders in the ancient wilderness, but he did not expect that one of them would recognize him. When did he become so famous in the ancient wilderness? "I recognize you. I was fortunate enough to see Master from afar in my early years." The double-horned monster commander was extremely excited, and his expression became more and more flattering. How could he not recognize him? Enter the Blood Door, obtain a new life, return to the ancestral bloodline, and transform into a saint spirit. This was a saying that had been passed down in the ancient wilderness since ancient times, and every monster race was familiar with it. Now that the Blood Door had been closed, and there was no news of the descendant of Xianxia who controlled the source of thousands of saint spirits, it was widely known in the ancient wilderness that if they wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors and become saint spirits, the human called Xianxia was the key. If not for this, how could the 3 Master Shilei, Yingfei, and Xiaowei be willing to be ordered around? They even left the ancient wilderness for thousands of years to serve as his subordinates. Wasn't it all for the sake of being in a favorable position? Among the 32 Monster King in the ancient wilderness, only the 3 of them had such good fortune. The other 29 Monster Kings were incomparably envious of them. If not for the 3 Saint Venerables' strict orders to suppress them, the other 29 Monster Kings would have already left the ancient wilderness to look for this Xianxia. The double-horned monster commander had never thought that the opportunity that the 29 Monster Kings could not find would suddenly descend upon his head. How could the person standing in front of him be an ordinary human? This was the shortcut to becoming a saint spirit and walking to the peak. He suddenly revealed a covetous expression, which made Xianxia feel disgusted. He took a few steps back and said, "Since you recognize me, things will be easier. I have something for you to do, but I don't know if you have the time." "Yes, yes, yes," the double-horned monster commander repeatedly replied. What a joke! Since he had met this master, he naturally had to grasp this opportunity. Even if he did not have the time, he had to squeeze out some time. "Please instruct me, master." The corner of Xianxia's eyes twitched. He felt that this fellow's gaze was a bit strange, but he did not want to waste time with him. So he instructed, "Go to Luan Feng's place and tell her that I, Xianxia, have returned. I have to properly settle the debt from back then. Tell her to prepare." Chapter 32:01. The weather is changing rapidly. It's very cold. Everyone, take care to keep warm. This was a peculiar race that had almost gone extinct in the long river of history. Their people were born weak and didn't have much fighting ability, but they had a unique talent for nurturing plants. It was rumored that in ancient times, those powerful experts liked to subdue 1 or 2 wood spirits to help them take care of the spirit herbs in their herb gardens. As long as 1 wood spirit lived in a herb garden of 100,000 mu, the quantity and quality of the herbs harvested would increase by 30%. They were the favorites of nature, extremely rare existences. The flowing time great emperor had passed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. In the endless river of history, every part of the astral plane had changed, and the changes of races were common. However, the ancient wildlands hadn't changed since ancient times, so there were many creatures that were rarely seen in the outside world. The wood spirits were like that, and so were the stone mongoose. The two races supported and relied on each other through the long flowing time Great Emperor, allowing their races to continue to exist. The stone mongoose race could provide the wood spirits with powerful protection, and in return, the wood spirits could provide the stone mongoose race with the ability to fly. They weren't good at fighting, but they could make the clumsy and huge stone mongoose fly. Without the help of the wood spirits, the stone mongoose could only fight on the ground and would often suffer great losses. A dozen delicate wood spirits flew towards Xianxia, gathered around him, and danced like butterflies. "Hello." Xianxia grinned. Whether it was the wood spirit or the stone puppet, they were both very xenophobic races. Under normal circumstances, they would not interact with the outside world at all. Many of the monster race, people who lived in the ancient lands, had never seen their true faces and had only heard about them. However, Xianxia was different. Xianxia had come to the stone mongoose race's territory more than 10 years ago, and was even received as a distinguished guest by the stone mongoose and the wood spirits. Now that they met again, they were naturally familiar with each other. A female wood spirit landed on Xianxia's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "The elders and clansmen are waiting for you. Please." Her voice was soft and gentle, and her cheeks were slightly red. Wood spirits were easily embarrassed. Xianxia vaguely felt that she looked familiar, as if she was the one who had poured wine for him all those years ago. But he wasn't sure. He smiled and said, "All right." The wood spirit's innate divine technique allowed all the plants and trees within a radius of several thousand miles to become their eyes and ears. Therefore, the moment Xianxia arrived, the wood spirits sensed him and came to welcome him. The wood spirits led the way, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the stone mongoose's residence. The ancient trees around them were much taller than the trees in other places, and the holes in the trees were natural houses. 9 huge stone mongoose figures were lined up in a row. The one in the middle looked a little old, and his body was even a little hunched. His beard, which looked like an upside-down stone pillar, hung in front of his chest, giving him a sense of vicissitudes. He was looking at them with a smile. Xianxia walked up to him, put his hand on his chest, and bowed. "Elder." Then he looked at the half-foot-tall female wood spirit with a flower crown sitting on his shoulder. "Chief, distinguished guest, we meet again." The stone mongoose elder chuckled, and his deep voice shook the earth. "Lower your voice." The wood spirit chief, Mu-Na, plugged her ears. "I don't deserve to be your distinguished guest. Elder, you could just call me by my name." When he woke up, it was already daytime. He felt dizzy, so he meditated and rested for a while before he finally felt better. He secretly made up his mind that he would never drink with this group of big guys again. The female wood spirit who went to welcome him yesterday peeked outside the door. Seeing that he was awake, she said timidly, "You're awake, guest. The elders and the tribe leader are waiting for you." "I'll go now. Thank you." Xianxia smiled at her, making her blush again. What a strange tribe, Xianxia thought to himself. The wood spirit tribe didn't only have a unique talent for cultivating spirit flowers and rare herbs, they themselves had great value. Rumor has it that the wood spirit tribe hid the secret of immortality. If someone was seriously injured and dying, as long as they could swallow a wood spirit, they would immediately come back from the dead and be healed. Fortunately, they lived in the ancient wasteland and were protected by the stone mongoose tribe. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. The greed of humans was endless. If these moving healing pills were targeted by someone, how could they escape from the devil's clutches? After leaving the wooden house, Xianxia went straight to a nearby tree hole. Going inside, he followed the spiral staircase up. Not long after, he saw the elder in another tree house. After saluting, he sat down. Xianxia asked, "Is there still no news from Xiao?" The elder shook his head. "Ever since the blood door went into hiding, there hasn't been any movement. I don't know how Ninth Stone is doing now." Xianxia smiled. With Ruoshi looking after him, Elder doesn't need to worry too much. Inside the blood door was the heavenly palace. Inside the heavenly palace were countless Holy Spirit essences that were obtained by Tianxing in the past. Xiaoxiao went in with Ruo Shi to inherit Taiyu's essence. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to transform into Taiyu and have a boundless future. In ancient times, Holy Spirits emerged in an endless stream. However, there are also differences in strength between Holy Spirits. If the dragon and the phoenix were the leaders, then the black tortoise, white tiger, Qilin, Xianxia, and other familiar names would be second only to the dragon and the phoenix. Taiyu's ranking among the Holy Spirits was also very high, not inferior to the Qilin and Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia was looking forward to seeing what Xiaoxiao would become after coming out of the blood door. Hearing this, the elder hesitated for a moment before finally changing the topic. You came over yesterday to say something. What is it? It's like this. I want to build a territory crossing space array here that connects to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Connecting to the Northern Territory? The elder was shocked. Boy, that won't do. Munaf flew out of nowhere and landed on the elder's shoulder. She looked at Xianxia and shook her head. This area is the pure territory of my Wood Spirit clan and the Stone Mongoose clan. Apart from you, no human has ever set foot here. If you build a space array here, our lives will be disturbed in the future. I cannot agree. Whether it was the Stone Mongoose or the Wood Spirit clan, they were all easily coveted by others. Their existence itself was a secret. If this secret were to spread, it would certainly cause endless trouble. Xianxia solemnly said, Patriarch, don't worry. I promise that the space array will only be used by me. Others will never come here through the array. The main reason was that the space array he arranged in the Luanfeng's palace was destroyed by the Luanfeng. If Xianxia wanted to connect the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory, this was the only viable option. If he wanted to settle the score with the Luanfeng, it would be for the destruction of the space array. Chapter 3202. The majestic palace was grand and imposing. Inside the palace, the Luanfeng, who wore a phoenix crown and was dressed in splendid attire, sat at the head of the palace. Below her, a person was pacing back and forth with an anxious expression. From time to time, he would turn his head to look outside, as if he was waiting for something. This person looked like a man with an exquisite figure. He wore a black robe, and his black hair was casually tied into a bun with a jade hairpin. He was one of the 3 Saint Sovereigns of the Savage Wildland, the West Saint Sovereign Tsongo. The West Saint, who had always been calm even in the face of a landslide, was now deeply distressed and had a conflicted expression on his face. He walked around like a headless fly for a while. Luanfeng finally couldn't bear it anymore. She rubbed her forehead and said, Sit down. You're making me dizzy. Tsongo stopped and looked at Luanfeng with grief and indignation. Why is he here again? Tell me, why is he here again? Luanfeng said weakly, You're asking me? Who should I ask? Didn't I hear that he went to the Northern Territory and built a palace? High Heaven Palace. Yes, High Heaven Palace. Tsongo clapped his hands. I heard that he's doing well in the Northern Territory. Why is he here in our Eastern Territory instead of abusing his power in the Northern Territory? Tsongo had never seen such a person. He crossed the territory as if he was eating and drinking. He even treated the savage wild ancient land as his backyard. Luanfeng said indifferently, He said that he's here to settle accounts with me. Settle accounts? What accounts? Tsongo stared at her. Luanfeng lowered her eyes. Who knows? Maybe he's just talking nonsense. Tsongo looked at her suspiciously. Are you hiding something from us? Luanfeng said, What can I hide from you? But then again, you didn't leak any information about this, right? Tsongo sneered. I'm not an idiot. Why would I leak any information? It's best that you didn't. If those Monster King knew that he's here. Tsongo couldn't finish his sentence. Just thinking about the scene made him shudder. The dog seemed to have realized this as well, and its face was filled with grief and indignation. They were the dignified Saint Masters of the ancient wildlands, but now They had to guard against a mere first-order Emperor realm master like they were guarding against a thief. No one would believe them if they told others about it. Since when did a human have the right to behave so atrociously in the savage, desolate ancient land? However, that was the truth. Ever since that person came to the savage wildland more than 10 years ago and stirred up a storm in the savage wildland, his name had spread throughout the savage wildland. If it weren't for the three holy sages working together to suppress him, the monster king under their command would have set out to find him long ago. Of course, she wasn't looking for him for revenge. It was because that person was the only one who could talk to the descendants of Xianxia. They all wanted to work for him, so that when the blood gate opened again, they could gain the favor of the descendants of Xianxia. Only then would they have the chance to restore the glory of their ancestors and become divine spirits. Over the years, even with the suppression of the three holy sages, the remaining 29 Monster King still kept talking about replacing Ying Fei, Shi Lei, and Xie Wuwei to work for Xianxia. Some of them even proposed the absurd idea of working in shifts. What kind of scandal was this? A group of high and mighty fiend kings were actually trying to curry favor with a human for the sake of an unattainable opportunity. They had even abandoned their pride and the glory of being fiend kings. The three holy venerates felt very embarrassed. However, after thinking about it, the Monster King's cultivation had already reached the limit. If they wanted to improve further, they could only start from their ancestors' bloodline. Most of the monsters in the savage wildland had the bloodline of an ancient divine spirit. If they could obtain the help of the descendants of Xianxia, their chances of becoming a divine spirit were very high. Therefore, even though the three holy sages hated them for not living up to expectations, they couldn't punish them. Fortunately, over the past 10 years, the Monster King had gradually calmed down and didn't cause any trouble. The Luanfeng was now very glad that she made the choice to destroy the territory crossing space formation. She really did have the foresight. Otherwise, if Xianxia came to the savage wildland every 2 to 3 days, the three holy sages would become holy sages without any subordinates. At that time, they wouldn't have any subordinates, and the Monster King would all go to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. That would be really embarrassing. Where's the monster commander that reported the news? The Tsang dog seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. The news of Xianxia's reappearance in the savage wildland couldn't be spread out. Otherwise, the peaceful savage wildland would change again. He's locked up, the Luanfeng replied. If the Tsang dog could think of something, how could she not? When a monster commander with 2 horns came to report the news, he was immediately placed under house arrest. They were afraid that the news would leak out. That's good. The Tsang dog breathed a sigh of relief. Have you prepared the things I told you to prepare? The Luanfeng looked up at him. The Tsang dog flipped his hand, and 3 space rings immediately appeared in his hand. They're all here. Are we really going to spend money to avoid disaster? Then what do you want? The Luanfeng was clear that she had destroyed the space array that Xianxia had painstakingly arranged in the past. This time, she had to give him an explanation. The simplest and most effective method was naturally to spend money to avoid disaster. But she couldn't do this alone. After all, this was related to the entire savage wildland, and the other 2 Saint Seniors couldn't escape. The Tsang dog said with some heartache, although our savage wildland is rich, it can't withstand his constant plundering. Last time, he took away a lot of good things. It's just some stones and some herbs. They aren't of much use to our savage wildlands monster clan. We could just give them to him, or... The Luanfeng's beautiful eyes flashed, a cold light blossoming in them. We can find an opportunity to kill him. The Tsang dog was startled. Absolutely not. What kind of crazy idea was this? If they really killed that person, how could the descendants of Tianxing leave the matter at that? The death of Shi Hua was still vivid in their minds, as if it had just happened yesterday. The descendants of Tianxing had taken away Shi Hua's source as if they were taking something from their pockets. Killing a divine spirit was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Who dared to provoke them? They were the natural enemy of all divine spirits, just like the relationship between a cat and a mouse. He didn't consider whether he could kill them or not. If he really wanted to, how could three Saint Masters not be able to kill a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? However, how could he dare to kill him? How could he kill him? Fan Ku is here. The Luanfeng suddenly raised her head and looked outside. A tall figure entered from outside and landed in front of the two. He wore a feathered crown and a decent blue robe, but his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Looking at the Tsang dog, then at the Luanfeng, he asked, "He's here again?" The Luanfeng nodded lightly. Fan Ku let out a long sigh. My fate. He had never thought that a trivial human could shake the entire savage wildland ancient land. If this person was really strong, it would be fine, but his skill was not as good as his opponent's. Although the divine spirits were strong, they were not invincible. Unfortunately, this person's strength was not that great, and he did not even intend to become an enemy of the savage wildland. But his existence alone was enough to endanger the peace of the entire savage wildland. When had the Saint Masters of the savage wildland ancient land ever been so aggrieved? They couldn't fight, but they couldn't kill. Fan Ku finally understood what it meant by good people don't live long, but bad people live 1,000 years. It was referring to people like Xianxia. Where is he now? The Luanfeng shook her head. I don't know. I only know that he suddenly appeared in the savage wildland yesterday and met a monster commander. He ordered that monster commander to deliver a message, saying that he would come find me. No other monster race members saw him? Fan Ku's heart jumped to his throat. Probably not, the Luanfeng frowned. The Luanfeng frowned. Otherwise, the monster kings below wouldn't be so quiet. You know that guy is proficient in the law of space and can appear and disappear unpredictably. If he really hid his movements, those monster kings wouldn't be able to discover him. If the news really spread, then the monster kings who have been restless for a long time would come out in full force. That's good. That's good. Fan Ku finally relaxed. What should we do now? Wait here for him to come? Sangu looked at the Luanfeng, then at Fan Ku. The most important thing now is to find out where he is. It would be best if we can find him before he comes here. Don't let him walk around in the savage wildland. The Luanfeng nodded. That makes sense. She was so angry at Xianxia that she didn't think about this for a while. As soon as Fan Ku said this, she suddenly had an idea. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Maybe I know where he is. Looking up, she and Fan Ku shouted at the same time, the stone mongoose. It wasn't hard to guess where Xianxia went. After all, in the savage wildland, only the stone mongoose had a good relationship with him. Since he appeared in the savage wildland and didn't look for any of the three Saint Masters, there could only be one place for him to go. Although they couldn't be sure, they were very confident. Since they had made their decision, the three Saint Masters no longer hesitated. They immediately set out, rushing towards the stone mongoose's territory. They couldn't wait for him to come to them, so they had to take the initiative. In the entire savage wildland, the stone mongoose's existence was very special. It was because they weren't under the jurisdiction of the Saint Masters and could be considered a free race. It wasn't that the Luanfeng and the others didn't want to subdue the stone mongoose, but not only were these big guys not weak, they were also very stubborn. Many years ago, although they had the upper hand in several battles, they couldn't do much to the stone mongoose, let alone subdue them. Later, when they found that the stone mongoose only moved around within 10,000 li of their territory and didn't harm their interests, they stopped paying attention to them. However, there were still some gaps between them. This time, if it wasn't for Xianxia, they wouldn't have been willing to go to the stone mongoose's territory so easily. Inside the treehouse, Xianxia looked at the space array in front of him with satisfaction. This time, the arrangement of the space array was much smoother than before. The most obvious difference was that the time it took to arrange the space array was cut in half. This wasn't because his strength had improved, but rather because his attainments in space principles had improved a lot. After becoming the master of star territory, using the entire star territory as a carrier to activate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devour the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Xianxia didn't just obtain the hundreds of millions of Li star field, but also his comprehension of space. The changes in the sealed world bead and the expansion of the small sealed world were also related to the mysteries of space. Xianxia didn't deliberately cultivate the space divine technique, but he gained a lot in the process. His comprehension of space principles had reached a new level, and he instinctively felt that he had touched upon some profound secret. His whole vision became a little different. Although the surrounding space was empty in his eyes, it was clear that there were traces to follow. He stood there, immersed in an extremely mysterious feeling, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Chapter 32:03. In a trance, he entered a very strange state. He raised his hand slightly and slapped forward. It was just a subconscious action. Moreover, when he slapped forward, there was no movement in the surroundings. He continued to attack. Sometimes his palm turned into a fist. Sometimes his 5 fingers opened like a halberd. Sometimes his fist turned into a palm. His movements were random and there was no pattern to them. However, there was a strange charm to them. 100 miles away, the 3 Saint Venerables were flying over. Suddenly, they stopped on a tree. Wuan Feng frowned and said, "The territory of the Stone Mongoose clan is in front of us. I wonder if that brat is here." "I hope he is here," Fan Hua said with a tired expression. 3 Saint Venerables were dispatched just to send something to that brat, so that he could leave. If others knew about this, they would laugh themselves to death. Sango suddenly sniffed and asked with a strange expression, "Do you feel something?" "What?" Wuan Feng turned to look at him. Sango frowned and said, "I can't explain it clearly. It's just be careful." His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted while pointing behind Wuan Feng. Wuan Feng also felt it. She suddenly felt a sense of danger behind her. A strong suction force was transmitted, as if it wanted to swallow her. In a moment of desperation, Wuan Feng suddenly opened a pair of beautiful wings on her back. She flapped her wings and flew away. Looking back, he saw that a huge black hole had appeared out of nowhere behind where he had been standing. He scanned the black hole with his divine sense and found that the black hole was filled with nothingness and chaos. The surrounding space was melting and shattering, and there was also an extremely strange vibrating force. She felt a fatal threat from this black hole. If she was really swallowed, she was afraid that she would not have a good ending. The law of space. Fan Hua's expression darkened. Before he could finish his words, the void in front of him rippled. The strange vibration force attacked again. Using the void as a medium, it struck right in front of him. Fan Hua's expression changed drastically. He fell flat on his back. A visible ripple swept over him and cut off a strand of his hair. The ripple continued for 100 miles. Wherever it passed, huge tree crowns were shattered into pieces. Black holes appeared one after another as layers of vibrational force spread out from all directions, creating a killing zone in the large space, enveloping the 3 Saint Venerates. The 3 of them were greatly shocked, and they hurriedly executed their abilities to move about freely and avoid the numerous shapeless killer moves. Fortunately, they weren't ordinary people and were strong themselves. Otherwise, just the first wave of attacks would have been enough to take their lives. Looking down from the sky, the space within a radius of a few 100 miles was in chaos. The 3 Saint Venerables were in the middle of it, and they couldn't tell north from south. They were clearly running in opposite directions, but somehow they ran into each other. The entire world seemed to have turned into a cage, trapping the 3 of them within. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break through the invisible seal. The 3 of them were shocked. It was not that there was no one in this world who was more powerful than them, but they were holy spirits after all. Now, someone had actually managed to toy with the 3 of them without even showing their faces. This was simply too inconceivable. Was he the one who did this? Song Dog asked with wide eyes as he dodged the invisible attacks. Space principles weren't something that just anyone could master. Xianxia had just appeared in the savage wildland ancient land yesterday, and today someone had used the space divine technique to deal with him. In his opinion, Xianxia was just someone who lived off a woman. Without the support of a descendant of Tianxing, what was a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master in front of him? This time, he came here with Luan Feng and Fan Hua with a belly full of grievances. So being treated like this before they even met Yang, Kai naturally put him in a bad mood. Luan Feng also wore a sullen expression, feeling that Yang Kai had gone too far. No matter what, the three of them were divine spirits. So even if she destroyed the space array without warning him, Yang Kai shouldn't have been so rude. Fan Hua shook his head slightly. It doesn't seem to be intentional. He had seen clearly just now that everything was done without a target. If this was really a show of strength, the attacks wouldn't have been so scattered. Could it be unintentional? Song Dog said angrily. Perhaps he is cultivating some kind of divine technique. Fan Hua had a faint guess, but as soon as he spoke, he was shocked. This divine technique wasn't finalized. In other words, it wasn't perfected yet. If an unperfect divine technique was so powerful, what would happen if he really cultivated it? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. No wonder the descendants of Tianxing treated him so differently. Now, it seemed that even without the support of a descendant of Tianxing, he wasn't someone they could casually offend. A human's lifespan might not be as long as a divine spirit's, and their starting point might not be as high as a divine spirit's, or even worse than an ordinary monster race's, but a human's potential for growth was terrifying. While these thoughts were fluctuating, a person's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "Greetings, please forgive us for not coming out to greet you." The three Saint Masters' expressions changed as they naturally recognized Yang Kai's voice. Exchanging a glance, Fan Hua said, "Little brother Yang is too polite. We also came uninvited." Song Dog and Luan Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Fan Hua's way of addressing Yang Kai was very thought-provoking. Divine spirits had their own pride, and the Emperor Realm didn't have the qualifications to call them brothers. "Since you are here, come in and talk." Fan Hua smiled. "Thank you for your hospitality." He signaled the Luan Feng and Song Dog with his eyes and stepped forward. Affected by his words, Song Dog and Luan Feng also put away their discontent. Among the three divine spirits, Luan Feng was the strongest, but Fan Hua was known for his wisdom, so when they gathered together, he was basically the leader. In a flash, the three Saint Masters arrived at the Stone Mongoose clan's residence. In the open space surrounded by countless thick trees, Yang Kai stood there with a smile, looking at the three people descending from the sky. The 8 Stone Mongoose clans were scattered around, staring at the three with hostile expressions. The Stone Mongoose clan didn't have a good relationship with them. The elder stood beside Yang Kai with the Wood Spirit clan's patriarch sitting on his shoulder. On the treetops, many wood spirits peeked their heads out to look, but they didn't dare to show themselves. Fan Hua stepped forward and greeted the Stone Mongoose elder. "It has been many years since we last met. Elder is still as handsome as ever." The elder was startled and a little surprised, but he still returned the greeting. "Saint Master is too polite." Since others were talking to him in a polite manner, he naturally couldn't show any displeasure, not to mention that the elder wasn't a person who liked to fight. "This time, we came uninvited because we heard that little brother Yang appeared in the ancient lands, so we thought that you must have come here. Now that we look at it, it seems that we are right." Yang Kai smiled, but he was also a little confused. Chapter 3204. Fanko had lowered his posture in an attempt to befriend Yang Kai, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. The banquet was filled with laughter, and the host and guests enjoyed themselves. After 3 rounds of wine, Fanko asked, intentionally or unintentionally, "I wonder what little brother Yang has come to the ancient lands for." "I'm just passing by," Yang Kai replied casually. "Passing by how?" Fanhua chuckled, naturally not believing this nonsense. According to the information he received, Yang Kai had established a high heaven sect in the Northern Territory, but this place was in the Eastern Territory, a remote and treacherous ancient wild land. No matter how much he wanted to pass by, there was no way he would pass by here. What he did not know was that Yang Kai was telling the truth. He had come here from the Hung Luo star field by coincidence, and since he was already here, he might as well arrange a space array in the ancient lands. It was just a matter of convenience for him. But in Fan Hua's opinion, this was not the truth, and he increasingly felt that this little brat had ulterior motives. He was afraid that this little brat was planning to make a move on the monster kings of the ancient lands, so he was extremely vigilant. If Yang Kai really walked around the ancient lands and raised his arm, all 29 monster kings would follow him. How could Fan Hua allow such a thing to happen right under his nose? Does Brother Fan have something to say? Yang Kai squinted at him, feeling that today's matter was a little strange, so he frowned and said, "If you have something to say, why don't we just get straight to the point? It's pointless to beat around the bush." "You're the one who's pointless." The three Saint Masters cursed in their hearts, and the Wan Feng could not help but roll her eyes. If it were anyone else who said this, the three of them would have already turned hostile. No matter whether the other party really had such intentions or not, as long as there was something suspicious about them, they would not let them go easily and would immediately kill them on the spot to protect their rights. However, Fan Hua firmly believed that Yang Kai's future was limitless and that his strength would be on par with him sooner or later. Moreover, he had the support of a descendant of Tian Xing, so how could they easily offend him? Chuckling, Fan Wu said, "I heard that little brother Yang has established a sect in the Northern Territory. The three of us have been residing in the ancient lands for a long time, so we were unable to visit and congratulate you." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Brother Fan, you're being too serious. I'm just making a small fuss. How can I compare to the three of you who are free and unfettered in this ancient land?" This was the truth. Although the savage wildland was a little dangerous and was filled with the power of the savage wildland, making it impossible for ordinary people to withstand, this place was a natural giant treasure trove. There were all kinds of spirit flowers and rare herbs, and there were also a lot of earth vein source crystal mines. The three Saint Sovereigns could be said to have occupied one of the best places in the world, and they even had dozens of monster king subordinates at their disposal. This made Yang Kai very envious. If the High Heaven Palace could be built here, it would definitely become one of the top sects in the entire astral boundary within 100 years. However, these words made Fan Wu and the other two Saint Sovereigns' hearts skip a beat. They felt that this guy was implying something. What? Not only did he take a fancy to their monster king subordinates, but he also took a fancy to their territory? Could it be that this guy wanted to snatch their territory? He was simply going too far. The three Saint Sovereigns, who were prejudiced by their first impressions, had ugly expressions on their faces. In that case, Yang Kai smiled like a flower, but pretended to be aloof. He quickly put away the 9 space rings and said, "Then it would be impolite of me to refuse, ha ha ha." Regardless of what they were planning, he would take the benefits first. This was much more profitable than the extortion he had expected. However, the ancient lands were so rich. Shouldn't he make full use of it? If he could treat the ancient lands as the back garden of the High Heaven Palace, then what would the disciples have to worry about in the future? If they lacked source crystals, they could come here to mine, and if they lacked pills, they could come here to find herbs to refine. They could be completely self-sufficient. If this was the case, it would be difficult for the High Heaven Palace not to rise. His heart skipping a beat, Yang Kai blurted out, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Little brother is willing to become sworn brothers with my 3 elder brothers and sisters. I don't ask to be born on the same day, month, or day, but I ask that we share blessings and hardships. What do you think?" Sharing blessings and hardships was true, but if the 3 divine spirits couldn't handle something, there was nothing he could do. This topic changed too quickly, and his thoughts jumped too quickly. Luan Feng couldn't help but cry out in surprise, covering her red lips with her small hand. Fan Ku and Tsongo also raised their eyebrows. PFFF, Muna, who had been sitting on the elder's shoulder, couldn't help laughing as she looked at Yang Kai with great interest, wondering if this boy was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. How could he say something like that? Even with Fan Ku's sharp mind, he didn't know what to say at this time, feeling a sense of helplessness. This boy was too shameless, actually boasting so shamelessly about becoming sworn brothers with the three divine spirits. He didn't deny that Xianxia had great potential, and perhaps in the future he would stand at a higher height than him, but that was only in the future. Who knew if he would live to that day? A genius who died young was not worth making friends with. Otherwise, once the Dantian seal was broken and he lost the ash tree, he would immediately fall and become the demon race, losing his heart. As for the immortal tree, that was even more impossible. This kind of precious treasure could revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, and was an essential healing medicine for every household. How about he just give it away? Muna hurriedly said, I can give you something in exchange. You know that my wood spirit race cultivated. Xianxia raised his hand and said decisively, there's no need to mention this again. Patriarch, if there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave first. Sensing the coldness in his words, Muna suddenly came to her senses. She seemed to have angered him. It seemed that the thing that even she couldn't smell was unimaginably precious. But what kind of thing in this world was so precious that even she couldn't smell it? Names that only existed in legends involuntarily flashed through her mind, but she couldn't match up with that strange smell. Xianxia had already walked to the tree hole and turned around to look at Muna. Muna still wanted to persuade him, but when she met his eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. Raising her hand, the closed tree hole reopened and Kaiyang drilled his head out. It was impossible for it not to open. If it didn't, Kaiyang would be able to blast it open with a single punch. Hovering in the air, Muna pondered for a long time before her figure suddenly flickered and she shot into the sky. Xianxia returned to Xiao Zhao's treehouse and checked to make sure that the space array was set up properly before walking to the treehouse where the elder was. After entering the treehouse, Xianxia said, Elder, this matter is over, so I should go back. I'll have to trouble Elder to take care of Xiao and the blood sect. If there is any trouble, please pay attention. The elder nodded and said, Don't worry, Ninth Stone is also a member of our clan, so I won't lower my guard. Then we'll meet again. Xianxia cupped his fists and turned to leave, not even glancing at Muna, who was sitting on the elder's shoulder. Seeing that Xianxia was about to leave, Muna suddenly reached out and pulled the elder's ear. The elder grinned and raised his hand, saying, Wait a moment. Xianxia turned around and asked, Is there something else, elder? The elder said with some embarrassment, It's not me. It's Patriarch Muna. Xianxia interrupted, I've already made it clear to Patriarch before, so there's no need to mention this again. Muna said angrily, Boy, do you think I'm trying to take advantage of you? Xianxia frowned and said, That's not what I meant. It's just that I won't exchange those two things. They are very useful to me. If they were useless, I wouldn't be willing to tell you. Muna snorted, clearly angry. Xianxia saw her expression and also felt that his reaction was a bit too extreme. So he cupped his fists and said, My apologies, Patriarch. In any case, I can't give you those two things. Muna gritted her teeth and looked at him angrily. Can you take care of them? How hateful. Why hadn't she seen through him before? Xianxia clenched his fist and coughed lightly before saying in a serious tone, What conditions does the Patriarch have? I'll say this first, don't even think about those two things. What conditions? What conditions could I possibly have? Muna said angrily. Xianxia was stunned. Could it be that I'm giving them away for free? The elder chuckled. Didn't the Patriarch just say the conditions? Have two of our clansmen take care of those two things. That counts as a condition? Yangkai was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was clearly a benefit for him. So how could it count as a condition? The elder sternly said, "This is the nature of the wood spirit race. Since the patriarch values those two things so much, having them take care of them is the best way to show your gratitude." When she saw Yangkai looking over, she pursed her lips and smiled, making heaven and earth seem even more colorful. "Muju Mulu, from now on, you two will stay by this boy's side and take good care of that, whatever it is," Mu Na instructed. Muju and Mu Lu replied in unison, "Yes." Mu Na then turned to Yangkai and said, "I'll leave them to you. If you dare let them suffer any grievances or get hurt anywhere, I'll hold you responsible. Patriarch, don't worry, I definitely won't let them lose a single hair," Yangkai promised as he patted his chest. His eyes lit up as he looked at Mu Zhu and Mu Lu. TSK, from now on, these two wood spirits would belong to him. How wonderful! "Which one of you is Mu Zhu, and which one is Mu Lu?" Yangkai asked with a harmless smile. The natural and unrestrained wood spirit bowed and said, "I'm Mu Zhu." She pointed at her companion, who was still blushing, and said, "She's Mu Lu." "In." Yangkai nodded and comforted them in a warm voice. "I'll send you to a place. Don't be afraid." As he spoke, he reached out to grab them. With a clench of his hand, the two wood spirits suddenly disappeared. Mu Na was furious and raised her hands, summoning vines as thick as a child's arm from the tree hole. They shot out like arrows and wrapped Yangkai up like a dumpling in the blink of an eye. The Wood Spirit clan might not hesitate to fight, but that didn't mean they didn't have the strength to fight. The strength contained in each of their small and exquisite bodies was not much weaker than that of any other race. Mu Na's ability even surpassed that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Although she might not be as strong as a divine spirit, she was still quite strong. "What did you do to them? Hurry up and spit out. Calm down. Calm down." Yangkai broke out in a cold sweat. She spoke as if he was a vicious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones. Were they? How could Mu Na remain calm when she saw her two clansmen disappear without a trace of their auras? She had just handed them over to him, and she already didn't know if they were dead or alive. What would happen in the future? They are in a safe place. Saying so, Yangkai's physique wriggled as his space principles fluctuated. With a shake of his body, the vines binding him suddenly turned into fine powder, as if they had been cut by thousands of knives and sprinkled down in droplets. Mu Na's eyes narrowed. This power. The elder also looked at Yangkai in shock. He had been with Mu Na for thousands of years, so he knew very well how strong the vine's binding power was. He might be able to break free from the vines by relying on brute force, but he definitely couldn't do what Yangkai did. Before Fan Ku and the others arrived, Yangkai had been immersed in his comprehension of the space principles and had faintly comprehended them, but it wasn't comprehensive. Now he discovered that his control of the space principles had risen to a whole new level. If he was given more time to perfect it, he might be able to develop a new divine technique. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. If he didn't explain the matter of Mu Zhu and Mu Lu clearly, Mu Na definitely wouldn't let it go. "Patriarch, you know that I am proficient in the space principles, so it isn't strange that I have a space artifact," Yangkai said as he took out the sealed world bead. In the early years, he had hidden the sealed world bead very well, because he wasn't strong enough and needed the help of the sealed world bead. However, now that he had the ability to refine a part of the world, there was no need for him to place too much importance on the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead flashed, and Mu Zhu and Mu Lu reappeared with a confused expression. "A world of its own," the elder exclaimed. Mu Na's eyes lit up as she suddenly realized the firmament tree and that thing are both inside. "Yes." He suddenly grinned. "Patriarch, do you want to go in and take a look?" Mu Na's expression immediately became vigilant. "If you go in, you won't be able to come out, right?" "How could that be?" Yangkai chuckled dryly. He really did plan to do so. As the patriarch, Muna's ability to cultivate spirit flowers and rare grasses was definitely not something an ordinary Wood Spirit clan member could compare to. If he could bring her into the small sealed world. But he also knew that this was impossible. The Stone Mongoose clan and the Wood Spirit clan lived together and often relied on each other's strength. If he took Muna away, the Stone Mongoose patriarch would likely be the first to object. But now, Muna understood why Xianxia said before that he wouldn't be able to see the light of day again for some time. This space artifact was a world of its own, so if she wanted to come out after entering it, she naturally needed Xianxia's permission. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were still confused, but just now, they had suddenly appeared in another world. Before they had time to carefully examine the environment of this new world, they had returned to the tree hole. Boy, you really have a lot of good things on you. Muna clicked her tongue in wonder. A space artifact that could form a world of its own was very rare, and it had only appeared a few times in the long river of history. Moreover, this thing could only play its greatest role in the hands of someone proficient in the Tao of space. Others couldn't help but be envious. Patriarch, do you have any other questions? No, just treat them well. Don't worry, I won't let them suffer the slightest grievance. Xianxia said as he put Mu Zhu and Mu Lu back into the small sealed world, cupped his fists, and said, Patriarch, this junior thanks you for your kindness. In the future, I will definitely not forget Patriarch's kindness. And it's getting late, so this junior will take his leave first. Let's meet again someday. The elders said, be careful. If you need my Stone Mongoose clan's help in the future, just come and say hello. Xianxia nodded, strode out of the treehouse, and returned to the space array. The space array surged, and with a flash of light, Xianxia's figure disappeared. Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace. The space array had been covered by another palace. The array stood in the middle of the palace, and several disciples on duty were sitting cross-legged on the side. This was the passage between the High Heaven Palace and the outside world, so it was naturally extremely important. There was a person from the Emperor realm guarding it all year round, and the palace was protected by layers of spirit arrays laid down by the Southern Gate Army. If an outsider dared to invade this place, they only needed to activate the spirit array to turn this palace into a killing zone. Even a third-stage Emperor Realm Master would not be able to escape death. The person guarding the Emperor Realm today was none other than Bian Yuqing. Ever since she broke through the shackles of the Tao Source Realm with the help of Xianxia in the Spirit Lake Palace, she joined the High Heaven Palace. Because of her previous experience in managing the Blue Feather Sect, she had been assisting the High Heaven Palace's general manager, Xianxia, in managing the sect. Now, she could be considered as the second general manager of the High Heaven Palace. Speaking of which, the High Heaven Palace had a lot of people in the Emperor Realm. The most powerful ones were the three great monster king, Emperor Alchemist Jiying, Emperor Array Master Nanmen Dejun, Emperor Artifact Master Hoyu, followed by Xianxia and Bian Yuqing. The former Thousand Leaves Sect Master Yi Hin also came out of seclusion 3 years ago and advanced to the Emperor Realm. It could be said that although the High Heaven Palace did not have many people, the ratio of people in the Emperor Realm was extremely terrifying. There was probably no other sect in the world that could achieve such a ratio. Xianxia flew around the High Heaven Palace and observed it silently for a long time. He already had a plan in mind. Now that he was back, the first thing he had to do was to release the people in the small sealed world. Only by integrating into this world as soon as possible could they adapt to the Star Boundaries world principles. After today, the population of the High Heaven Palace would exceed 100,000. Following the cry of an eagle, a figure rushed over and turned into a well-dressed man with an aquiline nose. He cupped his fists and greeted, young Master Yang. Ingfei, long time no see. How have you been? Xianxia smiled slightly. Ingfei replied, thank you for your concern, young Master Yang. Everything is well. While they were talking, Shilei and Xiaowei also rushed over. Obviously, the three of them had noticed Yang Kai's aura, but Ing Fei was faster, so he was the first to arrive. After greeting each other, Shilei asked curiously, "Young Master Yang, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at how many people my high heaven palace can accommodate." Shilei chuckled. "Our population is small and the land is vast. There are no less than 100 spirit peaks here, so it won't be a problem to accommodate 100 or 200,000 people. What's wrong? Is young Master Yang preparing to open the palace doors and accept disciples?" "That's not necessary." Yang Kai shook his head and said casually, "By the way, I just came back from the ancient lands." The three monster kings' expressions all froze. They glanced at each other, and Ing Fei asked cautiously, "Did the Saint Seniors say anything?" "I just met them in a hurry, and then they kicked me out. They didn't really welcome me." Yang Kai grinned. He thought it was funny when he recalled the expressions of Fan Hua and the others. "That's not right." Ing Fei was speechless. Although he could guess why the three Saint Seniors didn't welcome Yang Kai, he couldn't say it out loud. Shilei asked hesitantly, "Did the holy sages mention us?" As soon as he said that, Ing Fei and Xiaowei looked at Yang Kai nervously. No matter what, they were still the monster kings of the ancient lands, and they listened to the three Saint Seniors. If the Saint Seniors ordered them to return to the ancient lands, they couldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would be considered a betrayal. However, they were unwilling to go back just like that. They had stayed with Yang Kai for so many years, and they hadn't gotten the opportunity they wanted. It would be a waste if they left now. "Not at all." Yang Kai shook his head. "It seems that you are my people from now on." The three glanced at each other before cupping their fists and saying, "We are willing to serve you." Their eyes were filled with excitement. It was best that the Saint Seniors didn't call them back, and they were happy to continue staying with Yang Kai. Although their days in the High Heaven Palace were quieter and they didn't have much to do, this was the best way to establish a relationship with Heaven's Punishment's descendants. "Do your best, and I won't treat you badly in the future," Yang Kai casually said. Both the speaker and the listener were interested, causing the three monster kings to become even more excited. "Let's go back." Yang Kai turned around and flew down, soon landing in front of a huge square. The Southern Gate Army and Bian Yuqing were waiting for him. Seeing Yang Kai fly over, the Southern Gate Army hurriedly greeted, "Greetings, Palace Master. Boy, you're finally back." Ghost Ancestor Chiyu, Gutsongyun, and Aio also greeted him. Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. No matter how high his current cultivation was, these people could be considered his seniors, especially Chiyu and Aio. One was his master, and the other was his father-in-law. So how could he not be respectful? "Brat, where did you go this time? I heard that you even subdued a dragon race." Aio looked at Yang Kai with an unhappy expression and spoke in a sarcastic tone. This stinking brat was simply unseemly. In the star field, he already had 4 beautiful women. Now that he was in the star boundary, he actually wanted to flirt with other women. He even provoked a member of the dragon race and had an extremely intimate relationship with her. This naturally caused Aio to have some complaints. He did not dare to be too presumptuous in the face of the dragon race, but it was different with Yang Kai. No matter how high his cultivation was, he would not forgive him for mistreating his daughter. Not only was there a dragon race, but Aio also heard that there was a woman in Ice Heart Valley who seemed to have some entanglements with Yang Kai. Aio simply could not bear it. If not for his lack of strength, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. It was an accident. Yang Kai's forehead was sweating. He had only mentioned the matter with Zhu Qing to Su Yan. He did not know if Su Yan had told Luo and Shuiyu, but Yang Kai had not heard them ask. An accident? Aio huffed. How can you face those girls? I don't know how they are doing in the territory of the star boundary. Boy, if you have the leisure to flirt with them, you might as well go back and see them and bring them here. With your current ability, you should be able to do it, right? I was just about to talk to you about this. Yang Kai continued the topic. What is it? Chiyu looked at him suspiciously. Ladies, take a look and see who these people are. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand in front of him, communicating with the sealed world bead with his divine sense. Wherever he waved his hand, figures appeared one after another. Su Yin, Xian Chong, Shan Qing Luo, and Shuiyu appeared together. The four women were obviously summoned all of a sudden and were still in a daze, not knowing what was going on. However, standing side by side, they were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own merits, each with their own peerless beauty. The Southgate Army and Bian Yuqing clicked their tongues in wonder. Their eyes swept over the four women, and their eyes lit up. Although Su Yin and the others' cultivations were nothing in their eyes. No matter who they were all outstanding beauties. If an ordinary person could get one of them, it would be a blessing of several lifetimes. However, Yang Kai had all four of them at once, enjoying the joy of having all four, making the two of them sigh with emotion. As expected of Yang Kai, the three Monster Kings' focus was not on the appearance of Su Yin and the others. Although it was undeniable that these four women were beautiful even in the eyes of the monster race, they felt an extraordinary aura from two of them. Now, in High Heaven Palace's treasure vault, there were countless finished artifacts of various grades. If she knew that Yang Kai would bring 100,000 disciples over today, making those artifacts useful, she would not be in the mood to continue wasting them. Without Hoyu, the three Monster Kings were even more bored. Yang Kai gave them 3,000 monster race cultivators, which was exactly what they wanted. They could more or less do something for Yang Kai, and they would not stay here and eat for free. Little ones, follow me. Shilei waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards a mountain deep in High Heaven Palace. The 3,000 monster race cultivators looked at each other, confused. Chiyu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get over there." Only then did the monster race cultivators discover Chiyu's existence. They were both surprised and happy. Back then, before Chiyu left Monster Star territory, she was the only Monster King on Monster Star. However, her status as a Monster King could not be compared to Shilei and the others. However, with her command, the 3,000 monster race cultivators obediently followed Shilei. It was a magnificent sight. Fortunately, the High Heaven Palace had accumulated a lot of source crystals over the years, and the storehouse was filled with mountains of source crystals. Yang Kai had also extorted a large amount of source crystals from the three Saint Venerables a few days ago. In addition, Hua Qingxi had been trading with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory over the years. After a rough calculation, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace would not have to worry about source crystals for cultivation for at least the next 50 years. Transactions with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce occurred every year, and the amount of materials traded was huge. Therefore, there would definitely be a surplus of materials in 50 years. Source crystals were not a concern, but the only thing to consider now was the issue of pills. The number of Origin King Realm cultivator brought from the Star Territory this time was not small, and as time passed, more and more people would break through to the Origin King Realm. The Origin King Realm was not a big deal, but breaking through to the Dao Source Realm was a process that consumed a lot of pills, because any cultivator would need to take source condensing pills to assist in the conversion of their source chi during this period. Yang Kai had also experienced this process in the past, and so did Chiyu, Gue Zhu, and the others. Without the assistance of source condensing pills, it would take an Origin King at least 10 to 20 years to completely convert their Saint Chi into source Chi, and this was only for fast cultivators. For slow cultivators, it was possible for decades or even centuries. Therefore, in the next 10 years or even 100 years, the High Heaven Palace would need an incalculable amount of source condensing pills. With such a huge amount, the sect alone would not be able to make ends meet. Even with the spirit pill peak in the High Heaven Palace, it was far from enough. While cultivating their own alchemists, they also needed to purchase a large number of pills. For this reason, Xianxia asked Xianxia, who had just returned, to go to the Southern Territory again and take away a large number of monster cores. He was going to use these monster cores to exchange for a batch of source condensing pills with Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Xianxia had more than 1,000,000 monster cores, all of which he obtained when he entered the ancient wildlands and entered the Beast Tomb. These were the accumulation of the entire ancient wildlands for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but they were all swept away by Xianxia. There was no lack of 12th order monster cores among them. He believed that Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would be happy to make such a deal. For this batch of emergency source condensing pills, Xianxia directly took out tens of thousands of monster cores of various shapes and sizes. It could be said that he was bleeding a lot. He had several brothers and senior sisters, but all of them were taught by the same master, so there was nothing new to discuss with them, nor would he get any constructive advice. Xianxia was different. Although Jiying did not know who taught him alchemy, he knew that Xianxia's alchemy skills were not inferior to his own. Moreover, he had his own unique style, so if he could exchange a few pointers with him, he would definitely gain something. Xianxia was speechless, thinking to himself that alchemists were really lunatics. He had come here for an important matter, but he hadn't expected to be caught by Jiying as soon as he met him. Thinking about the request he had to make later, Xianxia could only humbly reply, "I wouldn't dare give you any pointers, I'll just discuss it with Brother Ji." Being able to beat him in alchemy last time was also a stroke of luck. Xianxia did not think he was better than Jiying. Everyone had their own specializations, and Jiying had his own strengths. Jiying laughed loudly. "Brother Yang is too modest. Even honored master is full of praise for your alchemy skills. It's just a pity." "What's a pity?" Xianxia was stunned, wondering if the great emperors of wondrous pills had something to say about him. "It's a pity that you can't concentrate on the alchemy Tao." "So that's what it's a pity." Xianxia grinned. "Of the 3,000 grand Taos, just one is enough to benefit me immensely." Jiying was startled for a moment before nodding. "That's true." Without further ado, he pulled Xianxia into his alchemy room, took out some precious herbs, and began refining. Xianxia naturally followed. Jiying did not know her background, but seeing that her relationship with Xianxia was not ordinary, he did not stop her. In any case, not everyone could learn his alchemy skills. Chapter 32:11. Jiying had been researching a new alchemy technique in recent years, the most important one being the pill condensing technique. According to him, this pill condensing technique was relatively simple and was not as complicated as other pill condensing techniques. Even an ordinary alchemist could master it after some study, and after mastering this technique, the efficiency of pill condensing technique would increase by at least 10 to 20%. However, this 10 to 20% should not be underestimated. A few furnaces of spirit pills might not be a big deal, but an alchemist could refine a huge number of spirit pills in their lifetime. If converted, this 10 to 20% was an extremely terrifying amount of wealth. Because this was the final pill condensing technique, Jiying did not choose to refine a high-grade spirit pill and instead chose a Tao source-grade pill. The initial process was simple, and although it was exquisite, it was still normal. The medicine room was silent for a while as Jiying focused on alchemy. Xianxia and Xianxia watched together, especially Xianxia. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Jiying's movements without blinking, and from time to time, a thoughtful look would flash across her face. Condensing liquid, carving spirit arrays, incubating spirit pills, and soon it was time to condense the pills. Jiying's expression turned serious. "Brother Yang, watch carefully." As soon as his words fell, his hands constantly formed seals as he poured a mysterious emperor qi into the pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, a strange fragrance wafted, and it was obvious that the pill condensing process had begun. After a while, Jiying shouted, "Rise!" The lid of the furnace was opened, and a few round, rolling spirit pills flew out and were drawn into a jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. No more, no less, there were exactly 9 pills. 9 was an extreme number. An alchemist, no matter how good their technique was, could only refine 9 spirit pills at most. This was something that even the great emperors of wondrous pills could not avoid. With Emperor Jiying's identity as an alchemist, refining such a Tao source grade spirit pill, even if he did not use his newly developed pill condensing technique, he could still refine 9 spirit pills. However, Xianxia could see that this technique was indeed unique, so he calmed down and carefully reviewed it for a while before discussing it with Jiying. The discussions of alchemists were not limited to theory. Naturally, they also had to experiment. Therefore, Xianxia also took out his own alchemy furnace and some herbs and began to refine the spirit dan. When it was time to condense the spirit dan, he used Jiying's method to compare the advantages and disadvantages. Furnace after furnace of experimental spirit pills were refined, and time slowly passed. But Jiying did not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Instead, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. His discussion with Xianxia was indeed correct. In the past few days, he had found that there were still some flaws in his technique, but he had slowly made up for them through mutual verification with Xianxia, which naturally made him very happy. After a full 5 days, the two of them put away the pill furnace and walked out of the pill room together. Jiying was in a good mood and ordered several disciples to prepare a banquet to entertain Xianxia. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. Xianxia gave Xianxia a look, and Xianxia immediately understood and picked up the wine jug to pour wine for the two of them. After toasting for 3 rounds, Jiying slapped her head and said, my bad, I haven't asked for this young lady's name yet." Saying so, she stood up and looked at Xianxia with an apologetic expression. Chapter 32:14. Jiying's efficiency was very high. Xianxia waited in High Heaven Palace for less than 5 days before he rushed back to the main peak, High Heaven Peak. "Brother Ji, how did things go?" Xianxia couldn't see anything from Jiying's face and asked somewhat nervously. Jiying replied, "Honored Master agreed to see sister-in-law." This answer inevitably disappointed Xianxia, but he also knew that the wondrous pill great emperors would not accept a disciple so casually. Since Jiying had agreed to see her, it meant there was a chance. If the wondrous pill great emperors had not even agreed to see her, he could only give up on this idea. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. "If sister-in-law has nothing else to do, please set out with me. We can't keep honored master waiting." Jiying did not want to delay and immediately returned to Medicine Pill Valley. "Many thanks for your trouble, Brother Ji." Xianxia cupped his fists and Xianxia walked out from behind him, the two of them reluctantly saying their goodbyes. Although they had only just reunited and would have to part again, and once they really entered Medicine Pill Valley, it would not be easy for them to meet again in the future, but for the long term, Medicine Pill Valley was definitely the best place for Xianxia to go. When he returned from his studies, he would be able to spend time with her, so why would he spend all his time here? Jiying released his ship artifact, and with Xianxia on board, It turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Yang Kai stood in front of the hall and watched for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. Su Yin, Shanqing Luo, and Shui stood behind him. Yang Kai calmed his mood and turned to ask, Luo, are you really not going to the ancient savage wilderness? Over the past few days, Yang Kai had roughly explained the situation in the star boundary to the four girls. He could arrange for Xianning Chang to enter Medicine Pill Valley. As for Shanqing Luo, the best place for her to go was naturally the savage desolation ancient land. Although she was born a human, she had the bloodline of the monster race and the heavenly moon demon spider's origin energy. In the entire star boundary, the most suitable place for her to grow was undoubtedly the savage desolation ancient land. Yang Kai believed that if he were to send a Shanqing Luo to the ancient ground, the Luan Feng and the others wouldn't have any objections. Of course, even if they did, it would be useless. However, Shanqing Luo didn't seem to have this intention. Instead, she was willing to stay in the High Heaven Palace and cultivate. As for the reason, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. She was probably worried that Shui would be lonely, so she stayed to accompany him. No, Shanqing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. As long as you have the heart, where can't you cultivate? Yang Kai gently nodded. That's true. Now that the High Heaven Palace didn't lack cultivation resources, even if Shanqing Luo didn't go to the ancient ground, it wouldn't affect her cultivation. Since she didn't want to go, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force her. Turning his head to Su Yin, he said, Let's go to Ice Heart Valley. Saying so, his figure flickered and he flew towards the space array. Su Yin followed closely behind. A moment later, in Ice Heart Valley's Ice Island restricted area, the space array lit up. The Ice Heart Valley disciples guarding this place noticed it and immediately came to investigate. After investigating the situation, they reported it one by one. Yang Kai hadn't come to Ice Heart Valley many times, but almost every elder in Ice Heart Valley recognized him. After all, when Ice Heart Valley was facing a great calamity, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and saved Ice Heart Valley. In the hearts of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Yang Kai's status was very high. Otherwise, how could a man casually enter this place where women gathered? As long as he showed his face, he would be killed. After an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai saw Bing Yun in a large hall. There was no one around, only Ji Yao waiting on him. When Yang Kai saw her, he felt a headache. He couldn't help but recall the embarrassing moments he had with her in the ancient ground. Ji Yao's expression was a little strange as she looked at Yang Kai with a faint smile, making him feel more and more uncomfortable. He always felt that there was something hidden in her eyes. Without looking sideways, he stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yang Kai greets Senior. Bing Yin smiled slightly and said softly, Why are you acting like an outsider? Boy, you haven't been here for more than 10 years, right? Before Yang Kai could speak, Ji Yao said in a sarcastic tone, Palace Master Yang is a noble man with many things to do. How could he still remember this cold and desolate Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her, thinking, I didn't provoke you, so why are you speaking so sarcastically? Even Bing Yin glanced at her third disciple. Yang Kai pursed his lips. Junior Sister Yao, I trust you have been well since we last met. Ji Yao reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, saying lightly, You used to call me Yao, but now you have changed to Junior Sister. Yang Kai's eyes twitched, and even Bing Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. She raised her hand and said, We are not outsiders. Let's sit down first. Ji Yao said, Palace Master Yang, please don't blame me for not having tea to serve you. Ha. Yang Kai could only laugh awkwardly, not knowing how to react. Bing Yin finally couldn't bear it anymore and glared at Ji Yao. Only then did the latter lower her eyes and put on a docile appearance. This is... Bing Yin looked at Su Yin, who was standing behind Kai Yang strangely, secretly thinking that the reason why Ji Yao was being so cold and sarcastic was because this little brat had brought a woman with him. She naturally asked out of curiosity. Su Yin stepped forward and cupped her hands. Su Yin greets Ancestral Founder. Ancestral Founder? Bing Yun was stunned. and Jiao also raised her head to look at Su Yan. This is... Bing Yun's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared blankly at the sword hanging at Su Yan's waist. With a wave of her hand, the sword flew into her hand. Bing Yun gripped the hilt of the sword with one hand and pulled it out of its sheath with a rustling sound. A cold light suddenly filled the hall as a cold aura filled the air. Profound Frost Divine Sword, Bing Yun exclaimed in a low voice. This sword was originally her sword. She had owned it when she was the Valley Master of Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star in the Star Territory. Later, she left the Star Territory for the Star Boundary and left this sword in Ice Heart Valley. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed and Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone great changes, she could recognize it at a glance. It was her sword from back then. Reporting to Ancestral Founder, it is indeed Profound Frost Divine Sword. Su Yan replied respectfully. Bing Yun raised her head and looked at her. You came from the Star Territory? With Profound Frost Divine Sword here, it was not difficult to guess Su Yan's origin. Yang Kai smiled and said, My humble wife studied in Ice Heart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star for a period of time. Profound Frost Divine Sword was obtained from Ice Heart Valley. My humble wife. Bing Yun keenly grasped this intimate word, and a strange light flashed in Ji Yao's eyes. Stroking the sword and recalling the past, Bing Yun could not help but sigh. After a long time, she said, Profound Frost Divine Sword is only an Origin King grade artifact, but I can see that it is now a Dao Source grade artifact. Moreover, it seems to be extremely sentient. It seems that this sword is not a disgrace to you. Returning the sword to its sheath, Bing Yun raised her hand and returned Profound Frost Divine Sword to Su Yan. Although it was an artifact from back then, Bing Yun no longer had any use for Profound Frost Divine Sword. Since Su Yan obtained it and brought it here, she naturally would not snatch it away. She turned to Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, you brought her to see me because... Yang Kai grinned. Su Yan is also a disciple of Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. Naturally, she is also Senior's disciple. Isn't she here to acknowledge her ancestors? Bing Yun nodded slightly, guessing Yang Kai's intentions. Very well, this queen will accept her as a disciple. I won't bury her. Bing Yun is so straightforward. Although Yang Kai knew that there would definitely be no accidents on this trip, he did not expect Bing Yun to agree so readily. Compared with the wondrous pill Great Emperors, Bing Yun was much more amiable. However, although Bing Yun was a third-stage Emperor Realm Master, she was still far from the wondrous pill Great Emperors. Great Emperors should be extremely cautious when accepting disciples. Not to mention that the wondrous pill Great Emperors had previously said that they would no longer accept disciples. Yang Kai winked at Su Yan, and Su Yan immediately said, Disciple greets, Honored Master. Ji Yao said, Honored Master, you are usually in retreat, so why don't you leave little junior sister to me? Yang Kai was shocked and raised his head to look at Ji Yao, only to see her give him a meaningful smile, which made Yang Kai feel uncomfortable. Before Yang Kai could say anything, Bing Yun nodded and said, Very well, if I don't have time, I will leave Su Yan to you. You must teach her well. Yes, Honored Master. Ji Yao nodded respectfully. She turned to look at Su Yan and said, Little junior sister, this is the first time we are meeting. You can call me third senior sister in the future, or you can call me by my name. My name is Ji Yao. Greetings, third senior sister. Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. Let's talk about it later. Honored Master hasn't accepted you yet. After the disciple acceptance ceremony is over, we will be family. There is no need to be so formal. Yes. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat, feeling like he had sent Su Yan into a tiger's den. But this was not the time to go back on his word. Bing Yun had already agreed to accept Su Yan as a disciple, and Su Yan was very suitable to stay in Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. How could he go back on his word now? Ji Yao wouldn't make things difficult for Su Yan, right? According to his understanding of Ji Yao, such a thing should not happen. Thinking so, Yang Kai calmed down and said, Senior, I returned to Star Territory a few days ago and brought some disciples from Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley. If Senior is willing to accept them, Junior will arrange for them to be sent here. When Yongkai left Star Territory, he had not only brought people from Shadowed Star, but also from all the major cultivation stars. Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley were naturally the focus of attention, almost emptying the entire Ice Heart Valley. You returned to Star Territory? Bing Yun was shocked. Yes, it was a coincidence. How many people did you bring? Senior is asking about Scarlet Wave Star and Ice Heart Valley, or everyone. Naturally, Ice Heart Valley. Several thousand. Bing Yun was stunned. He thought that even if he had the ability to return to Star Territory and bring some people here, he would only bring a few dozen at most. The number of several thousand really shocked him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. You became the master of Star Territory? Yang Kai smiled and said, Senior's eyes are sharp. Bing Yun was relieved. No wonder he could bring several thousand people here. It turned out that he had become the master of Star Territory and the guardian of Star Territory. Other than that, there was no other explanation for why he could bring so many people here. Frowning, he said, Star Territory has its own rules, and the Star Boundary has its own rules. Only Third-Order Origin Kings can pass through the Starlight Avenue and enter the Star Boundary. Although I don't know what method you used to bring them here, I'm afraid you will have some trouble. Yang Kai said, Senior, don't worry. Since I dare to do this, there will naturally be no problems. Many Ice Heart Valley disciples were walking in and out of the tower, obviously choosing secret arts and secret techniques. After entering with Ji Yao, Yang Kai was immediately greeted by a beautiful woman in palace attire who bowed. Martial Aunt Ji. This beautiful woman had a Dao Source Realm cultivation and was not weak. If Ji Yao was a first-generation disciple of Ice Heart Valley, then she was definitely a second-generation disciple. After greeting her, she looked up at Yang Kai and suddenly said, Martial Uncle Yang. She had seen Yang Kai before, and although she had only seen him briefly, being able to follow Ji Yao into the secret art pavilion meant that besides the palace master of High Heaven Palace, there was no one else in this world who could do such a thing. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. He was well aware of how famous he was in Ice Heart Valley, so he was not surprised. Call all the disciples out. I have some matters to discuss with Brother Yang, Ji Yao ordered lightly. A look of surprise flashed across the beautiful woman's eyes as she wondered if the rumors were true. Otherwise, why would they clear the secret art pavilion after entering? One had to know that a man and a woman alone in a room would be bad for Martial Aunt G's reputation if word of this spread. However, Martial Aunt G obviously did not care about this. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she replied, Yes. Turning around, she entered. A moment later, Ice Heart Valley's disciples came out one by one, saluted, and left. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the beautiful woman in the palace robes came back to report. Martial Aunt Ji, the disciples have all left. Jiao nodded lightly before turning back to look at Yang Kai and saying, Come in. Yang Kai looked uncomfortable. When Jiao wanted to clear the secret art pavilion just now, he had wanted to stop her, but he was afraid that others would think too much, so he had remained silent. Now that what was done could not be undone, he could only let nature take its course. If Jiao was not afraid, what was there to be afraid of? The secret art pavilion was divided into 9 floors, and the higher the floor, the higher the grade of the secret arts and secret techniques stored. Correspondingly, the requirements for the disciples who entered would be higher. Moreover, Ice Heart Valley Secret Art Pavilion did not only store ice attribute secret techniques, but also other secret arts and secret techniques. After all, Ice Heart Valley had existed for tens of thousands of years, so when the disciples traveled outside, they would inevitably obtain some gains. These secret arts and secret techniques would naturally be turned over to the Secret Art Pavilion in exchange for contribution points. A sex heritage was basically built this way. It was not something that could be built overnight, but rather required many years of accumulation. While leading Yang Kai forward, Jiao introduced the situation inside the secret art pavilion to him. After a brief understanding, Yang Kai said, "Let's go directly to the fourth floor." Secret arts and secret techniques below the fourth floor were not of much use. Only those above the fourth floor were suitable for a Saint King Realm cultivator to cultivate. Jiao nodded and walked up the spiral wooden ladder to the fourth floor before saying, "Brother Yang, please feel free to take a look around and see if there is anything you need." Yang Kai nodded and looked around. In the large space of the fourth floor, there were at least 20 wooden cabinets, each of which was a few dozen meters tall. Each of these cabinets had a small grid on which were placed a number of jade slips with the names of secret arts and secret techniques written on them. These jade slips were very neatly organized and easy to read. Chapter 32:16. On the left and right sides of each wooden cabinet were jade slips. Kaiyang took a jade slip from the left, while Ji Yao took a jade slip from the right. The two of them maintained the same pace and frequency as they walked forward. There was only a single wooden cabinet between them, so when they raised their heads, they could clearly see each other. There was no choice when it came to copying these jade slips. Yang Kai was completely stuffing himself with them, preparing to copy all the jade slips from the fourth floor to the 8th floor of Iceheart Valley's Secret Art Pavilion. For a time, the Secret Art Pavilion was silent. Only the jade slips in their hands kept changing. There were thousands of jade slips on the 4th floor, but it only took the two half a day to copy all of them. "Let's go to the next floor," Jiao said and took the lead. The 5th floor was slightly smaller than the 4th floor. There were fewer wooden cabinets, only about 10 of them. The jade slips were also only half as many as the 4th floor. With their previous experience, the two were even more efficient. It only took them a little more than an hour to finish copying all the jade slips. Then the 6th floor, the 7th floor. At first, Yang Kai was still a bit uneasy. He had always felt that Ji Yao following him was not a good thing, but seeing her calm demeanor, even if they occasionally exchanged a few words, it was just casual chatter, so he slowly relaxed. He was afraid that Ji Yao would mention what happened in the ancient lands to him. Although Ji Yao's mind was a little unclear at that time, and she mistook him for Bing Yun, Yang Kai had no choice but to pretend to be her for a while. However, he always saw something he shouldn't have seen. If word got out, it would damage Ji Yao's reputation. Now that he saw her calm and collected, he gradually felt relieved. What happened back then was really an accident. He understood this, and Ji Yao also understood this. Naturally, there was no reason for her to keep harping on it. After entering the 8th floor, there were only a few wooden cabinets. Roughly counting, there were probably no more than 100 jade slips. However, the secret arts and secret techniques stored in these jade slips were the most advanced in Iceheart Valley, and they were suitable for cultivation in the Emperor Realm. Bing Yin sharing these things with Yang Kai showed how generous she was to Yang Kai. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to enter this secret art pavilion. There weren't many jade slips, so Ji Yao didn't get involved in the matter of copying. Instead, she walked to the window and leaned against it to look into the distance. The side of her face revealed a slightly lonely expression. Yang Kai continued to make skill rubbing. "I heard that you brought 4 madams from the Star Territory." Ji Yao suddenly spoke. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. He saw that she was still showing him the side of her face. If he didn't pay attention, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. "Who did you hear that from?" Ji Yao turned her head to look at him, a teasing smile hanging from the corner of her mouth. "I've already met little junior sister. When can I meet the other 3? Why would you want to meet them?" Yang Kai cursed in his heart. What puzzled him even more was, how did Ji Yao know about this? Although it had already been over a month since he returned from the Star Territory, and it wasn't a secret that he had brought 4 madams, who would be so bored as to tell Ji Yao about this? "You planted a spy in my high heaven palace." Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief. If not for this, Ji Yao definitely wouldn't know about this. "You still haven't answered my question." Ji Yao evaded the question. Chapter 32:17. On the lowest floor of the cultivation method pavilion, the woman who had called Ji Yao martial ant before raised her head worriedly. Just now, she seemed to have vaguely heard the sound of quarreling. The cultivation method pavilion had been cleared out, so now, besides her guarding the door, only Ji Yao and Xianxia remained. The quarrel must have been caused by the two of them, but she couldn't figure out what had caused the two of them to quarrel so loudly that even she could hear them. Could something have happened? Palace Master Yang had shown great kindness to Ice Heart Valley, and she had heard that the relationship between her martial Aunt Ji and Palace Master Yang was quite good. Her martial Aunt Ji had been missing for so many years, and it was Palace Master Yang who had brought her back safely. Since that was the case, how could there be a quarrel? She wanted to investigate this matter, but she was also afraid of encountering something she shouldn't see, so she hesitated. Fortunately, the quarrel came and went quickly. Soon, there was no more activity, which made her feel a lot more at ease. She listened carefully, but couldn't hear any clues. She could only shake her head and sigh. She continued to guard the door, secretly praying that nothing bad would happen. What she didn't know was that something had really happened in the 8th floor of the cultivation method pavilion. Ji Yao was an inexperienced woman, so how could she be the opponent of Yang Kai, a veteran in the field of love? He hadn't even done anything yet, just holding her waist with one hand and kissing her red lips for a while. Ji Yao's entire body went limp like mud, without the slightest bit of strength left in her body. If it weren't for Kai Yang's hand supporting her waist, she would have immediately collapsed. Her breathing was rapid, her chest heaving up and down as her cheeks burned. Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with just a light kiss, so he opened Ji Yao's mouth, grabbed her soft tongue, and tasted it wantonly. Ji Yao let out a moan as she was startled. She had never thought she could make such a strange sound. This sound also woke her up from her daze, her eyes widening. She didn't know where her strength came from, but she forcefully pushed Yang Kai away. Turning her body, she escaped from Yang Kai's embrace and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, like a fish that had jumped ashore. Yang Kai smacked his lips, savoring the taste just now, and then grinned at her. "I told you something would happen." Ji Yao covered her chest with one hand, as if her heart would jump out of her chest if she didn't do so. Her face was still red, and her beautiful eyes were misty, but she sneered, "Now, what else do you have to say?" "What did you say?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Beautiful on the outside, but rotten on the inside. You can't control yourself when a woman throws herself at you." Ji Yao said hatefully, "You're blaming me?" Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, "Isn't this your fault? If you weren't like that, how could I be like this? I'm a man, after all." Ji Yao said coldly, "The truth is right in front of you, and you still want to quibble." Yang Kai lowered his eyes. A few strands of black hair fell on his forehead, covering his expression. He said indifferently, "Junior Marshal Sister Yao, you fed yourself to the tiger just to prove that your point of view was correct?" Ji Yao said, "Yes." Yang Kai raised his head and grinned. "Junior Marshal Sister Yao, you're quite brave. Aren't you afraid of being eaten until not even your bones are left?" As he spoke, he approached her step by step. She was already powerless and was leaning against the wall, so with Kai Yang's approach, she couldn't escape. Her long eyelashes trembled violently as she cried out in alarm. "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai supported himself against the wall with one hand and lifted her jade-like chin with the other. With this array connecting the High Heaven Palace and the Fire Dragon Palace, the distance of millions of kilometers could be crossed in an instant, and they could truly help each other. Yang Kai originally wanted to rush back immediately. After all, there were many trivial matters in the High Heaven Palace that required him to deal with personally, but Li Jiao forced him to stay, saying that he wanted to set up a banquet to entertain him. It wouldn't be good to reject him, so he could only agree. In the main hall, the lights flickered, illuminating the entire hall in detail. Every reputable person in Mythical Dragon Palace came over to sit with him, from Palace Master Li Jiao to the Elder of Law Protectors, filling up the entire table. Perhaps because they had received news from Li Jiao that the Fire Dragon Palace would no longer have to hand over source crystals to the High Heaven Palace every year in the future. Everyone was in a good mood, and their attitude towards Xianxia naturally changed. Everyone flattered him, and Li Jiao even boasted about his friendship with Xianxia. When they were drunk, he even put his arm around Xianxia's shoulder, completely forgetting how much he hated and feared Xianxia in the past. The atmosphere was lively, with dancers adding to the fun. Xianxia sat next to Li Jiao, not putting on any high and mighty airs. In the end, he was just a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and after seeing more powerful strength, how could he put on airs? This made the higher-ups of the Fire Dragon Palace feel that Xianxia was a good person. There was wine, and they drank heartily, making their eyes hazy. The banquet lasted until the middle of the night before everyone dispersed. Li Jiao ordered a young and beautiful maid to help Xianxia rest, but Xianxia refused and returned to the High Heaven Palace that night. Li Jiao personally sent him off. In front of the space array, Xianxia suddenly turned to look at Li Jiao. "Brotherly, I want to unify the Northern Territory. What do you think?" The night wind blew, and Li Jiao suddenly sobered up. He said in surprise, "Unify the Northern Territory?" "Yes." Xianxia also had a sudden idea. More than 100,000 disciples were crying piteously for food in the High Heaven Palace. Although they didn't have to worry about cultivation materials in the short term, and they even had a trade route with the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce in the Southern Territory and a trade route with the Wild Ancient Land in the Eastern Territory, it was definitely not a good thing in the long run. If the High Heaven Palace wanted to continue to develop, it needed to have its own harvest and industries. In the past, the Seeking Passion sect had many properties of its own. There were more than 20 cities, both large and small. Every year, the Seeking Passion sect would receive a large amount of offerings from those cities. Correspondingly, the Seeking Passion sect protected those cities. However, after Xianxia destroyed the Seeking Passion sect, he only plundered its wealth and didn't pay any attention to the industries left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. In other words, the 20 or so cities weren't under the control of the High Heaven Palace at all. However, it was easy to take them back. With the current strength of the High Heaven Palace, they could just send a Monster King to deter them, and they wouldn't be afraid that they wouldn't compromise. However, this kind of income obviously couldn't satisfy the cultivation needs of more than 100,000 disciples. If they could unify the Northern Territory, then they wouldn't have to worry. The entire Northern Territory had enough resources. Not to mention 100,000 people, they could even feed 1,000,000 people. However, he also knew that there would be some resistance. Chapter 32:19. There's only one thing, Medicine Pill Valley. Li Jiao looked at Xianxia with some worry. Although there were no great emperor sects in the Northern Territory, and Medicine Pill Valley was only a place for the great emperors to cultivate, not a sect, if Xianxia really stirred up trouble in the Northern Territory, he might provoke Medicine Pill Valley's people. Once Medicine Pill Valley intervened, there would be no end to this matter. Xianxia sneered, "I don't want to exterminate the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the Northern Territory. I just want to occupy some cities and make them pay tribute every year. Why would Medicine Pill Valley care?" Tilting his head, he looked at Li Jiao and said, "Brotherly doesn't think I want to exterminate the Northern Territory's great sects, does he?" Li Jiao broke out in cold sweat. "I misunderstood." When he heard Xianxia say that he wanted to unify the Northern Territory, he really thought he was going to start a massacre, but now he realized that he had been overthinking things. If he only wanted to occupy some cities and make them pay tribute every year, it wouldn't be too excessive. After all, there was still a lot of room for negotiation. Xianxia reached out and patted his shoulder. "Since you want to do this, you need to establish your prestige first. The High Sky sect is a good target, so I'll have to trouble Brother Li to send a message to Mi Qi and tell him to come see me at the High Heaven Palace as soon as possible. Li Jiao smiled bitterly. Brother Yang wants me to be the bad guy. Yang Kai blinked. Who asked Brother Li to be so familiar with Mi Qi? All right, I will inform him as soon as possible, but I don't know what he will do. As long as you inform him. Yang Kai smiled slightly before turning around and stepping into the space array. With a flash of light, he disappeared. The High Sky Sect was also one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, not inferior to Fire Dragon Palace or Ice Heart Valley in terms of strength, both of them having third-stage Emperor Realm Masters. Since Yang Kai wanted to establish his might and spread the name of the High Heaven Palace, he naturally had to choose a suitable target. If Ice Heart Valley and Fire Dragon Palace didn't work, then he could only start with the High Sky Sect. Having said that, the High Sky Sect, like the Fire Dragon Palace, also owed Yang Kai a large amount of source crystals. Over the years, they had paid back a lot of source crystals, but who knew how long it would take for them to pay it all back? The days passed quickly, and Yang Kai was also busy every day. He didn't even have time to talk to Shanqing Luo and Shuiyu. The food, accommodation, and cultivation of the hundreds of thousands of disciples was a big problem. If they didn't solve it properly, they couldn't do anything else. Under his instructions, Xianxia returned to the Southern Territory and bought a large number of source condensing pills from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, distributing them to the peak origin King Realm cultivator who was preparing to break through to the Dao Source Realm. A few days later, 100 instructors also came over from the Fire Dragon Palace. Yang Kai and Xianxia discussed and arranged for the 100 instructors to be distributed to the various peaks. These 100 instructors were all Dao Source Realm cultivators, so it would be no problem for them to teach the disciples who came from the Star Territory. When new Dao Source Realm Masters were born in each peak, the gap in the High Heaven Palace would be filled. At that time, the old would teach the new, so there was no need to worry too much. The various peaks were of different sizes, and the number of people living in them also varied. The smallest had 200 to 300 people, while the largest had 2,000 to 3,000 people. Before Li Jiao came here, he knew that his little friendship with Mi Qi would come to an end. Now, seeing the look on his face, Li Jiao felt a little regretful and said, Brother Mi, rest assured, Palace Master Yang seems to have no intention of seizing the High Sky Sect's territory, but the High Heaven Palace seems to need a lot of cultivation materials now. Palace Master Yang's meaning is that the High Sky Sect should hand over some of its annual income to the High Heaven Palace in the future. Mi Qi said sarcastically, How much is this sum? Half. Li Jiao asked tentatively. Yang Kai had never mentioned this number before, but if it was too little, it would definitely not satisfy Yang Kai's appetite. Half. Mi Qi smiled and raised his wine cup. Brother Li, drink up. Li Jiao was puzzled, but he still raised his glass and clinked it with Mi Qi's. When the wine entered his stomach, there was a crash as Mi Qi smashed the wine glass to the ground, slammed the table, and stood up shouting, You've gone too far. Do you really think that there is no one in my High Sky Sect? He had been cultivating all this time and was not scared. If just anyone came and asked him a hand over half of the High Sky Sect's income, then he wouldn't have been able to live until now. This was not like those debts. Although those debts were not small, there would be a time when they would be repaid. It would only take another 30 years or so for them to be repaid, but if he really submitted to the High Heaven Palace as Li Jiao said, then he would have to hand over half of his income every year unless the High Sky Sect was completely destroyed. How could he agree to such a deceitful act? If he really agreed, what would the world think of him? What would the disciples of the High Sky Sect think of him? Brother Mi, please calm down. Shut up. Mi Qi glared at Li Jiao angrily and laughed disdainfully. Brother Li really has a good temper. Back then, you and I were humiliated together, and we were exploited and oppressed by the High Heaven Palace for so many years. It's fine if you don't want to take revenge, but now you're actually colluding with that evil creature. Palace Master Yang, I really didn't know when brotherly hugged someone else's thigh and willingly attached himself to their leg hair. Li Jiao was embarrassed by his words, but these words were really unpleasant to hear. He said with a straight face, "It's a long story." He couldn't tell me Qi about his experience with Xianxia all these years. Not to mention that the two of them weren't that close, but the secrets related to Dragon Island couldn't be easily divulged. What a long story. Michi's eyes were full of mockery. Brotherly judged the situation and was willing to submit to someone else. I don't blame you. Everyone has their own ambitions, but I won't be as bad as you. In other words, he was saying that Li Jiao was afraid of death and was a coward. Li Jiao's face turned ugly. I'm only responsible for passing on the message. If Palace Master can agree to this condition, this subordinate is willing to serve High Heaven Palace like a dog or horse. Of course, how can I not agree? Yang Kai chuckled. You and I have discussed this matter before, and I'll say the same thing now. If you want to personally take revenge, then work hard on your cultivation. Flowing Shadow Sword Sect is not a pushover. Yihen nodded and waved his sleeves, cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. Thousand Leaves Peak Master, Yihen greets Palace Master. Although he had addressed Yang Kai as Palace Master before, it was clearly different from before. From now on, the original members of Thousand Leaves sect would truly belong to the High Heaven Palace, and their puppet refining techniques would also become part of the High Heaven Palace's capital. To be honest, Yang Kai wasn't too willing to let Yihen leave, but what he said was also the truth. Thousand Leaves sect's 200 to 300 disciples occupied an excellent main peak, causing the other peak masters to have a lot of complaints. It would be fine if they were from the same sect, but the key point was that Yihen and the others were just outsiders. It was only because they had arrived relatively early that they were able to occupy a good place. Now, there was no need to worry about this. He informed Yihen that in a few days, some people would be sent to Thousand Leaves Peak. With such a large main peak, it would be a waste not to accommodate at least 3,000 people. Returning from Yihen's place, Yang Kai had a relaxed expression on his face. After entering the main hall of High Heaven Peak, a maidservant immediately greeted him. Palace Master, Master Ji is here. Brother Ji, is something the matter? Yang Kai was stunned. The maidservant covered her mouth and smiled. It's not Master Jiying, but Master Ji Yao. Yang Kai's footsteps paused as he walked in and asked with a guilty conscience, "What is she here for?" Last time, something had happened in Ice Heart Valley's Secret Art Pavilion. Although Yang Kai had some lingering memories, he could not understand Ji Yao's attitude. The two of them had already done such intimate things, but Ji Yao acted as if nothing had happened. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. Fortunately, she had warned Yang Kai not to let Su Yin know about this matter. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have to worry about whether she would use this to blackmail him. Since she had warned him so, he definitely would not take the initiative to reveal this secret. After returning, Yang Kai had been busy these past few days, so he had put the matter of that day to the back of his mind. Now that he heard that Ji Yao had come, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive. That day, Ji Yao seemed to have lost control of her emotions. Could it be that she regretted it now and came to settle accounts with him? If that was the case, he would lose a lot of face. The maidservant replied, "I don't know." After Master Ji Yao arrived, she went inside and told this servant to tell Master to see her when he returned. Yang Kai scratched his neck with an uneasy expression, then looked at the maidservant and asked, "What was her expression when she arrived? Was she angry?" The maidservant was puzzled. "No, Master Ji Yao was always cold. I don't know if she was angry or not." "Can't you tell if she was angry or not?" Yang Kai glared at her. The maidservant hurriedly lowered her head. This servant really doesn't know. Forget it, forget it. Yang Kai waved his hand. Go back to your work. The maidservant obeyed and fled. Yang Kai paced back and forth in the hall, really not knowing what Ji Yao's intentions were. It was reasonable to say that the two of them meeting now would be somewhat awkward, but Yang Kai didn't know what her intentions were, so he was somewhat hesitant. After pacing back and forth a few times, Yang Kai even walked to the entrance of the hall, preparing to ignore Ji Yao. In any case, it was impossible for her to stay in High Heaven Palace forever, so he could naturally avoid this awkwardness. Thinking about it again, the one who should be embarrassed wasn't him, but her. She wasn't afraid. So what was a man like him afraid of? In any case, the one who suffered a loss was her. Turning around, Yang Kai valiantly walked into the hall, his steps like a dragon or a tiger, extremely arrogant. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai finally found Ji Yao in one of the rooms. This was Su Yan's room, built against a cliff. Outside the balcony was a bottomless cliff with clouds swirling around it. When Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, he saw Ji Yao standing by the railing, her eyes gazing out at the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her, dyeing her whole body a golden yellow. As the wind blew, her hair and dress fluttered, as if she could fly away at any time. Ji Yao didn't even turn her head, as if she didn't feel Yang Kai's arrival at all. Yang Kai closed the door and walked over. He stood beside her and looked at her side profile. Her snow-white skin, slender neck, tall and straight. She was as quiet as a virgin. She exuded a different kind of charm. Junior sister Yao, you're here. Yang Kai smiled and rubbed his hands. Not understanding her current attitude, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too presumptuous. When a man and a woman did such a thing, from a psychological point of view, the man would feel like he had taken advantage of her, so naturally he felt somewhat guilty. I came to pick up something. Ji Yao turned her head and glanced at him. What are you picking up? Yang Kai asked curiously. Some change of clothes for little junior sister, Ji Yao replied. Yang Kai stared at her in a daze for a long time before realizing what she meant. That's it. Ji Yao nodded gently. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did you need to come here personally? As a cultivator, everyone had a space ring. Everyone's ring must have a lot of spare change of clothes. Yang Kai's space ring also had some, so he believed Su Yin must also have one. If it was just to pick up some change of clothes, there was no need for her to come here personally. You don't welcome me? Ji Yao raised her brow. No, absolutely not. How could I not welcome you? Yang Kai flatly denied. Ji Yao raised her chin and said, Go find it. I don't want to touch little junior sister's things. Then wait a moment, Yang Kai said before turning around and going to the wardrobe to search. Su Yin didn't care much about what she wore, but with her foundation, she was beautiful no matter what she wore. There weren't many clothes in the wardrobe, so Yang Kai took them all out and stuffed them into an empty space ring. When he turned around, he discovered that Ji Yao had also followed him in. She was sitting sideways on the bed, and she was unreasonably quiet. But things had already come to this, so what else was there to say? His eyes were firm, and his face was resolute as he turned his head to look at Ji Yao. When their four eyes met, Yang Kai's gaze was filled with aggression, like a hungry beast, while Ji Yao's eyes were averted. You're not that hard. Yang Kai laughed wildly in his heart, and then lowered his head to move closer to her. Ji Yao's eyes quickly closed as her body trembled in Yang Kai's embrace. But when their lips met, her whole body suddenly went stiff. Yang Kai was secretly amused. This wasn't the first time, so why was her reaction still so big? A few days ago, in Ice Heart Valley's secret art pavilion, she had also reacted like this. She really hadn't made any progress. Tasting that sweet taste, Yang Kai quickly pried open her mouth and began to ravage her. Ji Yao appeared to be very clumsy and didn't even have the slightest bit of cooperation, completely allowing Kai Yang to do as he pleased. If it weren't for the various tremors coming from her body, Kai Yang would have thought that the person in his arms was a block of wood. The hand that was holding onto Ji Yao's waist slowly moved up and rested on her fragrant shoulder. Using a bit of force, he laid her flat on the bed. Kai Yang flipped over and got on top of her. With one hand on her back and the other on her waist, he was completely unrestrained. The atmosphere was so hot that it seemed like it was going to burn the entire room. Forging iron while it's hot, things had already reached this point, so Kai Yang naturally had to go all the way. Grabbing Ji Yao's belt with one hand, he was about to pull it off, but Ji Yao unexpectedly grabbed his wrist, her tightly closed eyes suddenly opening, her eyes filled with a pleading look. This again? Yang Kai was a little speechless. Last time in the secret art pavilion, it seemed that kissing was okay, but when it came to more intimate matters, Ji Yao didn't agree. However, Yang Kai obviously felt that she was aroused, and her cheeks were so red that they were almost dripping blood. Her towering chest was pounding violently, and her breathing was also extremely heavy. Yang Kai tentatively pulled at her belt again, but found that Ji Yao was holding his wrist tightly. He suddenly felt helpless and could only settle for the next best thing, his big hand moving up her belt. She still resisted, but her resistance wasn't as strong as before. Yang Kai didn't care about her. If she didn't let him eat when she was aroused, then so be it. But he had to make her feel good. He pulled out his other hand, grabbed her two wrists, and pressed them above her head, while his other hand directly covered her full chest. Ji Yao let out a moan, and Yang Kai leaned forward again, blocking those cherry-red lips. After an unknown amount of time, the two people on the bed had already changed positions. Yang Kai was on the bottom, and Ji Yao was sitting on top of him. Her clothes were messy, her hair was messy, and the hairpins were messy. She didn't have the slightest bit of her image of being pure and clean. The two lumps on her chest were constantly changing shape under Yang Kai's big hands, but she was completely immersed in kissing Yang Kai's lips. However, there was clearly no skill to speak of. It was just like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, making people feel funny and angry at the same time. Junior Sister Yao, I have a request. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth. Ji Yao's movements suddenly paused, and then she gently pushed him on the chest with her palms before her whole body floated backwards and stood beside the bed. Yang Kai anxiously asked, "What do you mean?" Everything was fine, so why did she suddenly run away? Ji Yao bit her red lips and glared at him angrily, rogue. She then turned around and rushed out of the room, directly jumping up the guardrail and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The two of them had low statuses and low cultivations, so the difference between their statuses was like the difference between heaven and earth, yet this elder Yang in front of them was acting so amiably towards them, causing them to feel excited. When they came back to their senses, Yang Kai had already stepped into the hall. This is Elder Yang. The girl in red looked at Yang Kai's disappearing back with a look of worship. He looked so young. The girl in green said, I heard people say in the early years that this Elder Yang may be the youngest elder here. It is said that he has only cultivated for 100 years. Really? The girl in red was shocked. Although their cultivation base was not high, they also knew how difficult it was to become the leader of the Emperor realm. It was simply unimaginable that he could achieve such a realm in just 100 years. This Elder Yang is said to have come from the lower star field. The green-clothed girl obviously had more information, and after she finished speaking, she exclaimed in surprise, What's wrong? Elder Gao said that when Elder Yang comes back, I have to say hello to her. I almost forgot. With that said, she quickly took out a communication compass. Chapter 3225. After more than 10 years, Xianxia was actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master, the same as her. Gao Shueting couldn't believe it, but she had to. That second-order Emperor Realm aura couldn't be faked. However, wasn't his cultivation speed a bit too fast? The first time she met him, it was because the Four Seasons realm was about to open, and Xianxia used a bustling world token to exchange for a spot in the temple to enter. At that time, he was still in the First-Order Dao Source Realm. Years passed quickly, and when he returned from the Shattered Star Sea, he had already broken through to the Emperor Realm. How many years had it been since then? He had actually made another breakthrough. Gao Shueting was a second-order Emperor Realm Master herself, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to break through in the Emperor Realm. There were many disciples in the Emperor Realm in Azure Sun Temple, but most of them were only First Order, with only 3 Second Order. Other than her, there were only Vice Temple Master Qiu, Ran, and Grandma Yu, who was guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror. Xianxia, a rising star, was actually able to keep up with their progress. From the looks of it, he would surpass them sooner or later. As for the disciples who were in the same generation as Xianxia, such as Xiaosheng, Xiaobai Yi, and Murong Xiaoxiao, they had only just stabilized their First-Order Emperor Realm cultivations. Who knew how long it would take for them to break through to the Second-Order Emperor Realm? In comparison, the so-called genius disciples were just a bunch of mediocre people. Gao Shueting couldn't help but think of a saying: every generation brings forth new talents, and every new generation replaces the old. The young man sitting in front of her, smiling apologetically, was like a rising star. If there were no accidents, sooner or later, he would bloom into a dazzling light that would cover the entire star boundary. Not bad, Gao Shueting praised lightly. Gao Shueting praised him lightly. She knew that this wasn't not bad at all. It was simply a miracle. She really didn't know how he cultivated and what kind of martial arts he cultivated. Senior Sister Gao, how many elder contribution points do you think these things can be exchanged for? Xianxia asked. Gao Shueting put away the ring and said indifferently, Emperor pills are hard to come by, and with so many Emperor pills converted into elder growth contribution points, it must be a lot. However, I don't know the exact amount. This matter is managed by Brother Qiu, so if you want to calculate it clearly, you'll have to ask him. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find Brother Qiu. Xianxia stood up. You seem to be in a hurry. Gao Shueting glanced at him suspiciously. Xianxia said, not really. It's just that this is my first time contributing to the temple. Of course, I want to know how much this contribution is worth. Only when I have some achievements will I be motivated. All right, I'll go with you to see Brother Qiu and ask him to calculate the number. Gao Shueting also stood up. Senior Sister, please. Xianxia gestured with his hand. When Gao Shueting reached the entrance of the hall, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to look at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Xianxia asked, puzzled. No. Gao Shueting slowly shook her head. Tell me honestly, how did you come back? What do you mean by how did I come back? That's how I came back. Xianxia looked calm as he spouted nonsense in a serious manner. If you came back, why didn't the disciples guarding the mountain notify us? If you came back from outside, you would have to pass by my purple bamboo peak, so why didn't I notice you at all? Xianxia said, Junior brother, I'm proficient in the law of space, so I came back in a few seconds. Otherwise, if someone sneaks into the temple through this space array one day, we won't be able to detect it. Gao Shueting gripped her sword tightly, her emperor's qi surging around her. Xianxia's eyelids twitched. Senior Sister, what are you doing? No matter what, let's destroy it first so that we don't have to worry about it. She raised her sword and was about to slash at the space array. Wait, Xianxia shouted. Gao Shueting turned her head and looked at him. What's wrong? Xianxia scratched his cheek and said seriously, Senior Sister, please don't be rash. After all, this is a space array. Although we don't know where it is connected to, what if it is connected to a place with good feng shui that the world doesn't know about? If Senior Sister destroys the space array like this, won't you cut off the connection to that place? Then what do you think? Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Junior brother is not talented, but he happens to be proficient in the law of space. Let me study this space array for a while. Maybe I can figure out something from it. How long will Junior brother study it for? From January to February? Or 30 to 50 years? Yang Kai said, it's hard to say. I can only say that I'll try my best. Gao Shueting waved her hand and said, don't bother. Just destroy it. Junior brother, please step aside. This space array looks a bit solid. I won't show any mercy when I attack it. Senior sister Gao. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and touched his forehead. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Do you have anything else to say? Gao Shueting looked at him as if she had something to say. It was as if the sword was not going to cut the space array, but Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his head and said, Senior sister Gao, do you know something? Gao Shueting snorted and said, that depends on what you want me to know. Alas, Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he could not hide it anymore. How did you find out? He felt that this space array was hidden well enough. Moreover, Lingjian Peak was covered by the space array activated by his Elder Jade Disc. If she didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to find it. Gao Shueting said, you came and went like a ghost the last few times, so it's hard for people not to be suspicious. Our temple master is a very bored person. In the past 10 years when you weren't here, he naturally studied Lingjian Peak carefully. Do you think a big array can hide you from his investigation? He has a more advanced space array in his hands. Tell me, where does this space array lead to? Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said with a dull expression, Northern Territory. High Heaven Palace. Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows. Yang Kai nodded. It really is a space array that crosses territory. Gao Shueting snorted. You made it? Yang Kai smiled and said, yes. Why are you so sneaky? I'm not sneaky. I just wanted to wait for the right time to tell you. Yang Kai defended himself. Gao Shueting naturally didn't believe him. If they didn't confront each other in front of him this time, there would never be a suitable time. However, she could also understand Yang Kai a little. The existence of this space array was too amazing, so it couldn't be easily revealed. Why can't I activate it? It was not the first time Gao Shueting activated this space array. When Wen Zishan discovered it before, she and Wen Zishan tried to activate it, but they couldn't. It requires a token that I specially refined to activate it. Since it had been discovered, there was no need to hide it. Speaking of which, Azure Sun Temple treated him well. The reason why he was so sneaky was mainly because he was afraid of being used as a laborer by Gao Shueting. Everyone in Azure Sun Temple knew that he was an Emperor Pill master, so they were eager for him to refine Emperor Pills for the temple. He knew that Yang Kai was an alchemy emperor and had agreed to let him take a lot of spirit flowers and herbs. But he didn't expect that Yang Kai would return with such a large amount of emperor pills after more than 10 years. It was good to have an alchemy emperor in the family. Ran was already considering whether to give Yang Kai more spirit herbs. As long as he could refine emperor pills, what harm would waiting for more than 10 years be? Oh, not bad, Ran said lightly. He couldn't praise him too much, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to ask him to refine pills next time. Yang Kai said, it's Junior brother's duty to serve the temple. After a pause, he rubbed his nose and said, Brother, how many elder contribution points can I exchange for? Ran said, I still need to calculate it carefully. Then I'll ask brother to calculate it quickly. Ran blinked at him. Are you in a hurry? It's not very urgent. Yang Kai clenched his fists and coughed dryly. Of course, if brother can calculate it clearly now, it would be best. Ran frowned at him, not knowing what he was up to, but thinking about how he was counting on him to continue refining pills in the future. He had to give him some motivation. So he nodded and said, Fine, this old master will calculate it for you. Many thanks, brother. Yang Kai beamed with joy. Ran didn't say much and took out all the emperor pills from his space ring and placed them on the table in front of him. Emperor pills naturally couldn't be stored directly. Each emperor pill was stored in a box with a different attribute, enough to ensure that its medicinal efficacy would not be lost for a short time. There were jade boxes, gold boxes, silver boxes, and even wooden boxes. There were all kinds of boxes. In an instant, the table was filled with boxes the size of osmanthus cakes. There were several layers of them, and there were at least 200 to 300 of them in total. Gao Shueting also came over, mainly because she had never seen so many emperor pills together in her life. It was really strange. In the past, if the temple wanted some emperor pills, they had to beg someone to refine them. Not only did they have to accumulate the materials themselves, but they also had to offer a large amount of remuneration. When the alchemist was busy, they even had to line up. To put it bluntly, the number of emperor pills Xianxia took out was almost equivalent to the total number of emperor pills the temple had obtained in the past 500 years. Xiao Ran and Gao Shueting were both extremely happy and shocked, but they didn't show it on their faces. There has never been such a precedent before, but emperor pills are rare, so this old master will exchange them for elder contribution points for you today, Xiao Ran said as he opened a wooden box. As Xiao Ran spoke, he casually opened a wooden box and carefully observed the spirit pill inside. He nodded and said, "This spirit pill can be classified as a medium-grade spirit pill." Not to mention that Yang Kai had saved him time and time again, and he personally didn't want to be enemies with Yang Kai. Even if they really joined hands with the High Sky sect, they would be able to fight against the High Heaven Palace? That was impossible. Yang Kai had the shadow of the dragon race behind him. Who would dare to provoke him? If it was a normal relationship, then it would be fine, but Yang Kai had done the deed of husband and wife with a level 9 giant dragon. Palace Master, you didn't mention this, and I didn't hear it. Go back and tell them to put their hearts into their stomachs. This time, we don't need you to do anything. We just need to shout and cheer. Chang Sheng's expression twitched. Palace Master means that Palace Master Yang and the others can destroy the High Sky sect? You think they can't? Chang Sheng shook his head. It's not that I'm looking down on Palace Master Yang and the others. With the cultivation of the 3 great Monster King, no one in the High Sky sect is their match. However, sieging a city is a bit different. Not to mention that the High Sky sect has many powerhouses. Just the sect protecting barrier alone is not easy to break. Once the barrier is activated, even the 3 great Monster King won't be able to do anything in a short time. Right? Can't do anything about it. Li Jiao smiled mysteriously. Just wait and see. Chang Sheng was in a daze. He didn't know why his palace master had so much confidence in Yang Kai. That was the High Sky sect, one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. How could the sect protecting barrier be broken so easily? However, since Li Jiao was so insistent, he couldn't say anything else. In any case, Li Jiao had already said that this trip was just to wave the flag and cheer. Fighting had nothing to do with them, and they wouldn't encounter any danger. He cupped his hands and left. After conveying Li Jiao's message, the people from the Emperor realm looked at each other. Michi admitted that the High Sky sect was not a match for the High Heaven Palace. The Three Monster King were not just for show. After he and Li Jiao were tricked by Yang Kai, he had always been brooding. Now, if he could use Old Tao to get rid of the High Heaven Palace's suppression, he could bear it no matter how high the price. The Three Monster King was indeed extraordinary, but in front of Old Tao, they were probably not enough. He enthusiastically toasted and sneered in his heart. He couldn't wait for Yang Kai to come to him quickly and let him know that the High Sky sect was not something he could bully as he pleased. At this moment, someone suddenly walked in from outside the door and quietly said a few words to Michi. Michi's expression changed when he heard this. He quickly put down the wine cup in his hand and said, "Old Tao, please wait for a moment. I will be back soon." He had a terrified expression. Old Tao looked at him strangely. "What's the matter?" Michi forced a smile. "It's just a small matter. Old Tao, you don't have to worry about it. I will take care of it myself." Old Tao threw a blue jade fruit into his mouth and chuckled as he chewed, revealing a mouthful of blue teeth. "Brother me, you are treating this old man as an outsider. How would I dare?" Michi quickly waved his hand. "It is an honor for Old Tao to come to my High Sky sect as a guest. How could I treat Old Tao as an outsider?" Old Tao said, "If it's related to the secrets of your High Sky sect, then it's fine if Brother Me doesn't say anything. If you encounter any trouble, Brother Me, don't hide it. Although this old man is not very strong, I still have some faith. Perhaps I can help Brother Me resolve some of it." He also saw that Michi's expression was a little strange. Obviously, he had encountered some trouble. Michi hesitated for a while when he heard this, as if he was struggling. After a while, he sighed and said, "Since Old Tao doesn't treat this me as an outsider, then this me doesn't mind exposing my family's dirty linen." As he spoke, he picked up the glass of wine and drank it, as if he was drinking to drown his sorrows. Dirty linen? What happened? Old Tao was curious. Michi sighed. "It's still that High Heaven Palace." Old Tao was startled for a moment and said with a strange expression, "That High Heaven Palace that rose not long ago? This old man remembers that the palace master of High Heaven Palace cheated you out of a lot of source crystals?" Michi had told him about this many years ago. At that time, it seemed that he wanted him to go to the High Heaven Palace to make peace and let Yang Kai forgive those gambling debts. But how could Old Tao easily get involved in other people's quarrels? Although he came to the High Sky sect every year to taste some blue jade fruit, and Michi's hospitality was good, after all, it was just a small favor. It was not worthwhile to offend a top sect for this. His background was not small, but he couldn't get into any trouble.